Yeah. Late nights. Open mics. Truth only move when the room got order. Mr. Peppers and Prime on the control. Welcome to Charlie Chan TV. Yeah. 3 beautiful women, whole panel in a vibe. Vibing with me, she set the tone when she look you in your eyes. Tam talk straight, no filter, no disguise. And a smooth with it, every word calm but precise. Chat going crazy, yeah, the numbers stay live. Everybody got opinions when the combo get tight. Different views, same table, respect, stay intact. Late night panels where the feelings meet facts. Late nights, don't sleep, don't sleep. True talk, no retreat, no retreat. Panels lit, crowd loud, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV.
Once again, man, Charlie Chan out here, man, with some of the most beautiful women, bitch friendly women.
Yeah, sick of the lies. Same topics rotate every time they go live. Black man in Germany, Berlin, state of mind. Different culture, different land, still speaking the side. Black cleaner, keep it solid, street calm, no flex. Miguel, keep it gangster, let the truth handle the rest. Ain't nobody running when the questions get steep. Nothing moves unless Peppers nod, Prime say speak. 2 moderators. 1 room, 1 mic at a time. Now let it cook. Charlie Chan, TV, Louisiana, where it starts. Southern roots, but the vision way bigger than charts. Panel talking night, hotel reviews by day. From lobby to rooftop, he telling no fake. Grinding every wildin' in the comments tonight. Typing fast, cracking jokes, adding fuel to the light. Went against him on his top supporter in the chat. But he said, cam up, Charlie, yeah, pressure like that. Hey, the travel POV, nodded off mid-live. Guess these late nights build different, everybody can't survive. Hey, late nights, don't sleep, don't sleep. Real talk, real raw speech, Peppers Prime, crowd loud, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV. Shout out to Live Check. Shout out to Replay Gang. Shout out to supporters who keep the lights on. If you're here every night, we see you. Let's talk.
Charlie Chan TV.
Go ahead. Okay, what's good, y'all? It's your boy, DJ I'm up with my boy, Charlie Chan TV. We out here at Ryan's party, man. It's number right now, man. I'm about lit, man. Yeah, what it do, good people? We in the building. Shout out to my good brother Two-Tone. How you doing, man? Let me get this lighting going right quick. Boy, do we got one today? Do we got one today, man? What it do, man? Y'all, my bad about the time misrepresentation or whatever. Just because last night I was on O'Shea Duke Jackson. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, man. The man cool as a glass of water on a hot sunny day. Shout out to him. But last night I was on his live, and I was trying to go ahead and set up my live, and instead of, I thought I put PM, but turned out it was AM. But one of the good brothers from the community had texted me, and I didn't see it until this morning. But we in here. Shout out to Black Cleaner. Okay, let me get shout out to my good brother Two-Tone. What it do, brother? Good to see you in the building. He said, we'll go live this morning. Yeah, for sure. I was up a little bit late last night, but get to some of these. Shout out to this thing of ours, man, because people are already participating in this morning. Like this chat here was from my good brother POV, and it was like 7:06 this morning. Wake this early. For sure. Hey, when you know me, you know me. You was dead on point, POV. Ain't no a lot of times I don't be woke that early because I'm one of those dudes to where, man, I'll be up at 4, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, just coming up with a master plan, man. But yeah, shout out to my good brother Two Tone that pulled up this morning for your boy, man. He said agreed, POV. Shout out to my good brother Boxley, man. Y'all might don't know Boxley, but he's very, very active in the back chat, man. A real good brother. Um, he team Columbia though, you know what I mean. So shout out to him. I'm gonna get out there, y'all. I'm gonna get out there. Um, and shout out to my good brother again, Two Tone. He pulled up. I think it was almost the first one since I've been live. So shout out to you, Two Tone. I knew wasn't going live this morning. Yeah, no, that was on me, man. That was completely on me. That was my fault and everything. But yeah, no, we getting into it, and I got a good one today. Um, last night was live, man. Shout out to Black Cleaner. I just seen a chat from Black Cleaner. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Black Cleaner. I seen him pull up on the live last night. I was like, oh man, man, we moving better than I once thought, bro, for real. So we doing our thing out here. You know what I mean? Like Ronin Travelers, he was on there. He pulled up last night, and I had to watch something. I'll drop the link soon, but I had to watch something because I know you guys may know Freezy. He okay, you said Russia rules. Let me go on. Okay, I guess that's it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you free to think whatever and things of that nature. Like, sure, shout out to you for that, bro. I don't know what you want me to say to that, but yeah, shout out to you. Um, but I'm saying all of that to say, the brother Freezy, after I had spoke, he had misheard something I said, or I didn't give enough details, and when he came on, oh yeah, no, that gets your ass kicked up out of here. Not just kicked up out of here, but bang. So yeah, no, go on about your day, little buddy. But yeah, yep. How the fuck did he get that one up there? After I done, oh, delete comment. Yeah, you can't use it. Delete comments. That's crazy. Shout out to you. You must have had that one, goddamn it. Hold on. You must have had that one already loaded up, little buddy. But yeah, hold on. Let me go back up to this one so I can see. Make sure he up out of here. Delete comment and use it. Okay, but yeah, so it turns out that not only did he mishear me, but I misheard him. You know what I mean? It was just something to where it was a simple understanding. I could we could play it back on this live if you want to. I'm probably not gonna be up here too long because I got some company coming through or whatever, and we gotta sit down and work on some Chinese taxes. But yeah, no, man, it was man. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, and you know the conversation of the day, and I had it in my mind, but O'Shea Duke Jackson, he kind of like the live that they had last night, kind of like cemented it that I wanted to do the live on that today, and it's the impact of femininity on the community, on our community, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like just because when you think about, for one, when you look at the people that says that, if I'm keeping it a buck, man, especially the YT people, when they come out and they hardcore, stone cold like feminists, don't they look like they prepared for an apocalypse or something? Like short buzz cuts or like the little sides and all of that stuff. They wear the little cut off jean jackets type joint. Like, man, what are you doing? Like, that's crazy. But yeah, so that was where I was going with that. You know what I mean? Like from incarceration or from even from the things that was, I think they said that was the 70s, and I'm sure Black Cleaner know because he's like a historian and things of that nature. But even that thing from the 70s when they was paying black women that didn't have a man in the house. I think that type of stuff had a systemic fallout behind it. You know what I mean? And I think we are suffering from that to this day. You know what I mean? Because of Uncle Sam and because of things that have been put in place. Now, let's be clear. I'm not saying that it only affects black people. No, I'm not saying that. But if we all live on the same block and my house on fire and your house on fire, I'm gonna work to put mines out first. Then I come help you once I get mines out. But I gotta get mines out. And I'm saying that to say we gotta handle house business before we take it outside of the house. So there's that. But even from that to the 70s to like the things that they do as far as separating black men from black women, I think even the music is separating nowadays. When you got songs that come out there saying F my baby daddy and I'll pay that $500 before I trap you. Seem like she's trapped now too. Like if you know that lyric, if the person I'm thinking, I think that's Lotto's song. And she's trapped now, which is a whole nother thing because these women, whether be one of 4 or 5 baby mamas to a rich rapper, opposed to be a hardworking man's wife. A man that get up and go to work every day. A man that get up and provide for himself, provide for him and his family every day. That for some reason in our culture, and I only see it in our culture if I'm being honest. For some reason in our culture, that is what was promoted. You know what I mean? Like when you got women that are openly say, yeah, when you got women that are openly say, they rather a scammer over a hard working dude. Come on, man. Like, who's the chick, Ayana, whatever her name is now? Like, yeah, we're gonna get into that. But when they talking about, oh, I can't. Only way I talk to a bus driver, he owned the company. What? How does that even make sense, lady? You know what I mean? So hardworking black men is not cool no more. It's not the ideal man. I remember back in the day, like I'm old enough to remember where back in the day, hardworking men was the pillar of the community. And no, they didn't have like the super high level jobs that people are used to. I mean, that people would look into the neighborhood and want to do. But these was pillars of the community, meaning that, like, say, I grew up around brick masons. You look into it. It's not like the actual mason, but that means he's high up in in masonry. You know what I mean? He's been on the work site for a long time, for years and years and years. Roofers, sheetrockers, um, construction workers. These was all men that was in the community. You know what I mean? And for some reason, and for in some type of way, um, they made us look down on that for some reason. You know what I mean? They have us look down on that. Shout out to Two Tone. He said, feminism has affected our community the worst. Yeah, they gave our women free housing and shut us out of industries. They castrated the black man. That's a fact. That's a fact. I'm gonna leave that up there too, because that's a fact. And here's the thing: people can say what they want, but my question to you is, shout out to Dorothy for the "I got you." Shout out to Dorothy coming through. Say, man, I definitely appreciate you, and I already got you loaded up. Like anybody that, like even anything, bro, that donates anything, man. You getting loaded up in the what's name. So whenever you donate it, in the future, you know what I mean. I just have the button to click on it and put and give you the salute you deserve. Much appreciated, love. But yeah, but I think, like you say, people could say, "Oh, this, that, and the third. This happens in other places." For one, I'm not denying nor disputing that. I'm just saying the long term systemic effect of that on top of everything else. I think what's the what happened with Lake Lanier, what happened with Black Wall Street, and those are many towns to where that has happened, where people was black people was thriving and striving without any help from the actual outside world or whatever, and they took that offensively. I don't remember in America history where that happened to any other culture, any other race. If I'm now, like I say, once again, I know Black Cleaner, he may be kicking it in the chat. He's a historian, bro. Really be knowing what he be talking about. And so if I'm wrong, please correct me because I'm never so right to where I feel like I can't learn something. You know what I mean? So yeah, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But that, to my knowledge, it didn't happen. That didn't happen to any other race in America. You know what I mean? And it's all about when you think about our women, um, it affected them so much so to where they got in their head to where they don't need a man. And they go team up with the YT ladies that still representing YT, but for some reason when it come off to our women, it come off as anti-community, anti-black, anti-family. Just think about it like this. All of this independent stuff, all of this independent, oh, all my ladies is independent. Oh, yo, why is that even a thing when we think about it? When I meet a woman, or even I see a woman and she got in her bio, I pay my own bills, I got my own car, I pay my own house note and all of that stuff. So you mean you a regular adult? Is that what you're saying? Because I do the same thing, man. And I'm not out here saying, look at, hey, I pay my own bills. No, it's expected. Come on, man. It is expected. But guess what? You can put that on the pedestal. You can put that on the trophy. She pays her own bills. Like, let me ask you this. Was it a piece of paper that you signed that you opt out of paying your own shit? You know what I mean? Is that what it was? They asked you, do you want to pay your bills or do you want us to pay your bills? And you said, no, I'll pay my own bills. Other than that, you're just a regular functioning adult. But I'm just saying that's the mindset that they build up on. Oh, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. You know what? You might can fare well without a man, but your kids can't. History shows that. Statistics shows that. But guess what? They even got them, and this is part of the feminist movement as well. They got them, your happiness matters. What about the kid future that didn't ask to be in this world? You brought them in this world. They life and well-being don't matter? No, I need to be happy. All right. All right. Sounds good. Roger that. But then don't come out here and say, oh, protect all of this. I don't do all of the protect all of this or believe all women. Are you shitting me? Come on, man. Like the feminist shit done got so far. Now, mind you, I'm not no anti-feminist. I'm just looking at it for what it is. Just like misogyny, toxic masculinity is not a thing in my book. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't make sense. Because it's only toxic when you don't like it. But how many times? Let me ask you this: if anybody on here got a woman that when y'all in the bed and you hear something creeping downstairs or creeping in the house and you go to check on her, she said, babe, don't go out there with toxic masculinity. Talk it out with them. See, it only toxic when you don't like it. You feel me? Ooh, okay. You know what, Chalupe? That is a great damn point. That's a great damn point. The only people that America has took the most more away from is the Native Americans. See, I can concede because that wasn't in. That's crazy because I'm in Minnesota and I'm from Mississippi, which is big places where Native Americans reside. Like in Mississippi, we got the Trail of Tears. In Minnesota, we got like reservations up the yin yang. You know what I mean? Ooh, I like that, man. Hey, you cooking with that one, brother. Hey, listen, I should have goddamn it named the next one that's gonna be on something like this. Two-Tone, I'm gonna have to borrow that from you, bro. I'll return it when I'm finished, man. But I'm gonna have to borrow that. He said, Two-Tone go on to right. He says, I'm pro black woman, but I'm anti-feminist for sure. What? What? For sure, for sure. Many people left on. Let phones babysit their children. No, that's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then you know what? Not even that. They got it's 2026. Expac, shout out to Expac pulling up, showing love as always, man. How you doing out there? But that's lazy parenting when you look at it, and I'll tell you why. Because it's 2026. They got technology to where you could put on on your child's phone to where they can't access certain sites. But you don't go that far to do it. You know what I mean? You said I'm pro nonsense. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. See, but at the same time, once you hear something so many times, it starts to sound like it's not nonsense. Like when you got women out there that say, that's just one of the things that kills me too. But it's a part of the feminist movement because no real woman that has a husband that's gonna say she's gonna choose a bear over men. Do you know what a bear does? Oh, you thinking about Wendy the Pooh? That's what. Okay, and Yogi Bear and all this. That's who you want to be trapped in the woods with, Yogi Bear. Okay, yep, for sure, for sure. But even that is so idiotic to where they say it so much to where we just like Two Tone say we just let them have it. But when that ice storm happened in Memphis. And goddamn, the trees that froze over and fell on the street. I ain't see no bears out there cutting down no trees and goddamn opening up the roads for people to travel. I didn't see one bear out there. Now, once again, Chalupe, I could be wrong. Please, if I'm wrong, please chime in. But maybe I ain't see all the news coverage, but I ain't see one bear out there. I ain't see a bear goddamn pulling motherfuckers out of the snow. I didn't see people, the bear out there helping people change tires. I didn't see one bear out there. So when you say I'm pro nonsense, we got to put a label on that. You know what I mean? I'm pro common sense. I'm so sorry. I'm pro common sense. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But we gotta to say something is common sense. That's just like to say something is right. We got to point out what is wrong. And a lot of that is wrong. You see what I'm saying? They don't take the time to think about that. But take the time, gander this. I think us are even here in America because that's the only thing I could speak on because I didn't I spent some time in Germany as a child, but I was like literally so young to where I barely remember anything. And two, I'm a military brat, so I was with my mother. But I'm saying all of that to say I only know about America. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I know about. So that's what I'm speaking on today, right now. America in the American community. You know what I mean? When we have a society or community of shout out to Jose in the building pulling up. Man, appreciate y'all pulling up, man. I know, hey, I'm trying to get it together on the back end so I can pull up every day, man. I really want to do another marathon, but shit, man, life be lifing. You know what I mean? Life be lifing. In fact, I had to run grab me something to eat and eat it on the way back. Not even broke out my chips and didn't even get none. That's how soon I was trying to get on here. But even with everything that's going on and stuff like that, well, let me get back to my original point. I think our women in the West, especially like America, they've been conditioned as children to believe every female is a princess, every female, goddamn it, is Rapunzel and need to be rescued and stuff like that. But everybody's not a prince, just like every man is not a Prince Charming. You know what I mean? He was answering calls for help. Shout out to Chalupa. He said the bear was hibernating. For sure, for sure. See, but these are the things that we let people get away with. And guess what? For men, we like you say, we know nonsense. Like it doesn't make no sense to argue with somebody about that. You want a bear? Yeah, bitch, go live with a bear. Go just Just go camp out in the woods for a night by yourself. Have y'all ever seen Naked and Afraid? Oh man, that's some of the best shit ever. On the simple fact that they had one where it's men versus women. Oh my god. All the men need was beer. That's all they needed was some beer. They out there fishing. They got a shelter. They got a fire started. Goddamn it. They found a way to goddamn it clean some drinking water and all of that stuff. And the women, they over there famished. So we might have to call it. Yeah. Yeah. Where the bear at though? You know what I mean? It's easy to when you're doing something or when you on the inside of something, it's easy to take things for granted. Just like I bitch, or like say, hey, come on, let's be honest, guys. We bitch about America, but is it another place to where you could be? Are there a lot of places to where you could be born poor and die rich? Just strictly off of hard work, just strictly off of getting to it? Maybe, but not like America. That's the case. Why everybody now? I think the American dream now is to have enough money to live outside of America because freedom is what people really want nowadays. But I'm saying that about America. I like say, yeah, I bitch and moan about America a lot of times because there's still a lot of things that we need to do here. But if it come down to it, there's no other place that I would like want to stack money. There's no other place that could have made me to the Charlie Chan that I am today. Okay, you said shout out to X Pac. That's a good one. X Pac, right? No Cheesecake Factory in the woods. Hmm. Hmm. And here's the thing. Most of the chicks that want that shit, um, can't afford it for themselves. That put down that shit and want the higher end tier shit, they can't afford it for themselves because if they did, if they could, why would they be telling you they don't want you to take them there? Because as a man, if a man's not, nah, don't worry about it. Come on, let's go to this upscale restaurant. It's on me. I got it. Don't you know what I mean? But now it comes down to, oh no, I don't want to eat there. I don't want to be seen there. Did you work at Wendy's? Wendy's and you fuck up everybody order. Don't nobody care where you go eat at for real. Black Cleaner writes, he said, yes, but it requires the knowledge to be able to do it. You can become rich anywhere in the world if you have the knowledge. I don't think so. I don't think so. Um, I don't think those kids that's in the cobalt mines in Africa, no matter how smart they is, the chance of them getting out is slim to none. And that's a tragically, obviously, because that's nowadays legal slavery. Yeah, that's legal slavery. Um, and Black Cleaner goes on to write, the good thing about America is that it has a infrastructure. Let me make sure that yeah, and a financial safety net. Yeah, for sure, for sure. The Happy Meal is no longer worth the for sure, for sure. Hey, figuratively and literally, X-Pac is no longer worth it. And when it comes to a lot of these women, that's the thing that we was talking about last night on O'Shea Duke Jackson live. Because we was talking about just building up the community, but after some point, it almost came off to where a couple of brothers, not all brothers, because some of them, I think all of them was dropping great gems, but at some point, it almost like oh, I'm married, so I get to look down on you. I get to say you're not doing this or that and the third because I'm married. Well, it was one brother on there that been married for like 26 years, and I'm only saying pointing out him because I remember how long he's been married. I think he's a phenomenal brother. Got a lot of good things going on and stuff like that, and really being a pillar in his community. But he said he's been married for like 26 years, and what from my experience, what I told him is, bro, you've been out the game too long. You've been out the game too long. And yeah, cliche sayings work on the outside looking in, talking about the game don't change, it's only the players do. No, the game has changed. The game has changed. I'm sorry. Like when you got women that have put their hands on men for trying to talk to them, or women that like look at the shit that's going on with Abba. Oh, I'm gonna do something on that too. But look at the shit that's going on with Abba from Abba and Preach. You know what I mean? I think that woman, now here's the thing. I'm not never saying that he is innocent or anything like that, but I think that that woman is deceptive, sinister, and cunning. But we'll get into that. We'll say that for another chat or whatever. But oh shit, let me drop this link for y'all though. Just so because I think this is a hell of a conversation. U.S. has a financial safety net for women and children. It's difficult for men to get assistance. Yes, only by comparisons. You know what I mean? Only by comparisons. Because if you compare a man in America getting assistance compared to a woman in America, yes, is the women are helped leaps and bounds more. But if you compare it to out of the country, like say when we go down to the DR, them niggas is on their ass for real, for real. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And I don't see them having assistance like that. Now I could be wrong, but I don't see them having assistance like that. You know what I mean? But no, I definitely agree with that. And here's the thing, Chalupe, I double down on that. If it wasn't for Uncle Sam, we'll have a lot more deadbeat mothers. If it wasn't for Uncle Sam, a lot of women would be more understanding. I don't even want to say compliant because that's what they're going to say. But when I say compliant using it, they'll be more understanding of a family structure. We don't need a family structure. She don't need a family structure because guess what? She got Uncle Sam. She got Uncle Sam. Shout out to X-Pac. He say, I don't play rigged games. In Colombia, males ain't getting no help. See, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? In Colombia, yeah, I don't know. Now we got our good brother Prime in the building. Shout out to Prime, man. We got our good brother Prime in the building, and he's like the DR expert. You know what I mean? Now, if it's something going on in DR where males get assistance, um, yeah, fill me in. But other than that, I don't think so. Now, here's the thing. This is what I will say is I have seen, well, at least I've heard because they said this in Brazil as well as in the DR, that medical treatment is free. Because people can't really afford it. Well, basic medical treatment, like going to the county is free. You know what I mean? Shout out to Expat. He goes on to write, very little government assistance overseas. No Charlie, then Chalupe, right? Shout out to my brother POV pulling up in the building. POV, man, listen, I seen that you had came in this morning. That was on me, bro. That was on me. Just because, like I say, I was on live last night on damn I was on somebody's live last night because I don't want to keep dropping bro name like I'm trying to name drop or whatever. But I was on somebody's live last night and it was cooking, man. It was very interesting and shit like that, man. Long live the greats. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, they fought. Mm-hmm. Chalupe says, no, Charlie, you're right. They will fall in line and comply. Yeah, yeah, I agree. See, because because you got to get just work with me here, Chalupe. You got to keep in mind, and that's another thing about our society. We've been conditioned to watch our words so we don't offend anyone and things of that nature, or the wrong person could hear it. You could say something that could completely get taken out of context, and they could counsel you and stuff like that. But when we say that, we're saying we comply with the family structure with the family structure. That's what we say about that. You know what I mean? So yeah, yeah, I get it. Men would be more valued then. You know what I mean? And I think they gotta motherfuckers gotta pick a side, especially when it comes to our women. Now you guys know I don't really get on here and speak about different cultures of women, but specifically for today, I think femininity now I have impact all cultures in America, like races in America, because I'm sure the white women that started it, feminist movement was started by them for sure. It has impacted the white male community. In fact, man, I seen some things that go on over there. I'm like, damn, them brothers got it bad. You know what I mean? Like shit. To where the dude, the Bitcoin dude, to where he was in his daughter's life and his wife got over on him. He gave her all the money and stuff like that. And he still was behind. She was trying to take him for everything he got and stuff like that. And the court system was on their side. It turns out that the judge was a feminist. Oh no, they ain't hear that. I'm one more time. Turns out the judge was a feminist. Oh, how was she a feminist? Because when they look back in her record, she always give the harshest sentences to men. She always goes super hard on men. No matter if a woman is clearly in the wrong, she's always taking the woman's side. Land of the free. Shout out to Expat. He goes on to write, um, public hospitals are free in Thailand. Yeah, see, that's what I was referring to. Like, say things like that is free, but that's just only to patch you up if you got them in like hurt yourself or something like that. They not sending no food to your door. They're not saying that, oh, my money didn't come on my card this month. Where's my money? First of all, lady, that's not your money. That's not your money. That's money that the government deemed necessarily to help you out. You're not entitled to that. You're not. It's a privilege and not a right. It may listen, Chalupe, you a smart man, black cleaner, and even POV. If it's somewhere in the Constitution where that, please inform me. Let me know. Once again, I don't claim to know everything. You know what I mean? But what I will do is I will learn. So there's that. Uncle Sam is like the other dude that she can't choose. That's a fact. You can go with Sam and run wild, or she could be with me and have some rules. She picking Uncle Sam. God damn it. God damn it. Let me drop this link. Hey, yeah. Because when you think about it though, and let's just put it in context. When you think about it though, the same things happen with kids when the parents split. The mother is more loose. The mother is more, oh, I want you to be happy. The mother is more, I want to be your friend. You know how many times I told my daughter, listen, babe, I love that we cool. And I love to be your friend. But if you make me choose between being your father or being your friend, hmm, the friend gonna lose. The friend gonna lose, baby, for sure, for sure. Shout out OTO in the building. Pulling up and showing love, man. Shout out to good brother OTO. Um, yeah, I had wrote Ronan about you earlier. He never got back to me, but hopefully he'll be able to make that connection because I wanted to reach out to you, OTO, so we could start formatting that. So no, was it? I know a Thai guy who has cancer. Oh shit! Sorry to hear that. Can't work, receiving no help for his family. Hospital is free though. Shit, that's crazy. So with that being said, y'all see, I talk a lot of BS about America, but let's not get it twisted. It could be a lot worse, man. Like America is really one of those places, one of the greatest places that ever countries that ever existed. You know what I mean? In my opinion, at least from what I've learned, you know what I mean? The only thing that I would compare it to was Babylon, which is a dope book. You guys should read that. The Richest Man in Babylon, extremely dope book. You should listen to it for sure, for sure. Um, Johnny says, cheers to Drop Top Charlie in the chat room goons. I like that. The chat room goons. For sure, for sure. Yeah, no, we just let me put this what's name up here. Did I? Oh yeah. Yeah, so guys, you want to we pull up and chop it up a little bit. I'm probably not gonna be here too long tonight, But I think this is something that we need to that's worthy of a discussion, just because um, we walk around and act like a lot of times that not only has femininity impact America, but it impact individual communities, especially ours. I see you, bro. Especially ours. You know what I mean? So the only way, like say with the only way that you could get better in AA, first step is what? Acknowledging you have a problem. Because if you don't acknowledge you have a problem, what are you going to fix? If I'm driving on a flat and I won't acknowledge that the tire is flat, how can I fix it? You see what I'm saying? Black cleaner, what it do, good brother?
What's going on? Salute to the. No, there ain't no panel on here yet. Damn, I can't
Not
even
yet.
say my favorite line. What's going on, Charlie? How you doing, fam?
Man, it's a blessing, man. I seen you pull up on the Big Dog channel last night, huh?
Yes, yes, salute. Yeah, I mean they was dropping gems, so I really appreciate what they was talking about last night, especially homeboy Bishop, where he was talking about be the change that you really want to see in the world. Why we worrying about the problems when if you have the solution, then you should stop being the solution. Set the clean glass up to the dirty glass. That's how I learned it, and that's what I try to do. That's what I aim to do.
Well, I agree with that, but I'll tell you this. Like I say, it's gonna take more, and I said that last night. It's gonna take more than a sprinkle of men here and there. You see what I'm saying? Because not only do we got the media working against us, we got music, the what is that? The drill music, all of that, the anti us music. So we're gonna need something catastrophic that's gonna bring people to their senses. Like, bro, now he was cooking now. Him and
But
O'Shea. They both was cooking. Even LAR. They all was cooking. It's just that I think it's gonna take more. But in the
Really,
meantime, in
it's
the
not going to
between
take
time,
more.
yeah.
What it's going to take is, people holding fast. Because what happens is when people are holding fast, okay, and doing, and as we were just talking about, having the clean glass next to the dirty glass. Or basically what we're talking about is, okay, you are over here, you're doing everything right. You know what I'm saying? You're raising your family right. You're out here, you're making money, you're doing all of the things. And what happens is these certain catastrophes happen, i.e., the pandemic happened, the what's it called? The recession happens. These things happen once every 5 years out of a 25-year cycle. So if you're over there and you're doing the right thing, when the catastrophes happen, then guess what? Everybody starts to look to you because they were out in the wrong doing the wrong things, and you're the only one that's out here who was doing the right thing, who probably has saved up. Have you ever seen what's it called? The Boondocks, when Huey was over there and he was planning for the pandemic and all the chicken, and the what was it, the bird flu or the chicken flu happened. Now he was the only one that done saved up all of his rations and had a plan for when it happens. What happened? Everybody in the neighborhood came to his house. Like,
Yeah.
we know y'all are saved up in here. Y'all need to share with what y'all got. And it's like,
Well,
yo,
with
y'all
that
could
being
have did the
clean,
same
hold on,
thing.
real quick. Let me get to oh, and I'm working on dropping that too. But go ahead. I'll just I'll do that once you get done, brother. My bad.
No, I was done. But pretty much, that's basically because what you're saying is, yeah, something bad needs to happen. No, something bad is going to happen.
No,
We
that's
just
no.
need
I'm
to
not.
be
Let's be clear. I'm
prepared.
not saying something bad need to happen because I'm never wishing anything bad. I'm just saying we need something more catastrophic. If we had just as many rappers that was promoting the community, promoting getting to the bread in an ethical way and stuff like that, that's what I'm talking about. But when you got women that's like popular female rappers are the new thing nowadays, they twerking in front of the deletion clinic for children. They're out there saying dumb thing. I'll spend that $500 before I ever trap you. Why you just didn't be safe? Why you just didn't be safe? You didn't have to spend the $500 because a box of magnums only costs 4 or 5, which I think is crazy. But shit, It's not really crazy when you think about it's saving your life as well as it's saving you from making a life when you're not ready.
I
So,
agree.
but with that being said, let me ask you this. Don't you think at a point, like especially with your analogy, don't you think at a point it'll be too late?
That's the point that I'm trying to get to. It's, I'm not going to sit here if I'm over here and I'm trying to tell you, hey, don't go down that direction because something bad is going to happen to you, and then you still go down there. Well, I've done my duty. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and go down there and go learn because life is the best teacher. So if you couldn't take, as they say, you know what I'm saying, a smart man learns from the mistake of others. A smart man learns from his own mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others, and a fool never learns. So, okay, well, here I am. I'm trying to, give you the game. Now, how you respond with what I give you is going to let me know, are you a smart man or are you a wise man? Okay. So if you don't listen to me, well, okay, well, let me see if you're going to be a wise man or a fool.
There you go. Now I agree. Now that I agree with wholeheartedly. Real quick, let me read this from POV. Shout out to POV, man, a real good brother of mine. He said, make sure to subscribe to Charlie and Black Cleaner channel for sure, for sure. Expat goes on to write accountability. He said, you play the game yet? You're the one that they blame. Yeah, for sure, for sure. OTO, what's up, good brother?
What's good? What's good? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. How you doing over there, man?
Is the bass on my snares turned up?
I'm sorry, mama. For sure, for sure. But is that what you meant by that? Because that's the only thing I heard after that when you said that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay, okay. That's the only thing
You
I
caught
heard
it.
when you said that. But how you living out there, bro?
Good. Can't complain. You know what I'm saying? Life is good. Stock market's winning. I can't complain.
Oh man, we're gonna have to get into that a little bit early because I would and we can save it for the end because we like to say we're not gonna be here too long. But I think it's more or less a bull trap going on right now. What you think?
Bull chat. What you mean? I don't know what you mean. I just want you to explain so I won't say something that's not.
Yeah, bull trap. Like you got a bull market and a bear market.
Yep.
The market is looking bullish, but it's feeling like a trap because the market should in no way be where it's at right now with everything that's going on. Electricity high, gas is high, and people are the economy is somewhat suffering. The market don't reflect what's going on right now. That's what I mean by it's a bull trap.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Well, this is not financial advice, but I get what you're saying. But when you look at the businesses and the fundamentals, like let's just take Amazon. People are still buying products from Amazon. It's actually pretty essential from people, and especially Amazon even has like grocery stores. So you really actually are buying essentials from there, right? Versus consumer products with discretionary spending. But Amazon's still there. And again, Amazon now has opened a supply chain. So it's really the new UPS or FedEx. So they move products beyond the Amazon store. They move products at Walmart for Walmart now. And so they get customers at Walmart fast shipping, the same day, next day shipping, because they open their supply chain.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And people are still consuming content. So you still have Prime, right? That's entertainment. People are making money, advertisers of, peddling products and services. And so at the end of the day, these companies, especially if we're just talking like the Mag 7, they're generating $2 trillion on an annual basis, which is real consumer spending and other things. But net, they're making massive amounts of income, around 550 billion for 2025. And so in 2026, they're killing it, crushing it. Google, obviously, we're here on YouTube, right? YouTube is doing good. YouTube content creators have been paid over $70 billion over the last 3 years.
Had to get in the game.
You had to. It's essential. And what's funny is you're the 3%. Call yourself the 3%. Because most people consume YouTube. Only 7% produce on YouTube. So 97% of people just watch.
That's crazy. Hey, listen, shout out to you, bro. You pull up and get straight to dropping jewels. You might have somewhere to be. Like, I'm gonna drop these jewels and get up out of here. Man, yeah, no, that's what's up, man. I didn't know that. Shout out to you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in 2018, we had one company hit $1 trillion. That was Apple. Now we have about seven, and that's like Microsoft, Meta, and Google,
Tesla's on
Nvidia,
the way.
etc. Tesla's at 1.2 or 1.5 actually right now, so they're in it. But
I'm thinking
Berkshire
about, you
Hathaway,
know,
they're
excuse me, I'm
coming in.
sorry.
Berkshire Hathaway, they're coming into about 1 trillion. So, and then I think Lilly and I think maybe Microsoft, no, not Microsoft, MasterCard and Visa, but they're around like, I think 600 billion. So they're a little bit away, but they'll be coming. And so, yeah, I mean, companies are just doing record numbers on revenue and profit. And so all these are real things. Now, what you're talking about is in the market, things might be high here and there. But again, that never stopped people from still living their lives, which a lot of these products are daily consumables.
Mm. Yeah, shout out to you. No, that's a fact. Um, Real quick, man, we're just discussing, like, say, the impact of, femininity, not just on the West, but on our community specifically. You got anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I did. I kind of heard what y'all was building on, but I don't know. There's a couple of books and there's a couple of messages out there. I know there was one lady that was talking about femininity in corporate or just in the workplace, right? In the workspaces, all levels, white, blue collar, etc. How
Mhm.
that starts to change the system of meritocracy and more lean to egalitarian policies. So she went on a tour run speaking that from the mountaintops. I think that's a load of crock, but not because it's necessarily 100% false, but I'm just saying that, femininity in the workforce is something that's the whole world experiences. Go anywhere in the world and most women work to survive. Nobody's at home with kids. That's not a realistic thing. It's not even a realistic thing according to American history for most of American history. There was a lot of people that were slaves. You know who that was. There was even white people who were indentured servants. And then you still had most people were just busted and disgusted, right? Trying to leave Europe to come over here and make a way. So most people just work because everybody was broke down, busted. Children even work. That's why we passed laws to stop kids from working. So
Right.
I think a lot of times when we had this conversation, we're still in nostalgia, maybe some Hollywood myth about how the world was or where it is now. So everybody always kind of worked. The thing I would just say, women in the West are more politically aggressive. And so they took more landscape. They're in politics. They're passing more rights and more laws on the books for themselves. Of course, rightfully so. Y'all indoctrinated them like that. Women are conditioned to protect themselves, not men. So why would they, with political power, protect you, Charlie? You, with political power, will seek to protect women because that's how you've been conditioned. But as
Absolutely.
far as women, they're
100.
not conditioned to protect you as a male. So the day you give them equivalent power is the day that they're going to create laws and policies and just a culture that is biased towards them. And not only women will do that, men will do that in the name of women because they've been conditioned to protect women, not the other way around. Women are not conditioned and told as little girls to protect humans or boys or men. So why
Mm,
would I get political power and ever protect you? I'm
mm.
here to protect children and women.
That's an
Yeah.
interesting sentiment. You want to chime in on that, Black Lady?
Black Cleaner in the building. Shout out to Black Cleaner too. Go ahead, Black Cleaner.
What's going on, OTO? Um, what I say to that is he is correct. But what is the result of that? The result is as they say, the saying goes, hard times make hard people create easy times create easy people create hard times. So what you're doing is what they're doing is they're making laws that's going to create easy times, but it's also has created easy people, which is going to create hard times. So when he was talking about, back in the days, he's talking about, the different eras. We came from the hunter gatherer era, okay, where you had to go out here and kill what you eat. Then you got into the agrarian age where people worked as a collective and they farmed. Then you got into the industrial age where, you had the factories and the machines, and now you're in the information age. But guess what the information age is? The information age is actually the hunter-gatherer age on steroids now, because we're not here in the factories anymore. You know what I'm saying? We're all, as he said, remote workers working from home, doing all of these jobs, to where now they done got rid of the factories. And so therefore now you got to be out here, killing what you eat. If you're not smart, because the job market ain't there no more, because it's a lot more easier for a corporation to hire an independent contractor that's going to sign a 1099 versus an employee signing a W-2.
But I think you still be good even if you are 1099 or whatever. I mean, as long as you're receiving a paycheck, I want to make sure people understand you're good to go. You're the capital allocator of your future. And so net, I mean, there's more millionaires created at corporations than there ever was in the past. They actually provide you free equity, RSU, or employment stock purchase program. So as far as that goes, a 401k, which you can manage your own portfolio and ensure that your retirement is guaranteed by your own destiny as a grown functional adult. So I think that there's more opportunities. And I think what really happens is not so much even all those points that you just kind of, I agree with you, Black Cleaner, all those points you just kind of picked out, like the agrarian, the industrial, all this is development phases. It's not about actually East or West. I hear people say, it don't matter if you're eating rice over here in Asia or you're in America eating hamburgers. It all ends up the same. Once you have a development phase of a country that kind of goes through a phase where more people have economic means and options and opportunities, you find a situation where people don't do the same thing that they used to do. We're not going to have as much kids. We relate to each other differently. Yeah, the marketplace gets more competitive because the women are making just as much as you or more. So at the end of the day, now the same things that used to be appealing when y'all came together to work as a union is no longer appealing, especially if you're trying to match with somebody who's performing just like you or outperforming you. So you have this new negotiation. It's happening in the East. China, Japan, Korea, more developed Asian countries are dealing with the same issues with relationships. They're dealing with the same nonsense.
Yeah, but the problem,
development.
Yeah, I got
the problem is with that is, and I agree with you, Oto, but in the East, the mindset of the East is different because they're still the education system that we have in the West is still based on the industrial age when we have already, grown into the information age. So people are still out here, in the East. In the West, still looking for jobs, still, trying to sign a job application when they're supposed to be over here establishing your business and trying to be an independent contractor to get on the 1099 track. Bro, and the ones that are doing it, those are the ones that are advancing. The ones that are still, looking for a job door to door, they're the ones that's losing. It's like the digital divide.
No, I think it's just the East and the West thing, and it's just a human thing. Everybody thinks their grass is greener on the other side. If you come over to Asia, nobody's mad because they're not a small businessman. They don't want to be. They wish they had corporations where they could just go and sign a contract and get paid a nominal fee every time. That's it. No, people out here. I seen a 70-year-old granny selling eggs. There's an 80-year-old granny working until she passed out. That's nothing fun about entrepreneurship over here. This is not some dream. This stuff is hard. It's grotesque. They wake up 4 o'clock in the morning to go to the marketplace, and they've been cooking pad thai for over 60 years while raising children while they cook pad thai on the street, standing there in the hot sun. It's not easy. Entrepreneurship, they wish they had corporations. They wish there's no such thing as remote work in Asia. You're crazy. You're tripping. You're out of your mind. People over there in Japan are working 12 hours and then having to go to the bar as a social event and be the last one to leave. People are dying at the desk in Japan. That is how hard they're dedicating to the company. It's not like people are dealing with issues everywhere. That's a part of the human story. There's no time in history where you didn't deal with issues. 1950s, you were probably just made it out of World War II. It's never been easy. It's never been light. It's always been hard. And I'd say it's easier than ever. But I get your gist, but I just say the East and the West both have the same issues. And don't come out here thinking Asian women are a pullover. They're not. They're going to come to the table and say, where's the money for my ring? Where's the money for me to change my name? Where's the money for me to get out of my limo? Where's the money for me to get in the limo? This is all itemized prices that they charge you in a marriage. You better have a house free and clear, no loan. Yo, Charlie, you can't even have a house with a loan. The women say it has to be free and clear. They understand the difference between net worth and salaries. Women in the West don't even know that. They just like 6 figures. That's all they know. Girls in the East know we want 6 figures. We want this much as an allowance, and we want your net worth to be at least this. And we want you to have a free and clear home with no lien, no mortgage, no nothing on it. One in the city and one in a vacation in the rural areas. They do not play, bro.
Yeah, but the difference is that they will help you get it. You know what I'm saying? Because my brother, that's not true. My brother, I lived in Japan for 4 years. Okay, my brother, actually, I introduced my brother to his Japanese wife, and he's been married to his wife for 20 years now, and she's the one that helped him. Then she's the one that helped him get to the bag. She did require that all of those things be there. And he did maintain all of that stuff, but she did help him get to the bag.
Cope. We're not talking about that small situation. We're talking about the rest of the Japanese demographics where most people don't even actually mate. Most people don't actually cohabitate. Most people don't rock with each other in Japan. Now, I might be wrong, but the government of Japan is not wrong when they're passing policies in order to figure out how do they get people to relate, not only have children, but even to actually be in relationship with each other. Well, that is because the stats. I'm not talking about your specific situation of your brother getting married with a chick. Congratulations. There's good women anywhere in the world. Ta-da, that will do that. But that is not the masses. I'm talking about the general situation. So let's not cope strategy with passport bros. But say, if we just go to Japan, it's better. No, it's not.
The characteristics of Japanese people or their character themselves, they're naturally shy. So the reason that they probably aren't living together is because of, just their personalities of being shy and being passive. Because I mean,
they were doing it before.
But at the same time,
shy.
Say it again.
They were doing it before. They didn't have the issue forever. So what are you saying? They are shy now? They're more shy now, and hence that created a problem? Because if not,
because of technology, by what is it called? Before we didn't have the technology.
Just go work at Japan and give them the issues, then Black Cleaner. You are smarter than the actual Japanese government who can't figure it out, and you have figured out what it takes to fix the situation in Japan and why it's there. That's amazing.
Well, the only thing that I can do where I started in the beginning with Charlie is be a living example. All I can do is, and the same thing for you. All you doing is being a living example. You're over there with your Thai Thai girlfriend, Thai wife, doing it and showing people and showing people that it's possible. And then when people start to ask you, how to do it, then you give them the game. It's the same thing with me. I can't, I can solve my problem. And then when people ask me how I solved my problem, I can tell them. But no, I can't go out here and try to force everybody, my idea, because guess what? Not everybody's going to listen to me because not everybody's going to want to be like me. They're going to want to do their own thing.
Yeah, but my thing is, I never been an individual who's like, it's the West. It's not. It's just people. I'm not drumming up some situation like these people over here are different. They're human. They have different tactics. They have different strategies. But you're going to find toxic people Period. A culture can't stop that. Ask the local men. The local men are dealing with issues. So you might be okay as a foreigner in a foreign country, not realizing there's a slight advantage for you, but okay, cool. But at the end of the day, those people still have the same issues with relationships globally. It's just a thing of humans. It's nothing special about the West and the East. They're both dealing with population issues. They're both dealing with relationship issues. And both genders have some type of resentment or some energy, which is leading to a change in how they relate to each other. That's across the board. Korea,
Yeah.
Japan, China, period. Now,
The
all you
optimum
Casper birds
word.
can make up a situation and say, well, no, it's different. The West is in decline. Y'all just hate the West. And that's cool too. But at the end of the day, it's the same.
The optimum words that you just said was they have their strategies is different. Yeah, we all are all humans, but as you said, the strategies is different in the East than it is in the West. But also, the strategies seem to be working a lot more better in the East and in the West. And that's all people are saying is, oh, look at what they're doing over there to be able to cope with what's going on. A lot of it is their strategies in being unified, their strategies in terms of their education. A lot of them a lot more educated than the people in the West. Yeah. Think about it.
What does that matter? We like, what are we talking about? See, we just be making stuff up, bro. We the richest, we winning, we the most powerful country. End of story. You can make up all this other stuff. Japan, they're nowhere near us. They're not nowhere close. They bend the knee in power vacuums. Like, they are not on top of us by any shape, form, or fashion. If you believe that, you need to stop watching goddamn TikTok. China's not either. That's crazy. Okay. The average Chinese person make 15 grand a year and they struggle. It's hard in China. I lived in China. Not only lived in China as some stupid influencer, I was actually a diplomat. So I've actually worked in the agencies, FBI, CIA, and etc. I know what I'm talking about because I've been in some position of power while operating in China. And it's
all right, well, tell me America's gross domestic product versus Chinese gross domestic product.
Our GDP is larger than them.
What do we produce that the world needs that China produces that they don't, that the world needs?
Are you serious? Are you serious? Like, they have some advantages in telecommunication and manufacturing. We have advantage in financial markets and technology. Our freaking financial, what do you mean? We just had $17 trillion of market cap CEOs go take a visit to China, bruv. Like, we got 5 companies. Our top 5 mad companies are worth 21 trillion. That's more than the GDP of entire freaking China.
That's perceived value, though. There's perceived value and real value.
These guys make over $500 billion. Come on, you're out of your weight class with this.
Money.
500 billion annual net income. That's not perceived. That's not a joke. Our technology is some of the most superior chips on the planet. Shout outs to NVIDIA. They're trying to get our chips because they're so advanced.
Okay. So
let the good stuff too, but we got great stuff too. So to map it out that they winning, bro.
Let the grid fall apart and then see what we have versus what China has.
See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, cool. Until it happened, then we ain't talking about it. I'm talking about the now. Everybody act like Miss Cleo up in this damn thing. Y'all got all the damn crystal balls. If you got that crystal ball, short the grid and make $1 trillion. Go out there and get rich then. Short the entire energy grid because you know it all, and then short it, and I want to see you make $1 trillion on it because you know it. It's going to happen, right?
Yes, exactly. You're right.
Okay, then short it. But until that prophecy happens, I'm right. Flag in the background, stars and stripes. Put some respect on the game. I gotta give y'all the Birdman treatment.
Real quick, guy. I want to take a pause.
Put some respect.
Let me ask a couple. Read a couple of these chats. POV writes to Two-Tone, I'm assuming. He said, "What stock should I invest in tomorrow with $100?"
Education. Go educate yourself, because I ain't gonna give you a fish. You got to go out there and learn how to fish. You got to learn about the market. If you're asking somebody else what to do with $100, you need to know your own conviction play and why you would invest $100 in X company. I don't give people tickers like that. I don't give them fish. People got to teach themselves how to fish. I just talk about what I do. I don't give out financial advice.
My answer is check out Wall Street Trapper on Instagram, because he always is giving out good information, and he breaks it down to, you know, a language that I know OTO hates when people talk about this, but he does break it down, you know, to a layman's term that you'll be able to understand it. And he does give out good tickers. So if you're looking for
I don't care.
Yeah, if you're looking for someone to give you, you know, those answers, check out Wall Street Trapper on
Earn Your
Instagram.
Leisure. There's a bunch of people, but you go find it.
Red Panda.
Do that.
My little cousin is actually in the Wall Street Trapper mentorship. He has raving reviews about it. I think just far as that goes, now man, Charlie Chan gives no financial advice. This is just all just speculative, and it's my personal thoughts, not giving any advice. But I think what Elon Musk got going over there at Tesla, I think Tesla gonna do his thing, and I tell you why. For Elon Musk to get the bread that he's trying to get, he gotta make a lot of big moves, and those moves is going to move the ticker for Tesla crazy. You know what I mean? Because let's keep in mind, I mean, let's be honest, like Tesla is just a popularity stock for Elon Musk. Now, I'm not saying that they don't do this, that, or the third. I'm just saying it's a popularity stock. But in order for him to get that $1 trillion, which they say he's supposed to be the first like person trillionaire, like outside of Saudi families, I guess. But I think now, mind you, you got to go look it up for yourself. But this is just bro. I think they say he got to sell 1 million of those robots, 1 million self-driving cars, and I don't know, just a whole bunch of other stuff, to where if he do achieve that, even if he get close to achieving it, the stock is going to rise with it. And that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, shout out to that. And shout out to Wall Street Trapper. I think I'm all for the market of being free. Different people give out different messages. I don't do like, hey guys, if you got $100, do that. That's just not my lane. But that is his lane. So shout outs to him in doing it. I break down companies in the bottom line versus the headlines. These are goddamn like 10 books right here. All these 10 books are about great companies, from IBM, the creation of Apple, creation of Rolex, like everything is underneath here, bro. So that's what I kind of do, which is different. And shout outs to those guys. And yeah, I'm not against nobody in the space doing great things the way they decide to do it. I mean, they're creating content. Shout outs to that.
Yeah.
But
sure.
Going back to these broads, because that's what we were goddamn talking about. I don't want to jack the financial and go all there in that lane. I think that, yeah, what you're saying, Charlie, there's some validity to it, but I think it all kind of transitions back down to that most people have been conditioned to serve women. And that's why, regardless of a guy, when you give them the power too, they're not going to serve you in your interests. And I don't think they're evil for doing it. They're going to do what's best in their own interests. And they're going to pass not only just legislations, but just move the entire culture into worrying about them.
So let me ask you this: with the because you guys said some things that you was cooking, I want to chime in on. I'm gonna have to start doing like Ronan and taking notes. But you guys were saying something that I wanted to chime in on, but you was cooking and I didn't want to interrupt just because
go ahead, yeah. My
you
bad.
know what I mean. But you don't think that without and then guys, let me inform y'all of this. Shout out to Dorothy, the woman that donated to me earlier. Shout out to, she said donation from a feminist. Listen, shout out to you for that. But it's not it's not a hate thing, it's an understanding thing. You know what I mean? Shout out to my good brother Rick James getting on the scoreboard with it with a donation. I have that up for you shortly. But you don't think, like, say the things that went on in America is unique to America, and that's why now we get it. It's feminists all across the world. Like the Brazil, I think they the up and coming. Like they may take over America with
no,
feminists.
they beating America for sure.
You think so?
Yeah, they be wilding, bro. They be
do.
on the
They
next
do.
level.
They do for sure, for sure. But see, here's the thing. I'm not until they get to the point of like I'm offended in by breathing. I just stay out of their way. You know what I mean? That's just my thing. We ain't got to see eye to eye, but it is worth a discussion. But you don't think the things that America have a unique history that kind of created the beast that we are today?
Well, I think it always been sucker like that. Like there's been Japanese explorers and people who were tradesmen that came to the United States and talked about how men were henpecked. Like y'all always been stomping stones for women. So and it is what it is. I'm not mad at it. I'm not hating on the women for it. I'm not raging about it. Y'all always been stepping stones. Men used to come on and write articles in journals about it and be like, I remember it was one Japanese guy who came and he was a diplomat. He went to an opera and basically he bought tickets to the front row, right? And so he's like, hey, these are my front row tickets, boom. And then he went to sit down and some fair lady came by. She was a fair lady. And she was like, hey, I would like to sit here. And he was like, excuse me, this is where I paid to sit. No. And she was like, really? And so she yelled to the audience, like, hey, this guy is not giving up his seat for a fair lady.
No.
Man, they grabbed that dude and threw him out the goddamn opera and said, don't you ever disrespect a woman in our country. Bro, what?
Ain't no way. Where was that?
This is in America, early America. Men have always been henpecked in America.
Was
It
he a
is what
white
it
man?
is. Yeah, he was definitely a white man. That's the majority.
I thought you said he was Asian.
Oh, you're talking. I thought you was talking about the man who threw him out. No, the man was Asian. Yeah, he was an Asian diplomat.
You see where I'm going with it, right?
You're trying to say that Asia did not have that. And so thus, therefore, if they don't have problems today, right now, here in the live.
Well, no, I was saying that had he been a white
exactly.
man sitting in the front row, they wouldn't have threw him out of the office, out of the
That's what you're saying.
opera.
Well,
they would have been like they'd have took the fair lady and have been like, sit your ass in the back.
No, they would not, because they did that amongst each other. They had duels and fought each other. They put a shotgun to your back if you didn't marry their daughter, but you slept with her. Like,
Hence the term
she slept with
shotgun
you.
wedding.
But what I'm
Hence the term
saying
shotgun
is
wedding amongst white people, not black
if-
people or Asian people. So they've always been busters.
if it was Mr. Disney or Mr. Vanderbilt who was sitting in the front of the opera,
No, skip that. I'm giving you a white to white example. A white to white example of what I'm saying is that men have always been servants for women. Y'all always served women for the most part. So that's where your conundrum is. That's where the issue is. You do what they say.
And that's where the problem. And that's where the problem lies, to be honest with you. And it's been prophesied. And it's been a prophecy ever since. And we talked about this earlier on one of the earlier lives, since Eve ate the fruit. You know what I'm saying? Got tricked by the snake. Because why? Because
was on that live.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I don't think she didn't get tricked. She did what she wanted to do. She didn't.
No, she did get tricked.
The snake told the truth.
Yeah, the snake
told the truth.
Yeah, the snake told her,
you'll see, and blah blah blah.
You'll get more. And what happened? The woman was like, "Oh shit, I want more." And then
he said that she was going to be able to do that. He didn't trick her. He said what he said.
I mean,
it was her desire for wanting more.
And it forced me to think about it.
No, it's her desire from doing what she did. She wanted to do it. She had free will.
Yeah, and it was her desire for wanting more, because the law was, hey, stay away from here. Y'all got all of this, and you're sitting in the garden. You got everything that you need. Stay away from here. But guess what? She didn't want to respect the rules of the garden. The man did. Adam did. He's like, hey, yeah, we got everything we need. We good, bro.
First simp, though.
Yeah, he was the first simp, original simp. And I'll go further and say God might have been a goddamn. No, hold on. Let me say this, Charlie. I would have said God might have actually set the damn simp. God set up simping originally. If Lilith was true, I don't know Lilith and Lilith. People say it differently, so I'm saying both of them. If that story is true, now if it's not, then discard what I'm saying. But he made a girl already, and she rejected the notion of being traditional and serving a man. So he had to do away with her.
Well, they
And
say
then he
that's a
still
bit
said,
of a folktale, but
I know,
heard that.
but if it's true, right? And then he still sent the angels to go get her, but she was doing some things with the demons. He was trying to save her, but she was like, I choose the streets. So be it. Then he decided to create another one. And then the traditional woman, which was Eve, because she fell into the role, she still chose liberation. She still chose her free will to do as she pleased and bit the apple. So God gave it to one or two examples, and they both did whatever they want. Now, I think the story is there to express that humans have free will.
Yeah.
That's the gist of it. And they both didn't take accountability for their decisions. Eve blamed the snake, and Adam blamed Eve. That was the problem of why God punished them.
And
So
what is
that's my
what is the moral of the story? Disobey God, it will result in
It's free will.
consequences of
Humans got
punishment.
free will.
All right, well, be free will if you want. That's basically what God's saying. Be
Yeah,
free
that's
will if
fine.
you
Well,
want, and
no,
you'll suffer
I
the
think that's kind of
consequences.
part of the truth. Black Cleaner, and I'll tell you why. In now that I do think about it, I don't. I do think the serpent tricked her. When I think about it, and I think about the story that I was told, we all could have got different stories. But damn it, what was you just saying
Yeah,
before
it's
that, Black
cool.
Cleaner?
None
I'm
of us
sorry,
was
my
there.
apologies.
Go ahead, Black Cleaner. He was
I
actually
just said the results, the moral of the story is, hey, there are rules to the game. And if you choose to be choose your free will and be a free thinker and go against the rules,
Oh, that's
you're
right.
going to suffer the consequences.
Well, here's the thing. And this is what a lot of people don't really talk about. If that's the case, and like say if it's God Almighty, why even put the tree in the garden? You see what I'm saying? I'm saying that to say, what's the point of having free will if you don't have the choice to do wrong? You got to choose to
Exactly.
do right. It can't be forced upon you because it's not free will at that point.
Yeah, it's not.
You see what I'm saying?
And now you're mad about free will. Now
Right.
you're out here raging.
And,
Like,
and,
you don't make no
and then
sense. That's
to
humans.
add more context to that story too, you guys know where they called the tree of life was. It was in the center of the garden. It was in the
Mm-hmm.
center of the garden. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying that's only relevant because they had to pass everything else that they had in abundance to go
Mm-hmm.
focus on the one thing
Mm-hmm.
that they didn't have.
Mm-hmm.
So I land
But
there,
But
that's
but
what
I do also think
that's
it's
what people do.
interesting
but
the
see,
story
this is
about the first.
how
What'd you say?
life is created. Everything that you're saying is absolutely correct. But guess what? In order for life to be created, you need to have the friction of the positive and the negative. You know what I'm saying? That's what goes on in the nucleus, the proton and the neutron.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to get all deep and philosophical
Shout
with
out
it,
to
but
you.
that's really what it is. You're asking, why did God put that there? Because he needed the friction in order to create what he got going on right now.
I wouldn't say it's friction. I just maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. But like I said, with no choice to do right, no choice to do wrong,
Yeah.
how's that
Just a
free will?
setup.
You see what I'm saying?
You just live in a
And he gave you
pre-conscribed.
explicit instructions. But I just also think it is like OTO say, whether it's a myth or not. I just also think it's quite interesting that the story of the first two women that was on Earth was
a loss, a wash.
a wash. Yeah, there you go. For lack of a better term.
And then, like I said, it's not like people just want to map it out like it's easy. God had to deal with the devil. Wasn't he an angel?
Yeah, that's what they said. A fallen angel.
All right, then. So even the all-powerful, all-knowing, he had to deal with ups and downs too. Right? So it's not only Eve that was running amok, the angel ran amok, right? Because he became the devil. So net, that's just a part of life. And so shout outs to Black Cleaner's example with his brother going to find a girl that matched and stuff. There you go. But that is going to be hard to come by. So when we talk about the cosmos, which is full of all the opposite of what Black Cleaner was talking about, duh, that's what it is. Motherfuckers gonna bite the apple. Angels gonna turn on the goddamn God, and that's just free will. And then you live your life accordingly. As someone who, like Black Cleaner, found a partner, built something great, and they live a high quality life. Versus somebody passing through trauma after trauma, event after event, creating problems, wreaking havoc, blaming universe, blaming schools, blaming feminism. Find you a goddamn broad that's good for you and stop being out here all toxic. Fix your issues. And if the marketplace don't have your partner available, then sit back and be by yourself.
I think a lot of what you said has validity to it, but I also believe there's not to discuss a problem is not saying that we're blaming. Would you agree with
No,
that?
no, no. I don't say that what y'all saying. I'm just talking in general, right?
Oh yeah, for
Like
sure.
if I blame feminism and blame this, I get what y'all saying, and I'm all good for articulation of it, right? But what I'm also saying is you have to really bruh, it's a difference between if I say I got great relationships. I can get some of the legendary ladies in my life to come up here and be like, yo, he was a great man, blah, blah, blah. It was good. So I don't really have issues with that type of department, right? All the girls I've been with has been good. But the time I express how I was able to achieve that, right? Like, how did you able to have good, healthy relationships? I say, well, I never choose a partner who tell me I'm in a doghouse and I can't get none. That doesn't work with me. As a human, I just don't think that's a fair exchange. Well, he'll tell me, well, if you tell no to a girl, you won't have, then I'll be dry D. I'll live my life as dry D, but I won't live my life underneath those type of terms in a relationship. That's just not how I see life.
I like that.
Now, there's a lot of men that do whatever they got to do to get access to the box or a relationship. Same with broads too. So that's where people are finding most of their issues, right? Now watch this. People can change. And so if they do change, I let it go. I understand that. People can change, have different mindsets, want to do different things with their life, right? Decide I'm no longer attractive to them because I'm always overseas, right? Some girls liked me because I was overseas clandestine operations. Then when they grew into a different phase, they was like, I don't really like that you're always away. See, it don't work no more. That used to be sexy. Now they changed.
That's a fact.
Right? My looks got better. My wallet got thicker. But it was just that those things were no longer attractive to them because they wanted to move in a different direction or whatever the case was.
Yeah.
You get me?
I think that's an interesting point, OTO.
I agree.
Something similar, but on the opposite side of the coin is just like COVID broke up a lot of relationships and marriages because now people had to spend time together.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But also too, COVID showed something as well. It was funny because I was watching a reel and they was talking with Charlie Murphy. He said that he was in his house during the pandemic, no, during Hurricane Sandy, and he said the house didn't have lights for for a week, and he said his son came to him and was saying. He said he digged at him and he said he made a point. He said, "Nigga, why should we listen to you? You can't even get the lights on." It is, and Charlie Murphy was like, something. He had a point, and that's really what it is when it comes to a lot of times with our women. Our women is over here and they're looking to us for their safety and their security. But the reality is. They know who really provides the safety and the security. It's the infrastructure that we live under. So it's like, why am I going to listen to you when I can just go to court or I can just go to the state house and get everything that I need from there? So that's what I'm going to do.
Husband when I got a good uncle.
Thank you.
I
hear that. I see that point too.
Yeah. But like I say, with that being said, I think it's some things that are unique not just to the country but to our race, just because of me. And I get it, like they said, and I haven't done my research on that, so you guys can chime in if you want to, but I know it happened to black people, which they said that it wasn't just black people that it happened to, and I can believe that, but when the government was paying women that didn't have a man in their house. You see what I'm saying? Like where it was you could struggle with him and y'all figure it out with y'all kids, or you put him out and move in Uncle Sam. You see what I'm saying? And with that being said, that something became systemic because now you got the mama talking shit to the son because he looked like his daddy. You see what I'm saying? Now you got mama disrespecting the son because in front of the daughter. And that's something systemic because guess what? Now she's talking to her boyfriend the way that her mama talked to her brother. And her kids is going to do the same. And it's something that keep on just rolling, in my opinion, and growing like a snowball to where it's just big. Like some of the most disrespectful women that I have seen, I didn't say all, but just some are women. And this is what I said. You guys may not agree with it or whatever, but and women even agree with it. They just don't know they agree. I feel like a woman that's loose with her tongue is just as bad as a man that's loose with his hands, and I'll tell you why. A woman will say psychological abuse is worse than physical abuse because those bruises are healed. But when a woman, after you done shared your secrets with her, whether right or wrong, I urge for you don't share your secrets with women. Go find you a nice tree, nice curvy tree to go talk to. They never tell you. But once you tell her your secrets and you told her everything that plagued you, the shit that happened to you when you was young and stuff like that, now it's a weapon that's in her pocket that she's gonna use more often than not to belittle you. And it just keep on spinning and spinning and growing. Like the first thing that, like, say you disagree with a woman of in our culture, guess what? The first two things she gonna say? She said either say your mama or you a bitch. And and it's not a brag or nothing, but I've literally seen men get shot and beat up for calling another man that word.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I would say this is one of the things men get wrong with a lot of things, and both genders mess up too. So don't think it's just only men. But one of the biggest things that men get wrong is, don't we say this, Charlie? I'm getting married. I'm getting out of the game. Hang up my jersey, black cleaner. I'm getting out. O2O is getting married. That's what we say, right? But that mentality is washed. Yeah, turn in my player card. You about to become the biggest player, and you're about to get into the biggest championship game ever called marriage. So most people have a mentality, when I get the marriage, I can lay back. I ain't got to play games no more. It's not like the dating market. I'm sorry. The marriage market is serious. See, dating's expeditions. That's preseason type stuff.
Yeah. I wouldn't say it's preseason. I would say that's park basketball.
Park basketball, right? Yeah. That's you still trying to get into JV or varsity. That's what that is, right? Marriage is the biggest game of them all because now your estate is entangled. Now families are entangled, and it gets more complex. And so what I'm trying to expose is the mentality. I was talking to a gentleman about this stuff, and I was telling him I was hitting the gym, working out, getting my pecs impeccable. And he was telling me this. He said, bro, I ain't got to go to the gym. I got my wife. So your wife don't like six packs no more. That's what you think? You think your wife just, I don't like six packs no more. I'm married, right? He's not understanding that there still is a game. There's a power struggle between two partners that you have to realize. And I think a lot of men don't realize that. They go into relationships thinking like, hey, I'm with my partner, we're a team. And that might be true, but even teams, even inside the military, we fought for power. There was a power struggle, even if I was the commanding officer or the detachment commander. Somebody tried to usurp me. Someone wanted the power themselves. Somebody wanted to live vicariously through me with the power. You get what I'm saying? Someone intends to honey trap me so I could do what they want while I'm still in charge. So these are real things that you have to deal with. And then once I tell most men these layers to the relationship, they're like, man, I'm getting tired, man. All right, then stay single. That's how you guarantee you ain't got to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
But when you get in a marriage, in any human relationship, it's complicated. And I'll land on this. If I'm not speaking facts, look up this simple term in Amazon and Google. How to Train Your Husband. And they'll have books with men or dogs with leashes on them of how women try to train and condition their men and their partners in order to get along and get on their program. It's legitimately like if the other shoe was on the foot, that would be banned. But there's legitimately books that you can just go to Amazon. It'll say How to Train Your Husband, and it'll have like a dog or the dog is scratched out. It's ridiculous. So, but that's what women do. They consciously do that.
Yeah.
And I think that is put us in this position where you're saying, hey, what's up with femininity? I think a lot of men are conditioned and losing it on this war front. Because they know go ahead, Black Cleaner. I talked enough. Go.
No, I was going to say, well, that happened in the Marines. It really didn't happen in the Navy like that. There wasn't really that much of a power struggle.
That's lying.
Hey, I'm out of that one.
But I will say this.
Because y'all ain't got no power in the Navy. That's why ain't no damn struggle.
Yeah, you're right about that. You know what they say about, you know what Marines stand for, right?
No, I never heard this one. What?
My ass rides in Navy equipment.
I never heard of that one. Okay. All right, Black Leader. Okay. I see. Okay. Little jab Judah. Okay.
But the thing is, what I've noticed, and I try not to get into the East and the West debates or philosophy, but there is a difference between the jungle where, everybody's racing to be the king of the jungle. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's trying to fight to get the lion spot. But then you also have the forest, where in the forest you got all of them, the deer, the rabbits, and everybody's working together in harmony. So, but also, you have your what's it called? Quantum physics, where they believe in the Murphy's law, and then you have the physics when there's just law and order going on. So you also so there's those two things that go on. You know what I'm saying? Where you have, and we're getting right back to what we was just talking about before. It's really about choice and what you want to choose and free will. So yeah, if you want to be in the realm of the power struggle and you all are sitting there with the competition, or like if you're prime example. We'll take it back to high school. Okay. You got the people who were in sports. You got the jocks, the people who were on the football team and on the basketball team. They were in competition. But then you also had the people who were in band. And in order for the band to be successful, it got to be, and we know from the movie Drumline, one band, one sound. There has to be harmony in chorus. So it's about what you choose.
You're right, though. One band, one sound. Real quick, guys, I gotta step away and take a call. Do you mind holding it down for me? I'll be right back.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'll be right back.
So what do you say to that?
What you just said? Nah.
Yeah, about the harmony and harmony, cooperation versus competition, because that's really what we're talking about.
Okay. I see what you're trying to say. I think so. I don't want to get it misinterpreted. So, okay, you're saying on one side of it is harmony and one side is competition.
Correct.
And you're saying that the East is more harmony?
In cooperation, and then the West is in competition.
I think they have that aspect in their culture, just like we have it. We call it tolerance. That's like our harmony, but they don't really have it neither. Like they hate each other. They don't cooperate. I live in Asia. They're regular people. They might phrase it in these terms, but they still have the same competitive edge. They don't sit in harmony. What do you mean? Like they massacre their own people internally if they don't ride accordingly. I mean, in Thailand, there was slavery. They're just regular people. And they have, let's say beliefs, like both groups have beliefs, and they try to terminalize cooperation in different ways, but they also have confrontation and competition. They're human. I don't think no belief makes them non-human and allows them to not experience the human story like anybody else. A lot of these countries, have different perspectives. They're hegemonists. That doesn't speak to collaboration and coordination. They're very nationalistic, protectionist. I don't know if that's harmony per se. And then they have internal issues, right? You know, people down in the South are clapping with people up north. They have different beliefs. Like, I don't know. I just think they're just human, and they might terminalize it, phrase it different, see things different. That's okay, because, you know, all this stuff is made up anyways. But at the end of the day, they're still going to have a human experience. They're still going to do nothing different than what we do. They're just going to call it different things. And I think that is a little bit more accurate around the human experience. We're not better than at worst. We're all human. We're all going to do the same atrocities and same nonsensical BS. We're just going to call it different things.
So you think that there is no code that all of them get on when it comes to the global market?
No, they internal fight in India, fights with China. They hate each other. Then you got Pakistan to India. They hate each other. Then you got Japan and China. Beefs go back before Europeans ever existed on the planet. Of course, those empires are long older and formidable than, you know, American or Western history. And they had massive amounts of beef. Japan trying to invade China, China trying to invade Japan, Mongolia trying to invade China. Like, they got little to no story of cooperation. We just don't know their stories. And so we just kind of fantasize about them. But they all got the same drama and the same issues.
So why do you think that there's this whole situation that's going on where, you know, we're fighting over territory with the China and, you know, Russia and, you know, pretty much that's really what's going on. It's like a proxy war going on in Iran, because you got, you know, the Iran's being backed by the Chinese and the Russians going against, you know, the Americans.
Yeah, proxies war have been a thing of the world prior to America, prior to Europe, prior to Arabs, prior. Proxy war is just proxy war. It's not like a, you know, a certain group thing that they only do proxy wars. And then you got Thailand and Cambodia. They fight right now. Got nothing to do with Europeans and China. They got beef with each other because they got history with each other, stretching back further than before America was created. So everybody's got beef, really. I mean, we just don't know about it and we don't care. Yeah, Iran war, but like I said, Cambodia and Thailand got their war. Kosovo and Serbia got their war. Ukraine and Russia got their war. Then the next country, then the next country. So everybody's got their internal beef that America, all roads don't lead back to America. It's just beef they had pre-existing. Like, you come here, Thai people be like, man, them Cambodians always trying to steal our swag, steal our culture. Now they saying this territory is their territory and it's not. And they got like beef with each other. Then you got some people down south, far south of Thailand. They're like, yeah, we not really Thai. We really this and we really that. And so everybody's got issues, bruv. It ain't nothing new. Humans always create issues, man. So it's just war, and that's just human. But it's way less war than it was in the past. So I call it progress.
But with that being said, OTO, you don't think conflicts is going to come with humans. You know, it was one time my mother, she's older. She was talking about like an episode on Star Trek to where it was I guess a race of people, a humanity of people, to where they were black and white, like split down the middle, with black on one side and white on the other. And they even found division because the people that was white on the right side was different than people that's black on the white side. But I'm only saying that, or they had differences or felt like they was better than. I'm only saying that to say, at least the actual question, OTO, you don't think some problems are unique to the geographical location or the history of that location?
Yeah, I mean, that's where they usually reside from. That's why I say, like, when people be like, oh, the Indians were in America or something, like, what Indians? They had more beef with each other than they had with Europeans. So when Europeans came, they did business with them because they had no history with them. They had beef with people from Chickasaw, India, because they probably stole some valley from them because they wanted some rights to waterways. And so they had more beef with each other than they had with some stranger that they just met. And so, of course, that didn't pan out for them, right? But at the end of the day, that's like, and same thing in Africa. And I don't hold those Africans all the way back then to contemporary concept of groups today, that's stupid. Back then, it made sense for them to see the world the way they saw it because they were at that time with limited access to information. And you get what I'm saying? They had no technology. So of course they thought like that. That actually makes sense. So I don't think, like, when we look at these situations on the ground, it's not to judge or chastise. It's just to understand the context of what's going on. You get what I'm saying? And then coming to a point of accepting it and being like, oh, okay, I get it now. But now trying to, juxtapose it to what we're doing currently, like, oh, we're in war today and da 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 da. That's just life, man. Like, there's some nuances. I get what you're saying, but everybody has that.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
not like
For sure.
it's not like if we let's say I snap my fingers and China was the number one powerful country in the world, that there will never be a war ever again or lower wars. It'll probably still be wars. It'll still be people getting skitty pop because that's just what a powerful entity has the position and power to do. And not saying it's wrong or right. It's actually right because life is life. Things die, things get attacked. You're making up some story in your mind where you're saying humans are not supposed to go to combat. Like, where did you get that from? Who told you that? Like, what? You get what I'm saying? That's like nonsensical. Like, what are you talking about? Your next door neighbor might jack you. Like, what are you talking about?
No, that's a fact. If it goes down, your next door neighbor is the one that's more likely to take you out.
Yeah, exactly. Way more likely to take something off your plate.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick, guys, let me send a shout out to Ronan. Ronan, that's a good point. You want to come up and converse on it? He was saying, why do we always leave the little hats out of these conversations? I agree. I definitely agree.
No, please, no. Not that, man. That shit is low energy. Why are y'all always like, come on, bro? That's like, that conversation is wiggity whack. Y'all done had it. Y'all lost it. And stop being jealous. Like, get better, get smarter, get equipped, stop losing. I don't think we're losing. I think that's the dumbest, like, one of the dumbest positions out in the space. But, people have their positions in the world. It is what it is. Like, come on, bro. Like, we always got to take it there.
Real quick. Let me send a shout out to Misha.
Because Kanye can't read a contract. It's small. Go ahead.
Yep. Shout out to Misha from Vibing with Misha. She said, hello, what's up, chat? Hit the like button. For sure. Make sure to hit the like button, man. We over here building, man. And we doing numbers today for on the subscription side. Like say, yeah, we doing numbers. So shout out to Misha for that. Shout out to good brother Ronan pulling up on the channel. Ronan, you want to pull up and talk about your appearance last night in the conversation that was had? You're more than welcome to, good brother. But when you say when you say jealous, OTO, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's just some low energy. It's like, I remember one time. Wait, hold on. Do you rock with Nick Fuentes?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
What about you, Black Cleaner?
Nick who?
Fuentes. He's like the white.
Don't know him,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no.
But
nah, he's not in my algorithm.
Okay, got you. I mean, look, we got a great country going on. We got things going for us. And I think, wait, you said jealous, right? I think even Ye might have said it a little bit later. He was just saying, like, bro, there's plays that people make and you could just learn from them. And then also learn their plays to stop them and then out strategize. Like, this is a world of war. Nobody owes you anything in this world. So again, I think we're so disconnected from the reality of where we are as America. How long have people been saying this about America falling? It's the worst. It sucks for a long time, bro.
Yeah, we thought it was
Y2K.
over after COVID, bro. We was making
bro. Before that, Y2K. I'm holding the people who said
that is
the world was over accountable. But
See,
even before that,
I was old enough, but I wasn't as old, obviously, as I was when COVID hit. Like, we was making plans to where, like, if they come up this way, we're gonna block them, get them at the door, and fight. You know what I mean? Like, we thought it was over. So
yeah, right. Sure. And I'm just different, man. I see a lot of history just through my own lens, which is, like I said, bias. It's a story and a mental module that helps me get through life. But I don't look at my ancestors as anything bad. I'm like, bro, everybody's been enslaved, but my ancestors got out of chattel slavery and became some of the most successful black people on the planet that this earth
That's a
has ever
fact, though.
experienced.
That's
That's
a
how I see
fact,
our
though.
history.
OTO
So
finna
no
make me
matter how
get my
many
bag
whips,
now.
chains, lynchings you can pull out in front of me, I say, yeah, and despite all those conditions, look at where we at today in comparison to people in Brazil or Nigeria. And so at the end of the day, I'm kind of like, yo, we in our bag. And so I don't look at America, especially Black America, the same way as most people look at it. Now, furthering that point, as far as countries having beef and issues, yeah, America, we had issues, we had tensions, for sure, for sure. But looking at how far we came from those tensions, oh, we're doing good as far as geniuses go. Because when I look at a place like India, when I look at a place like China, I would not love to be in the caste system in India, any shape, form, or fashion. I'll be relegated to a street sweeper, even if I die and come back to life. That is how entrenched caste system, stereotypes, prejudice, is entrenched inside of India. And that stretches beyond Europeans ever met Indians. That's just something Indians did. Shout outs to them for what they do and how they do it. It's not my country, not my culture, don't care. So when I look at the situation on the ground and how far we are, I say we're doing good as far as geniuses go. Is there room for improvement? Of course. Is there some benefits and some things that other countries are doing better than us? Of course. But do I want to give up what I got to go live in a life in CCP? Well, I'm so free as an American. I actually have the ability to renounce my citizenship and go over there and attempt to try to claim citizenship in China. We'll see how that works out for you because they're hegemonists and they don't want you one lick. Japan don't want you one lick. Even Japanese blacks that are born in Japan and all they know is Japan are relegated to the external peripherals, gaijins. And so, as far as geniuses go, I'd rather be where I'm at with the lot that I'm at and go further than my ancestors ever could thought was possible. And shout outs to them because I know when MLK and Malcolm X look at your broad man today, they are happy and blessed with the progress on the ground. At
Absolutely.
least.
Absolutely, I agree.
So
I
I'll
agree
take that.
wholeheartedly. But what I was going to say about even my bag, because when like I said, okay, there's bad people everywhere. You know what I mean? But for the most part, a lot of the people that I run into are the people that's I think what Martin Luther King was referring to when he said, like, say, even in your broken down, and I'm paraphrasing, guys. I can't quote him, but say even in your broken down RV as a white person, you in the code, you can still say I'm better than black people. So when I say get in my bag, and people, and like say people up here get out of line or say something, especially people of a different race or whatever, whatever. But I'm like, look at you. I got a better car than you, and I'm living better than you, and you got a 400-year head start. That is a more says something more about you
Stunt.
than it does about me.
Hit the stunt
You
button.
feel me?
And then this is my favorite. I love it when people come up to me and be like that little sentiment, and they know that they know it's like, let's say I go to X, I'm on X, so you know people be talking wild on X, right?
That's the
I
second
remember I went somewhere and then somebody said some stuff like that, like, oh, you're black, you're a blackie, you're a monkey, you're an ape. I was like, and imagine that. I could feed my family, I could feed myself, and you're struggling, punk. So
You're
watch, a
struggling.
monkey has outperformed you in life in a real way. It doesn't matter if you come from George Washington. I'm still stunting on you. I'm doing bigger and better than you'll ever do here in real life in a real way. And if you feel mad in some real type of way, you can't even take my life from me, bruv. So at the end of the day, that's how real it is in
That's
the
a fact.
field. Because, you know, we often say in the black community, yeah, you can have that money, but can you beat me though? So net, I take it there too with them. Like, but can you beat me? And the answer is no. You're probably fat and overweight, and you're mad at some little group because you're underperforming. Guess what, brother? You're not Abraham Lincoln. You're not George Washington. You're none of your ancestors. You don't embody no Napoleon. You don't
At all.
embody no Julius Caesar. You're not Marcus Aurelius. I'm more Marcus Aurelius because I move more like him. and I control and command more than you do in a real life in a real way. And the only thing you got to grasp on, the only thing that you can hold on to is your whiteness. So I understand your pain and your struggle and
Right
your
on to you,
suffering
brother.
and your misery.
Yeah, that's what I tell them. Right on to you. See, but here's the thing: that when I do that, especially when I'm in a public place or whatever, they're like, oh, you, that wasn't necessary. Well, it wasn't necessary for them to come at me like that. I just let them know that that high horse that they're on is not even a horse at all. It's actually a pig and is quite low to the ground. So you can get off of that with me. You know what I mean? But real quick, OTO, when I was on the phone, you was starting something and I missed it when you was talking about Nick Fuentes. Would you because I feel like you can
Oh,
go into something.
yeah. I was going to save that if Ronan was going to come because he's the one who really made the point on one of the streams that I just thought it was kind of crazy because, yeah, we might not agree about like Iran and a war or something like that. But we found ourselves agreeing with Nick Fuentes and we use that as like, yeah, see, Nick Fuentes says this too. And I'm like, wait, when the hell we start agreeing with this ninja? Like, you know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like, why are we bringing up his name? Like, I thought that was just a big no-no. Yeah, but we hate Iran so much. We're going to deal with a white supremacist and we're going to agree with him according to that narrative, if you follow by it. So I thought that was kind of like out of pocket, like wild. But if you do, I'm still not tripping about it. I just wanted to point that out. I thought it was kind of hilarious. But
No.
I think, like, as far as that, again, geopolitics is more complicated. Top secret documents that we are not disclosed and we don't have access to. But definitely, you don't think that when Trump went into actual China in Beijing, it wasn't negotiated that he has the strata on hold, which massive amounts of oil come from Iran to China,
Mm.
and we hold the blockade.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't give you some
That's a
type
fair
of
point.
position and power. So as much as you want to talk about Israel and all this other nonsensical conspiracy theories, okay, cool. But I'm also going to throw into the fact that he went to go take the meeting and he sat up there and said, hey, I have a blockade, not only from your oil that used to come from Venezuela, but also your oil that mostly came from Iran. So when I say open up your goddamn country so we can do business, I bought 70 trillion to your doorstep. Open the damn country. Or we can just take it to, can you beat me though? Or we can go back to making this money. What you want, silver or lead? The choice can be made. Now,
And see, that's
again,
the
I can
whole,
be
and that's
wrong.
the part that I don't like about America because that's the same thing that they said to the people in Afghanistan. You know,
I love
we
it.
can give you a carpet full of gold or a carpet full of bombs.
I love it. I love it. I don't really trip about it. I love it. Now, I get why people don't like it. So I'm not like you're crazy or anything. I get it. But that's life.
And that's the same thing that the mob used to say: help them or hurt them.
Yup. Because people do it to us. What the hell? What you think they're going to do? Not do it to us? And as far as geniuses go, last time I checked, there hasn't been any world wars underneath our watch. Because when UK had the power, it was World War I and II. When China had power, they were deleting mad people in Asia, millions. You talking about 100,000 or 10,000 here and there. We were talking about 50 million. Well, I'm talking about 40 million people. 40 million souls off the planet like that. America set out the war. How long did America decide not to go into the war? See, people just skip over that shit.
Yeah.
When
But
Europe was
just
fighting and 20 million, 50 million people were dying in Asia, in Russia, and across Europe, we came into the war at the end. We set out. But somehow now this new creation, America's the bad guy. We're
Yeah.
always the villain. But has there
well,
been another world war where 50 million people have lost their souls? The answer is no. We forced the Europeans to go under the European what? Union. We forced them to get into an organization so they can stop fighting each other. Because what they do, Charlie, World War I and World War II, back to back. They was on
Right.
some Drake stuff.
Damn, not
Back
the
to
Drake
back.
stuff.
So,
Hey,
and then Asia was right there wilding with him too. Japan was wilding with him too. I'm not judging, but what I am saying is that since we took the rock, there has been way less of that. Has it been perfect? No. But I want to see you run for president and ensure the whole galaxy freedom and peace and prosperity and never a war. I'll vote for you. Throw your hat in the ring. Stop talking on the internet. Not you, Black Cleaner. I'm talking to anybody who got that energy. Run your big ass for president and go in there, peace only, and I'll sure it happens and nothing happens. I want to see you do it. And I'll vote for you. I'm not fighting against you, bro. I want to get to this money. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to fight with China, but Bumbleclot want to test me? Yeah, I'm the baddest man. I'm the bad. What that guy say? And what's it called? Belly.
Shotas,
I'm the real Dandada.
I'm the real Dandada.
you want to
You
rock
want to
with
test
me?
me? Want to rock with me, huh? Come to my house, huh? You know?
Yeah, shout out, man. Hey, that's a classic. But I hate to put hood classic on it, but y'all know at one point that was the most bootleg DVD of all times.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yep, at one point that was, at least that's what they came out and said. Like that's when bootlegging and shit was just taking off too. But
And let me say this one thing, Charlie, and then
go ahead.
I've been in China, bro. This is why I talk on my cash. I know y'all don't like it. I say shout outs to the empire. Salute! Why? Because if you take your ass to China, they say the same stuff. When China took the South China Sea and the Philippines and all of them were crying like it ain't your sea, it's our sea too. Those islands are. Guess what Chinese people said? Shut up! It's ours. It's called the South China Sea. And they took it. And they pushed them little stupid old small boats. That's nothing new to people in the Philippines. They've been dealing with Chinese power in the sphere longer than we've been around. Japan is the same way. So what I'm saying is, you let these fools on TikTok make you think that Chinese people like humanity. We always want to love. I remember China did this. China asked the people. They said, hey, how about we open up citizenship to other people in the world? Like maybe Africans. And man, them Chinese people said, we don't want them ninjas. We don't want them despicable, disgusting serpents. Look, bro, it was not nice. So I don't know what y'all got drummed up in your head where you think the average Chinese citizen wants you to win and they love you and they want to share. They want to be number one. And I'm not even vilifying them for it. Shout outs to them. I ain't even angry. But to me to make up like they want us to all break bread and be equal and share bread with each other, they have a 5,000 year history. They mad because we only 250 years in the game sitting at number one. 5,000 years of heritage. And some little punk, some little corner boy that came into the world stage only 250 years is out here mopping it up. They don't like that. And guess where my passport and citizenship reside? To the empire. I'll go down a bias mug if I want to.
You got the right to. Real quick, let me read a couple of these chat. Shout out to two.
We the Wakanda.
Say that again.
I said we the Wakanda. Killmonger had it messed up. He didn't have to go to Africa. We it.
I agree. You know what? And we agree to that too. But let me read a couple of these. Hey, you in your bag today, ain't it, OTO?
Yeah, he got out his Sith Lord lifesaver.
Hey, he said Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owen, Marjorie Taylor Greene, F them all. I agree. Have you noticed like these guys that come out and they're so this, that, and the third, and they're like white nationalists and stuff like that. Anybody that got a nephew in the 6th grade and y'all from anywhere in America could beat up Nick Fuentes, and I'm betting on it. You know what I mean? Like it's never these dudes that's gonna be on the front line that's out there saying, yeah, I'm willing to do this, I'm willing to do that. It's always the dudes that's, just think about it like this, in my opinion, and guys, please chime in. They made a law for people that couldn't compete. They made a law that like a black man can't be with a white woman, so they could say that all our women are ours. Why? They want to make it a law. Why? Because they didn't feel like they can compete. So there's that. But real to it, yeah, I agree with that. F them all. He said they suddenly speaking sensible F out of here. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Might make world. I mean, hold on, let me get that up there so I can see it better. Might makes world in this. I mean, might makes right in this world. I don't know where that came from. Shout out to when I say that was me. I was just saying something. My mouth got ahead of my brain, which happens sometimes with me. The most effective way to guarantee peace through strength is by maintaining a credible deterrent. U.S.
Hey,
Yeah, sure, for sure. U.S. military. I can't see that last word. But yeah, for sure, for sure. I agree. I agree. Shout out to Miguel pulling up in the building, showing love. Miguel, if you want, you can come up, bro. Like say we be up here a little bit longer. So if you want, you can come up. We just it kind of spent into that
and
because we was talking about um
You probably might want to
femininity and
drop the
things of
link
that.
again.
I can't hear you say that again.
yeah,
You probably might want to
drop
drop
the
the
link.
link again because it's
Okay,
probably
I definitely will. I
Yeah, it's
find
probably
this funny.
up there. Good point.
What you mean, expat? When you say you find it funny, you want to elaborate?
I find this funny. Yeah.
Mm. Killmonger was an American where he got his and then went to Wakanda for his
Yeah,
birthday.
and then they betrayed him, Ronan, just like Africans would do. Hey, so let's get
Shit.
back to it.
Shit.
then they went up. Then they reneged on his birthright. They was like, it don't exist. We just gonna do a coup d'état on you,
Yeah,
and we gonna work with the CIA while we do it. See, that's kind of funny. But shout out to Killmonger.
that
They
is
were
crazy.
right. They were working with, and then they went to the UN. Like, all right, cool. But anyways, right.
Not it takes
So
somebody that's like
no
that
wait,
that been on that
I
side of
think it.
life to think about it like that. I've never put those two together.
Yeah, I put it together from day one. Look, shout outs to the connection of the title because this is what I'm saying. The shit I'm saying right now, I'm saying now, right? That's what I'm saying. The impact of femininity has taken us off that square. Yeah, I said it. That femininity of we not all gonna get along. That's not reality. Believe you me. I've been harnessed and trained to use this sword. So I sieved it and put it away and only use it in times that I really need to utilize it. I'm not out here trying to support violence and military for just shit and giggles. You understand? But I know the world is a complicated place. And there's other people that want to usurp the throne. And then insecure and ensure my safety is through my own hands and my own military might and power. So when I come up here and say, yeah, I'm not going to cry about some of the things we do as America and what we got to do to get it done. Talking about some Middle East. They did slavery longer than Europeans. Longer. The slave trade has been, it's still today. Gaddafi was trying to at least stop it to some extent, but it was terrible running rampant in his country. Africans on slave auctions in real life in 2022 and 2021, bruv. It was bad in places like Libya. You think they care about race in the Middle East? You are joking. You clowning, bro. And so I'm not capping for them. I'm not capping for nobody.
Yeah.
So the femininity got us saying stupid like the world is only supposed to be in peace, kisses, and hugs and love, and there's no such thing. We men, ain't we? We understand violence is a real thing, right?
Well, you probably
Because
should have
watch
showed
this.
up
We're
last
going
night.
back to your point that you said, Charlie, right? I
Uh-huh.
know I can't be coming out here calling no black cleaner no B out of his name in real life in a real way
That's a
because
fact.
what? Violence comes with it. Women, that femininity, they don't know that. So they call you a B in this, and they be just thinking that they could just use terms all loosely unless they come in contact with a fat woman, then a fat woman might slap them upside the head, right? But most women, for the most part, right, they don't know nothing about that. So again, we know that, hey man, and then we even ask that, right, Charlie? What happened? And then it'd be like, that dude slapped me. And they'd be like, oh, that's not cool. You shouldn't put your hands on nobody. Then we
What
find
did
out
you
you
do?
called him a B. Exactly. Then we find out you called him a B, or you was talking crazy outside of your neck. And then they're like, oh, wait, hold on, bro.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, you kind of got what you
Yeah,
get.
yeah,
So
yeah.
we got
Yeah,
that
you
in our
asked for that,
mindset.
for sure. 100%.
But that femininity coming in where we realize we can say all these things and we can't get slapped up in the face for acting all out of pocket.
Yeah. No, that's oh shit. Let me drop this. What's the name again? Shout out to my good brother, Miguel. I'll drop the link for anybody else that want to pull up. Like I say, we probably not gonna be too much longer, but I think we're having a very intriguing conversation. Like I say, we'll go full circle on it in a minute. But I also think, like say, yeah, but the thing about it in OTO, because I'm in full hearted agreement with like the vast majority of what you're saying, but what went on as far as femininity in our community affected our men. So when we're talking about being men, they don't know how to be men for real because they didn't have a good example of a man. You see what I'm saying? OTO being in the house with his son is gonna fare completely different than OTO baby mama raising his son by herself. Because you got certain qualities in you that a woman just don't have. I'm sorry. Like, man, like, listen, we don't use violence. Violence is not our go-to, but if you ever have to deploy it, use extreme prejudice. Because it's not a game out here. Real quick, what's up, Miguel? How you doing, my good brother?
Hey, what's good, brothers? What's going on, man? Enjoying the chat, man. I was sitting back listening to my good brother Cook, man. So I was like, yeah, I got to get up on here, and yeah, just support, just say what's up to everybody.
Yeah, for sure. You got any thoughts on? Oh, real quick, shout out to X-Pac. How you doing, X-Pac?
Overall, I'm doing pretty good. How's everybody else doing on the panel?
Hey, listen, I tell people I tried complaining, it didn't work. So
Salute.
Well, if I'm being honest, I woke up feeling rough today, but that doesn't change what I got to get done today.
As a man,
Exactly.
we're talking about men. We gotta get out there sick.
Exactly.
We gotta get out there sick because life goes on. You know what? That UFC wrestler, the one that beat the hell out of Conor McGregor and he retired. I think that was him that had a saying that said, "You're tired. Nobody cares. Keep working."
Yeah, I can agree to that.
You know what I mean? Now that wasn't. I wasn't aiming that at you.
Yeah. I understand. I'm not fully understand. I'll just say that I've been dealing with a life-threatening blood clot disorder for 25 years now. Never stopped me from building the life that I'm happy with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I could have easily sit back and pity myself and ask and went on Social Security disability if I wanted to. But look at people today that's on it. Most people now can't even barely, are not even really surviving on that anymore. You need more than Social Security. You need more than disability. You need to get out there and do what you can.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with that X-Pac, and this just, and I want you guys to chime in on it. I don't think their goal is to have you survive. They just give you just enough to stay alive. It ain't for you to get fat off of it. You know what I mean? They give you just enough to survive, and a lot of people turn that. I tell people this. I think that system has made more suckers than winners, and I tell you why. These I've met, and if anybody's from any type of hard time places around the world or what, I mean around the United States, we have all met people that don't want to get a job so they'll fuck up their benefits.
Whether it's Social Security, disability, SSI, welfare, all those types of programs, they are designed to help you survive. They're not there to help you thrive in life.
Well, of course, but because a cushion is for you to fall back on, not for you to sleep on. And the thing
I
about
like that, Black Cleaner.
But the thing about appreciate it. The thing that I because it is a trick bag, because also in terms of the same analogy. You know, a cushion is there for you to fall back on, but also you should be able to get up from that cushion. And when you have these programs, because when I got out of the military, it was $1,300 for a 1-bedroom apartment in Boston. But the average salary, for an unskilled laborer or someone would be probably about $10 an hour. So you're giving up 3/4 of your salary just to be able to pay your rent. But check this out. If you get on Section 8, they're going to subsidize 1/3 of your rent. Okay. But then as soon as you make $1 more than what the statute requires, they take you off of Section 8. So let's say I make $12 an hour or $13 an hour. They're going to say, okay, well, you can afford your rent now, so they're going to kick me off of Section 8. But I won't. But now I'm back to struggling again. Versus being able to, as they say, save some money and be able to, take a little bit of that money and be able to, go for the American dream. And this will also tie in with femininity, because, here I was at that time, I'm on Section 8, right? So I'm saying, all right, well, I can't go to work, baby, because as soon as I go get a job and they run my social security number, they're gonna kick us off of Section 8, and we ain't gonna be in this nice apartment that we're in. So, but you can go to work. You can go work as much as you can. You know what I'm saying? And we'll save the money from what you're making, and then we'll be able to get out of this apartment and get ourselves into a house. But guess what? That whole femininity concept is I'm supposed to be living a soft life. You're supposed to be the one that is doing. I'm like, yo, we're a team. We're supposed to be working together. I'm the one who got the Section 8. If you had the Section 8 and I was living with you, then I would be the one to be able to, pull this play that we're trying to make. But I'm the one who was able to get the benefit. So it's up to you to go out here. All you need to go do is make $15 an hour. But also, too, guess what? I am working. I have a business over here that I'm doing off the books. I'm doing pest control, baby. You know what I'm saying? So I got the Section 8 and I got the pest control business. Go out here and make $15 an hour, and let's go get it. No.
Yeah.
Problem.
Basically what I'm saying is once you go on those types of programs, it's kind of hard to get off of them.
Exactly.
Once you start getting a little bit ahead, they'll cut you off. Like they were saying with Section, he was saying with Section 8.
But I'm gonna say, listen. I heard this a long time ago. I'm gonna share this with y'all real quick, man. Let me welcome my good brother right near to the panel, man. What up?
Now, right there? Just real quick, there are some people are in circumstances beyond their control. I fully understand that. Some people they have to be on it. They have to have government assistance. I have no problem with that. But there should be programs to help people to get off of that system. If they are able to.
There are programs out there.
Yeah. No, the program, because as I said, I've been, I've been in that whole system. That was another reason that I got out. I've been in those systems, like, the welfare, the work program and all of that stuff. No, man, those programs. Okay. Sorry. But I was just about to say the name of the game is what we was talking about, is us to the couple to be working together. You mentioned it a lot in the beginning of the program, Charlie, where you was talking about back in the days when the program initially started, the father had to be out of the home in order for the woman to be able to get these benefits. So she'd rather have you out of the home. But then there was the ones who did understand the game, and they were saying, okay, well, we just, remember that movie by Bill Cosby called Ghost Dad?
Yeah.
Okay, well, shoot. I don't. Yeah, we don't need, or Claudine. I think there was the other movie with James Earl Jones where he was over there hiding in the closet and trying to allow her to keep her benefits so that they can work together to be able to get out of it. See,
Oh
those are
shit.
the
I
things
think that's
that we
above my
could
pay
be.
grade.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Nah, you good.
Claudine, check it out. But the point is the whole feminist movement, and I have to say it, was the thing that put the wedge in between the relationship, because if the people were smart, and the woman, and like what happened, what was going on with Claudine, if she did say, all right, I'm gonna allow you to stay here, but we need to work out a system to where, okay, while you're staying here, when the government come, you gonna disappear for a day or two or whatever. Then when I say the closest player, you can come back, and then we'll be able to save our money and get ahead, and then be able to tell Section 8 and all of these welfare systems to kiss our ass. Because really, and I'm gonna give another a situation. Okay, when there was a bus called Funwa in Boston. Funwa was what we called the Underground Railroad. Okay, where they was doing $15 trips from Boston to New York. Okay, it was like the Underground Railroad, and then they was making so much money hand over fist by the time that the state caught up with the Funwa bus, because what's it called, Greyhound got mad because they was taking their market share. So Greyhound basically, dropped the dime on Funwa, said, y'all need to do something about this Funwa thing. By the time they went to go attack Funwa made so much money to be able to pay all of the fines or whatever that they did in order to to where now they could operate legally above board. And that's basically what I'm saying is this is how us as Black people need to be. We need to work together that way, to where when these systems come that are designed to set us up to keep us on these programs, to keep us as consumers, that where we can say, all right, well, they're giving us a little bit, they're giving us this cushion, but if we work together, we can get off of this cushion and be able to, do for ourselves. But what happens is the feminist movement was saying, nah, you don't need a man. You don't need him. You got the uncle here. And the women are over here like, yeah, you're right. I don't need you. But guess what? You not needing me is going to keep you on this program.
Yeah.
And I'll land there.
Wine and have a house
I
full
think you
of
just
cats.
landed well. Let's let X-Pac go, and then I want to hear from Miguel and Rainier. X-Pac, you want to chime in?
Well, basically, what I was going to say earlier to the first part of what he was saying was a relationship is about two people working together as a couple to create a better life. Now the world teaches hyper independency over true connections. It's about you, what you can get out of it, your agenda. It's not about we, it's about me in today's society.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick, shout out to POV. Appreciate you, brother. What'd you say?
I said, did you say what I was just trying to say, but smarter?
Hey, you know what? I think I caught up on that. Did you just say Greyhound turned into Rico from Belly to my? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna have to drop a dime on them niggas.
Yes.
Is that what you just said?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I've been saying that basically that quote I just said, I've been saying it for many, many years now.
Oh shit. Yeah.
A lot of the quotes you hear me say, I'll apply it to my life.
No, that's what's up. Every man should practice what they preach, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I say I'm working on being the change that I want to see, as we was talking about on O'Shea Duke Jackson channel last night. Real quick, well, not real quick, but Miguel, Rainier, y'all want to chime in? Rainier, can you hear me? Okay, that's what's up. Miguel, you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up, brothers? How y'all brothers doing?
Man, it's
Hey, what's good, bro? Everything's good, man. What's up with you? What's going on? How the fam?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yo, you know me. Just because I be smoking don't mean I'm ratchet. I got my shit is dispensized. So it's for my mental. So we good though. It was good though.
Nah, for sure, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
to quote, just to ride on what you, just to collaborate with what you just said right there. It's a rapper from the South, named Webby. He said if it wasn't for Baby Bop, I would have downed them niggas years ago. We said if I wasn't
You talking about
smoking,
Little
get my
Webby?
mind right, I would have been did something to
You
y'all.
talking
You
about
know what I
Webby? I
mean?
used to be with uh Louisiana Webby.
Yeah. Him and Bootsy was like a duo back in the day.
Yeah, I used to live down south, so I know who Webby is, man. Thank you very
Yeah, for
much.
sure, for sure. But yeah. Miguel, you were saying something? My apologies.
So I was saying, this specifically for Black Cleaner. So you were talking about how we need to come together, and we talk about this all the time in the back chat, and other platforms that we're on. So my question to you, in your particular circumstance, um, with this chick that you were just describing, she didn't work with you. Did you keep her around?
Nah, she ended up getting dismissed,
Hmm.
and that's
All right,
why I'm here in Panama.
all right. You said ended up getting dismissed. When? What's the time frame? What's that looking like? Did she get dismissed right away, or like
Ooh, I
like
think
like
I
how
know what
long did it
Miguel's
take? How
going.
long did it take you to do the dismissing?
You already know the answer to that. That's the baby mama.
All right, so I, I'm trying to find a delicate way to push to say it, but so like, all right, I like I said, I understand what you're saying, and we should all come together, and my stance on that. That ain't never gonna happen, because we wasn't even all together when we was all in Africa before slavery, and my thought process behind that is because people spoke different languages, even within Africa there were different cultures,
Right,
and
exactly.
and like my pushback on this whole thing is like you're constantly saying, oh well, we as black people, we as black people, we as black people, and my thing to you is like, I've had some of the worst shit done to me in my life by black people. I don't rock with every person just because they're black. I don't rock with people just by the color of their skin. I rock with people on how they treat me. If you treat me with respect,
Did he
I
pause or
kind
was
of
that me, guys?
think he froze.
Damn. Miguel,
Yeah,
if you can hear me, you froze, bro.
I rock with I rock with people with like-minded people that have similar values and stuff like that. Negative people and all that, I cut them out of my life.
That's a fact.
If it's like family, you can't always cut them out your life, but you can
Oh
love them from a
shit.
distance.
Shit, I cut family off too. You get in the way of what I got going, I gotta cut you off. If you not if you not moving in the direction that I'm moving, I gotta limit your access to me because I don't want what you got going on to affect what I got going on because I'm moving in
Love
a
them,
certain.
loving them from a distance.
That's a fact. I
But
agree with that wholeheartedly.
I
So
say
yeah,
that
no.
earlier. But to talk real quick, you remember when I was talking about public hospitals in Thailand is free, and then I mentioned the guy that has cancer,
Right.
and that even though his medical treatment's free, he's not receiving help, to help take care of his wife and his 4 kids.
Mm.
So me being in the position that I am, I'm able to pay his salary per month, so he doesn't have to worry about that, and hopefully he gets well. Now, how that turns out or his circumstances, that's unknown because that's the future. But I try to help people in circumstances long as it doesn't enable people's bad behaviors.
Yeah, I can see that. And I can agree with that. Shout out to you, X-Pac, for doing that just because I've been in a position like that when I was younger too, where it was literally the kindness of Oh well, actually more than once, but it was literally the kindness of strangers that really saved my life in actual more than one instance. And so shout out to you for that, man, because the world do need good people, and unfortunately, the world is so wicked and evil, it can turn some good people wicked. You know what I mean? So
I
shout out to
wouldn't
you for
say
keeping
I wouldn't
that
say I'm
that same
I
momentum too.
wouldn't say that I'm perfect or initially good. You know, I make mistakes. I do bad things time to time. No one is perfect.
Well, that
Um,
well, that's something you don't got to worry about. I will never argue the fact that human man is perfect because if that's the case, what's the point of life?
but what really taught me that lesson is because I started my landscaping business when I was 18, and I started by as my business landscaping business was doing well. I bought houses and fixed them up and rented them out. Well, 29, I had that stroke. I mentioned it many times here before. When I was in the hospital, all those people I went out my way to help before, the only few people that showed up at the hospital other than my mother was they come there to borrow money while I was in the ICU.
Hmm.
And that's
Hmm.
crazy. So it changed my perspective on people a lot of times. I said, I don't mind helping people, but I'm not going to enable people's bad behavior. And I never regretted that decision.
There you go. There you go. For sure. For sure. Real quick, Miguel, you want to finish what you were saying because you kind of paused in the dead in the middle of what you were saying, and then we let Ray near chime in, and then we can move it up to OTO and Black Cleaning. Can
Hey,
you
I
hear
don't
me,
know if you can
Miguel?
hear me, bro. I don't know if you can hear me. My internet is janky, bro. I'm gonna
Yeah,
connect on
yeah,
my
yeah.
phone. See if
No,
that
Yeah,
you
works.
we can
you
hear
you
you.
loud and clear, bro.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm dealing with some janky ass internet. But yeah, no, I was saying. I don't know if y'all caught what I was saying before. I was asking Black Cleaner, like like how do how do we with the I don't know. Like I said, I don't know which part y'all caught up until, but I was saying like I don't rock with people just based on the color of skin. I rock with people like I rock with those who rock with me. Like if you a cool white guy, I rock with you. If you a cool purple dude, I rock with you. If you a cool
I'm
green
the same way.
alien, I rock with you. Like I'm not, you know what I'm saying? So what does this? I mean you're preaching this like black community, black whatever, black. And so my question is like, what does that look like? How? Because in your experience alone, you couldn't even get your woman who was up under your covering to work with you. So how? What's your expectation to get black people as a whole to work together?
Damn.
I'm just asking.
I can answer that because it's funny that you was up saying that. I guess because of my upbringing, because I went to an all black elementary school, from kindergarten all the way up to. So I did see, the working operations of black people working together. Then when I ended up going into Metco, um, which is inner city kids from Boston going out to the suburbs, so that the white people can have diversity in their school. But then when I went to high school, I ended up going down to North Carolina. I went to high school in Charlotte. So then once again, I was in an all black situation where you're seeing, I was seeing the same situation where, the facilities, it was all black, but the teachers was all black, the students was all black, and they was doing everything that I saw in the wealthy suburban in the
Yeah.
wealthy suburbs that I was of the schools in Boston that I was going to. Then once I got out of the military and came home, I started dealing with the Nation of Islam because my brother was an FOI, so I was seeing the FOI working together. So there are little pockets of me seeing black people being successful. So it's like, yeah, is it possible? And also in my family, because my family, when they came up from the South, both on my mother's side and my father's side, they came from Georgia, came to Boston, They worked together as a family, bought brownstones, bought houses, and actually had cornerstone bodegas. And even my father, he had his own pest control company for over 30 years, which was a Black-owned, operated company. So when I'm saying all of this and I'm preaching all of this, it's because of my upbringing and where I came from. I came from, Black working class, on the upside to be wealthy. So all I'm doing is I'm just trying to continue, what my grandparents and what my parents instilled in me to have going, but also I'm not, not to say anything about white people or anybody else, because as I said, I lived in Japan, you know what I'm saying? I love my Japanese people. And with of course white people, if you lived in Boston and any other place, you're gonna deal with white people. I'm just saying, okay, I'd rather deal with them as how they deal with me. When they dealing with me, they have a family, they have a legacy, they have their own companies and all of that, and they're coming to me dealing on that level. I don't want to be dealing with them as a consumer with my hand out. I want to deal with them as a partner, as an equal, not as a second class citizen. And I'll land there.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, you remember when I was talking about I had a stroke at the age of 29 in my landscaping business? Who you think ran my company while I was in the hospital? I had a black foreman that was really good. I paid him more. I paid the people that work for me. I paid him more than what the actual wage was at the time. I help him. If people want to learn, I train him. He was learning the business and all that, and he ran it for me while I was in the hospital. And in appreciation for that, after years of that, I gave him a raise. And then when I finally sold my landscaping business, I sold it to him for what, it's like 25 to 30% of what it was actually worth, and that came with land and a house.
Hmm.
And that was my thank you. That was my thank you for him helping me out when not many other people would do that.
Nah, shout out to you for that. And that's real shit. But we also know that's not always the case. Just
Oh
because
no, most people
would you
don't do
say the
that.
situations would have been different had you had sons?
Possibly, but it mainly depends if I had sons that were actually in the business and capable of running it. Because I had a pretty good business. You know, matter of fact, I had multiple foremen working on many different jobs at the same time. So what I was doing is when I got well enough, instead of me just getting out there doing the work, working with them like I was out there getting jobs and, check time to time to make sure everything was going right. I hired people to take some of the weight off of me. So, I wouldn't try to reduce my chances for having another stroke. But to make it even shorter, I started traveling in 1993, and I knew then I didn't want to marry American women. Not saying all American women are bad, because there are good women out there. I can't deny that. But from what I was seeing, most of them I didn't want to deal with. That's just a personal preference. It doesn't have nothing to do with anybody else.
Yeah, you got the right to that. Shout out to you. Let me read these couple chats right fast, and then we let Rainier chime in. Ronan writes, he said, all facts. I was trying to say that to O'Shea yesterday in his panel. Miguel, you are correct, 100%. Miguel, I guess not I guess, he put in the chat that he's having problems with his internet. So hey Miguel, you preaching to the choir on that one. If you notice, my camera been good because I've been doing my lives on my phone. Like, there's that. But right near, what's up, good brother? You want to chime in on any of that?
Yo, what's good, brothers? Man, Miguel left me on this joint by myself. We came on here. We were supposed to just do it together like Batman and Robin. He just bounced on my internet messed up. Yeah, man. And it ain't messed up, man. Get
Well, you
back
gotta
on
keep the dream alive then.
I mean, now anyway, I'm just kidding. What we talking about? Basically, we talking about the female, or we talking about a network of
We're talking about all types of
brothers?
things.
Yeah, like which one we
Well,
talking
well,
about?
well, in my
Femininity, all of that.
in my mind, I think they're not mutually exclusive. You see what I'm saying? Because when males are in the house, and we're saying a lot of times, especially in this community, males are not in the house because of the femininity movement have took off so well. So when males are in the house, men be men. You know what I mean? Not saying men be men, but a man influence on the household is different than if it's just a woman there by itself. And it's not my thoughts. It's not. Let me turn on my camera for this. I'm smoking a cigar, guys. I don't want to smoke on camera for some reason
Yeah,
now.
me too. Go ahead though.
I don't want to smoke on camera for some reason now. I'm just
Um,
feeling different. But
I say today's modern times, the system when it comes to marriage is against men. It's really not. It's not worth the prize. The happy meal's not worth the prize anymore.
yeah.
You have
Well,
to be
in the
careful.
down south saying expat, they say the juice is not worth the squeeze anymore. You feel me?
Yeah,
But right there, just to expand on what I was saying, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I just think it's a set of dominoes that have fallen just because and this is something that I'm speaking to a real life experience. When children get into it, like say at school, and if there's no fathers there, the mothers get into it.
yeah,
Opposed to, like I said, this is a real thing to where one of my homeboys' daughter had got into it with her friend at school. They got to fighting and stuff like that. And he said when he got up to the school, the mothers was arguing, and he had to separate them and say, "Look, they're best friends. They're kids. They are. If you guys would stop arguing, you see they already made up." But when it comes to mothers, for some reason, like say, and I done seen this with fathers. Okay, y'all two got a problem. We got some gloves. Y'all gonna handle that in the backyard. That's what happened when men are involved. You know what I mean? So there's that. But go ahead, right near that's the gist of it, though. That's more or less
That's a
the.
lot. See, that's a lot because I'm gonna have different views, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm brought up different.
Okay, relay it on us, bro.
So no, so I'm trying to say is like if you're not open minded and don't come from where certain people come from, like I can't relate to certain brothers that be on here how they grew up. They grew up worse or they grew up better. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I can't relate to everybody else's growing. But it all means the same thing. Do I believe men are a major role in the household with children? Absolutely. But I also think not too. Because I know some men that don't need to be in the crib with some children and a woman.
yeah. You got men paying child support on kids that are not theirs.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm just trying to say it's about if you're a good man.
it's circumstantial. I get
Yeah,
that.
if you're a good
But
man,
right
yeah,
here, let me.
I
I
believe you
think
can do it.
just real quick, I think he's talking about the good man versus the nice guy.
No, I'm talking about all encompassing because yeah, for sure, there's some bum dudes laying up under a chick, but I'm talking about the overwhelming majority. Do you know
I
the
get that, but
jails
I'm just trying to
are
say it
filled
depends where
with
you
people
from.
that come from single mother
It
homes?
depends where you from though. Because where
No,
I'm
no, no.
from,
That's overwhelmingly in America.
the majority is that. Like dudes that be beating their women up. You know what I'm saying?
Nah.
Going out here having babies by different bottle girls, and they got the wife. I mean, you you think that that man is a great role model for any kids or anything in there? It's a lot of that where I'm from.
So you think where you're from? Now I can't say you think so. You saying where you from? Majority of men put their hands on women.
No, like in the urban area, you'll see them. A woman get disrespectful, they grab her up. I seen dudes hit women where it happens. It's they shorty because you could jump in, you could try to intervene, then you're gonna get laid down. Probably.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
And
I
You know,
even
it's
agree.
if you
funny.
do jump in and break
There,
up, she gonna be with him 24 hours later. So I agree with that.
I
You know,
agree.
it's funny what to what Rainier was saying because as I said, my father had his own pest control company, so I would go into the hood a lot of times, and I would be doing some exterminating, and the chick would have Section 8, right, and the dude would be in the apartment, and he's sitting around and he's watching Jerry Springer, you know what I'm saying, just chilling, and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, she will be over there having, for some reason, to get all emotional and have an argument or a fight or whatever with the dude, and like what right there saying, that's he'll put some hands on her, and I'm sitting here in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, I wonder if this situation would happen if they wasn't watching Jerry Springer right now. If they was watching something totally different, like I think you said it too, Charlie. When you was talking about the music. If they put on Beethoven's Fifth Symphony in the house, would they be over here, in harmony, or would they be still talking about, nigga, you need to go out there and go do something, you old lazy dumb nigga?
Well, no, she said that she's already. I get what you're saying
I mean,
because
they're gonna do that regardless. They ain't no TV show.
I
That's what
agree
they
with
are.
that part. Just
That's
because
what they are.
um
No,
there is a thing called like soothing and relaxing music and stuff like that. Like I even believe in aromatherapy. But at the same time, there's no liquor I could drink, there's no shows I could watch, there's no movies I could watch, there's no music I could listen to that's gonna make me do something that I wasn't already gonna do or that's not already in me. There's no amount of alcohol that's just gonna make me put my hands on a woman because that's not what I do. I wasn't raised like that.
Mm.
You feel me?
Well,
But guess what you just said?
What's that?
Because of how you was raised.
wasn't raised like that, bro. Come on.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But when you guys are saying like, here's the thing. Okay, this is what I know plenty of dudes that don't beat on their chicks, right? But
Me too. I
I
don't.
never hit a
I
woman
don't.
in my life.
I
you
don't.
feel me?
I
But
don't.
for some
But I'm
reason,
just
we
trying to say
all
it's a
know
lot that
women.
do.
Hold on, just let me land the plane. I promise to be about 20 seconds. We all know women that have been in multiple abusive relationships. How does she keep attracting these same abusive type of dudes? You see what I'm saying? When you got dudes out there like me, like Rainier, like Black Cleaner, like OTO, like how do you keep on attracting these dudes that put their hands on you?
Because they feel protected. They feel secure. They see the props he got. He got the pull. They know that's his. He's a wild boy. So the things they into when they go to certain restaurants, certain clubs, they know who they are. You'll let it in. It's like being an A-class celebrity in the urban area, not where you live at, not where the mountains at, the nice houses or the row homes or whatever. We got that where we at too. But what I'm just trying to
Some
say is, some people might be the hoodest person out their crew, opposed to being a needle in a haystack full of that type of people in certain areas. That don't mean I live in them areas. I don't live in that area. My neighbor right here is Italian, and my neighbor over here Irish. You know what I'm saying? Right next door, I'm in the middle. They don't want me to move. They love me because
some sorry.
because they feel like secure. They like security. So when they secure about something, when it comes to money or respect, they go for that. That's why you see a lot of the girls that you attracted to that you might put a like on Instagram or Facebook or whatever you watching. That doesn't look like the person you have in your house.
Mm, mm.
Some people find comfort in their darkness. Remember the guy I was telling you about? He was traveling, and he says he goes rents him a girlfriend, take him back to the hotel, and he winds up getting drunk, or they slip him a Mickey, and they steal all his money and take his passport. He said that happened to him multiple times. He was blaming the renter girlfriends. I said, you don't see what
The common denominator.
yeah, the common denominator in this problem was him, the choices that they made.
Yeah.
And they continue making the same mistakes, expecting a different outcome.
Yeah.
Life doesn't work that way.
That's
And
a
I don't
fact.
think you should be roofied. I think that's still a bad thing.
That's really bad.
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
Yeah,
That's
that's
really
still a
bad.
crime.
Yeah,
But,
that's
no doubt.
undeniable.
Yeah, that's
Now,
really
here's
bad.
Yeah, but
what I would rebuttal to what
he
you
was
just
putting
said right
himself
there
in
is
that position.
I think
Yeah, I know. I'm
Most
just saying
Def
it's
had
crime.
said this a while ago, and I picked it up. Like I say, for some reason, I just pick up like weird shit throughout my life. But he said those who trade their freedom for peace don't deserve neither. One more time. Those that trade their freedom for peace don't deserve either. I'm saying that to say, if a woman want to be around a man in the trappings that he brings and stuff like that, and she knows that's something of her doing, and that's what she is signing up for.
They don't know no different, bro. The only thing they see different is the people on television, on TMZ. They don't know that. Let me tell you something. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Go ahead.
What
Go ahead. Okay, go.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
do
I
they
was about to say,
call
what were
it?
you saying, Charlie? You said something about you didn't do something. You said you was raised not to do what?
I was raised
Not to
not to
put.
just put my hands on a woman.
Or are you talking about self defense or
No,
just
just
period?
just no self defense is. That's why recently, because
I'm just
I said
asking.
this numerous times on my lives. I don't believe in the saying that a man shouldn't hit a woman. I believe in the saying that should nobody put their hands on nobody.
Exactly.
Agreed.
That's what I believe in. You know what I mean? So maybe
But it
I'm
ain't
just
gonna happen
weird for
because
that.
females deal with a lot of emotions, and they start doing that before they start thinking.
Nah. With the wrong
Nah,
person, they do
no.
that.
If I
But
was in a relationship,
even
somebody
if they
tried to put
don't,
their hands on me, that's automatic. That automatically ends the
No, I get
relationship.
it. I mean, I had my baby mom, my sister. You know what I mean? My daughter's mom, my first daughter. She's 19. You know what I mean? See, I'm calm. I don't be on that. I talk to you nice. I talk to you real nice. I don't raise my. I don't OD like you could tell. I'm cool. I got you. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? And then
I'm
hold on, that
generally
hurts her more. So she just starts snapping. So and right in front of my mom. My mom was about to fight. Like, yo, he won't hit me. He don't hit women. So I'll box you. But it don't bother me because they just hit me in the chest or they not hit me in my face. I can push them
I
off.
don't allow it. I don't
Listen,
allow it. Period.
listen. That's but
One day it could be a knife.
you're right. It can be, but I'm
You
gonna
already
defend
set the
myself.
precedence. You a puncher bag.
I defend myself in
so
this type of situation.
what are you
Yeah,
gonna do
no, I
if
hear
you're
you.
sleeping and then she comes at you with a knife while you're sleeping? What you gonna do then? You're
Boom.
not
I
Already
ain't
the
you
gonna
not know
precedence
what's
is
coming.
there.
I ain't gonna
Violence
know
is
anything.
okay. That's why I say, like, across the board, I think it's just they're humans. So I treat them like just a regular human. There's no special category that I treat women with. Across the board, period. They're just humans. They're just
And
like you and I. That's how I treat them. And so my uncle treated me like if somebody puts their hands on you, period, treat them like you treat anybody else.
Yeah.
And so if you want to act like a man, you get treated like a man. And it's whether it's going to defeat me or not. That's not the purpose. You don't even let a dude hit you on some play stuff. So I don't give you no excuses because now I gave you the presidents. And now that you have the presidents and you know that you could put your hands on them, that shit escalates very quick, 0 to 100.
So you
And one
mean to
day it's
tell
gonna be
me?
a knife,
Hold on. So you mean to
just like
tell
that
me, right?
Nigerian guy.
You
That
mean to tell?
Nigerian guy got beat on by that white girl, and it wasn't until this day where she decided to throw a knife at him, allegedly from her story. She still got convicted of it. That he ended up getting deleted at that point. But prior to that, she was hitting him, wasn't phasing him. He's a strong man. He can
Yeah,
take it until it was the knife,
yeah,
and
no,
that
and
changed the game.
I get that. I totally get that. But I guarantee you, the number of women that get emotional and don't know how to talk about things and start swinging doesn't unalive people more than the some that do.
Oh yeah, no, I get what you're saying,
Well,
but that's
well,
no
well.
that's a wait. Hold on, but at the same time, they're humans and adults. There's no emotional excuse. I have emotions too. I'm a male. We
I
all
get
have
it. I get
emotions.
it.
I
I
have
get it.
testosterone. Doesn't
I
mean
get
I
it.
can go around and start beating on people.
No, I
And
get it.
so the same standard that we held on men, I hold on women. They're not dumb. They're not subhuman. They
Uh-huh.
can manage their emotions and chemical imbalances just like we got chemical balances.
No,
But
you're
what do we
right.
teach boys to do? Sit your ass down, learn some discipline, because if you don't, you end up in jail where you should be if you can't control your emotions and you want to put hands on people and
Yeah, you're
appropriately.
right though.
The same type of standard.
Key
You're
point where
right.
you should be.
Nah, but hold on, he right though. But the thing is this: women, like, if I got into a domestic situation and she smacked me, wow, in my face, and I just say what, and I treat her like I treat a dude, and the police come. You know I'm getting booked, right? I'm going to jail.
No doubt.
No, that's a fact.
I'm going to jail not because she hit me, because I did her dirty, like I would do a dude.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't do that. I'm not that type of animal. I'm not designed that way.
Well, I think even in escalation clause with a dude with a man to man having a combat, there's escalations on that too. So
No,
you
you're
can't
right.
give him extremely quote unquote dirty because you're still going to be held to a standard like, yo, you went overboard, you took his life.
Yep.
You can't
Yeah,
take his
no,
life
but
from a slap.
I ain't talking about like the movie X when they put his face on the jaw and they stepped on it. No, I ain't talking about like that. I'm just talking about even when he's down and you still going in on him. And that's what's going on where I'm at. It could, somebody else can say, oh, that's enough, buddy. He's good. He understands the reason. Now, they don't go down
Yeah,
over
but
there.
you can still get hit up on charges on that too. Now it might not happen where you at, but that still could be Chargeville. But
Well,
I get it. Oh, go ahead, Black Clear.
Yeah.
We talk. I
the
talk. Go ahead.
key is what basically what y'all are saying, and I definitely agree with all of what you all are saying is in life. Okay, you got to push because that's what I learned when I'm reading Rich Dad Poor Dad. He talks about that. He says life is going to push you to see if you saw. And you need to learn how to push back, but also know how hard to push back. Because if you overdo it, then guess what? There's going to be some consequences for you overdoing it. But if you do it just right, the consequences for you pushing back just right usually are rewards.
Yeah. I agree. I think expat said it earlier. I think the powerful thing you do is just walk away. And I say regardless of what they mean. I don't care if you're a wife, you got my kids, damn them kids. Like I'm just walking away. I'm not getting beat on. And so I think like that's where the power just resides, getting yourself out the situation. But there is some. But I'm just showing and exposing, not so people can go out here and do the nonsense. But I'm just exposing, like, you see, that's why people do it. That's why women do it like that. Because they know you ain't gonna do shit. And they know that other men are gonna cape for you and say, you could never put your hands on a woman. So they're gonna abuse you. That's just humans. If you give if you gave the man the right to continue to cheat with no punishment, he might continue to do it. He just maybe might. And so at the end of the day, it's just a human thing. It's not man or woman. So women are just going to exploit that. They're going to put hands on y'all. They're going to laugh about it. They're going to joke about it. They're going to create TikToks about it. And that's just what it is. And when you find yourself in a feminine or submissive position to your women in your country, it's because you allowed it. Shoot, you got
And
the monopoly on force at the end of the day. So you have to allow it. You have to allow people to be out here perpetrating frauds on you.
And to piggyback on what you were saying, sometimes walking away is actually another form of pushing back because,
Yeah, for sure.
because I mean, and I was watching, what's his name, Q Ball's live, I mean, recording earlier, and he was talking about this. He was saying, when women learn how to defend themselves using their mouth, men learn how to defend themselves, using their hands. So anytime they get into a prediction, an untrained person is going to a man is going to turn to their hands. An untrained woman is going to turn to their mouth. So
women go to their hands too.
Yeah, when they get over emotional. But and let me finish what I was saying, and then I'm gonna land. In those types of situations, okay, you might, because you are being undisciplined and unemotional and thinking that this man is weak, but really all he's going to do is walk away because he might be the stability in the heaven in your life. And him walking away is going to take all of that peace, that heaven and stability out of your life and leave you with your own demons to follow. I think 50 Cent said something like that. Don't let my peace disturb your demons. And then he walked away.
Also, one gem I just like to add, because we talked about that, and I'll be dead serious when I say this, so it might sound crazy. There's a couple people up in here, but I also tell women that I'm with, like, bro, you're not gonna cry. I see that as a form of manipulation, an attack, an abuse. So I often say, like, once a shorty and we're engaged in a conversation, I have to be calm, because if I was emotional, yelling, raging, raising my voice, right, that would be seen as abusive, verbally abusive. I count tears and cries just the same. We're both grown adults. If you need some time alone to cry and work through your emotions and feelings, that's completely fine. But we can't be in communication, because what happens a lot is men, y'all see a woman crying and y'all start conceding, y'all start apologizing, y'all start
Yeah.
feeling like automatically the bad person just because someone else is crying. You feel bad, like, oh dang, I'm sorry, I didn't want to make you like. So you getting controlled and manipulated. They might be doing it genuinely, non-genuine. I don't care. The end result remains the same. They change your position. It's really not about communication and getting to the deeper issue at that point. And it's really about somebody pulling leverage, and you start altering what you say, you do, how you respond and react. So a lot of times men miss that. That's probably the number one technique that wins landslide in most conversations with men and women, is they just get to crying and men feel a certain way, and then boom, they're landslided. But I often say, hey, like, okay, I understand. I don't shame the emotions, but I definitely try to give the person abilities to learn how to work through emotions and then have legitimate conversations, because we can't do that at work. I can't just start crying. That would be seen as unprofessional. I have to go get my more emotions sorted and come back.
No, that's a fact. Oh, real quick, guys, let me welcome Ronan to the panel, man. What's up, Ronan? I thought I did earlier, but my mic was on mute, so I'm sure nobody heard it because that's what mute do. But shout out to you, Ronan, and welcome Miguel back to the channel. I guess Miguel, you see, I still had you coming up. I was gonna read it, but everybody started cooking, so I ain't want to
Yo,
interrupt.
is this
But
first time? Is this the first time we see Ronan with a hat?
is it? It may be.
I think
Yeah,
so.
bro. Yeah, hey, this morning we got
So, right?
Listen, this morning we got up, we drove out to a dam that they have out here, walked around the dam, went to a little adventure place where they had like a suspended bridge, walked across that a couple times and came back. So, my hair's
Wow.
brothers, I ain't trying to look a mess up on here. So, I'm gonna cover up.
I only knew that
hair-
because I wasn't getting seasick. That's the only reason.
Oh yeah, the waves are not out today. The waves have been closed. What little
but
waves
yeah,
I
no,
have
shout
left.
out to you, man. While you were saying that, I was listening. What's that Stevie Wonder? No, that's that Darnell Jones. I see us in the park. something. Shout out to you though. Ronan, taking care of the household, man. That's what you do. Miguel, you wanted to chime in on what you were saying, good brother?
Oh yeah, I was about this keeping your hands to yourself, right? So I think I was like probably like 7 years old, and I was over at my cousin's house after school because my auntie lived right around the corner from the elementary school I went to, and so we was all outside riding bikes, popping wheelies, doing dumb shit, man. And this little girl, I can still see her to this day.
Mm,
Man, she
I
had a
already know where you're
broomstick.
going with this.
Yeah, she had a broomstick, right? And she threw
Mhm.
the broomstick right in. I can still see it going in slow motion into the front tire, bro. So I couldn't pop a wheelie forever. When I set it down, the broomstick went like this around in the tire and then got caught in the fork.
Hey, yo, McGizzy, why you leave me, man?
Oh man, I had my internet was acting up, bro.
Now you left me here by myself. They was going in.
Hey, my apologies, bro.
Nah, they left me dead.
You got reinforcements now. You got
Hey, I'm
reinforcements.
gonna call you after we get off the panel, bro. I
They
gotta
started telling me.
I gotta give you some extra time, bro.
They
My
told me
bad.
the woman hit me. I should beat her up.
Yo,
You got reinforcements now,
so I'm
man.
getting to that. Hold on. Like, check this story, right? So I tumble, I go head over heels over this bike. Boom, 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 boom. Yo,
Mhm.
I get up, I walk over to the shorty and I cock back. I'm like 7 years old. My uncle's on the porch. I hear him in slow motion. I can, bro. No! Yo, when I tell you I punched the reset button on that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
My aunt whooped my ass.
Uh-uh.
My grandma came over. To this day, I don't know if she come over just to beat my ass or if she was in the area because my grandma lived like a couple of blocks over. But my grandma came over. When they found out what happened, my grandma whooped my ass. Then my mom, when my mom came to pick me up, of course, my auntie told her what happened. So then my mom whooped my ass again. Oh, you're not supposed to hit women. You're not supposed to hit girls. What the now I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused because y'all tell me, y'all told me this is what if somebody does something to me, you hit them back.
Right, for sure.
What the fuck are you like? What the?
There's an exception clause to that, Miguel. There's an exception clause to that.
I did not know the exception clause until I was getting my ass whooped 3 times that one day. But
to me, there ain't no exception clause. You're getting clocked too.
Yeah, but I say that to say this. This is the long way around. If you put your goddamn hands on me, I'm gonna slap the piss out of you. I don't give. Look, this is y'all wanted equal rights and all. You don't get to act like a fucking hyena and then get to go back and disguise yourself under under this flag of woman. Oh, I'm a woman. I don't do. Nah, I'm gonna look at and I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you before I do it. Look, you better act right. You touch me again, I swear to God, I'm going to slap you so hard your fucking ancestors are going to feel it. I'm going to reset you. I'm going to reset. Nah. And then, but then the other thing on that is after I do it, I'm going to leave. And I don't give a fuck if you call the police. Because guess what? If I don't do something and you call the police, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to jail anyway. So I'm going to hedge my bet. And I'm going to make that motherfucking jail time count because I'm gonna slap the dog shit out you. I'm gonna make it count. Because I don't want you wasting the police time, and I don't want you lying on me, say that I did something to you. No, I'm gonna leave a mark on you so that they can say, oh yeah, he definitely did that. I don't want you lying on me, bitch. You put your hands on me, I'm gonna slap the fucking piss out you.
I ain't going to jail for no
Exactly.
reason.
Exactly.
Now allow me to be clear real fast. I said I don't believe in the saying that men shouldn't hit women. I believe in the saying that should nobody put their hands on nobody. Because if you force me to defend myself, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. You got listen, and if you're from the hood, for real, there's chicks in the hood that could fight. You know what I mean? I mean, I could get. Well, I said I'm not showing no more receipts. But there's 2 chicks from my neighborhood that we know got at least one body. At least. I'm not playing these games with y'all. Don't put me in a position where I gotta defend myself.
Do not touch me. And I'm not saying I'm gonna beat a chick or beat up a chick like I would do a dude. Nah. But I'm frankly, Scarlett, I really don't give a damn, and I'm gonna slap this.
I think I was about 9. Similar situation happened in elementary school. Some girl kept on hitting on me, and my mom was like, "Don't you touch no women." All right. So I came home and said, "Mom," she goes, "What's wrong with you? You look stressed." I said, "Yeah, because this little girl at school keeps putting her hands on me. I know she probably likes me, but I don't like her back." So, she goes, "Look, I told you not to hit little girls, but when they start acting like little boys, I give you permission.
Turn up."
So I went back to school the next day. She came and found me somewhere out on the playground. She put her hands on me. I cocked back and hit her dead in her chest. Like Miguel said, hit the reset button. She never came near me again.
That's crazy.
Sometimes, you know what? It's just like the bully in the hood. Once you let them know that you're not the one to play with, they ain't gonna play with you no more. But just like, what's up, Misha? I just heard Misha chime in. She said, "Oh, y'all hitting women now?" Well, at least
exactly.
No.
I got different. Yeah.
Cause those are not women. Those are hyenas.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is this, man. I guess as I said, since I was raised different, I mean, and also I had a lot of women in my family, so that issue would get solved by me just making a phone call or just going home and saying, "Hey, cuz," or "Hey, auntie, somebody's picking on me," and guess what? They're gonna send one of my big girl cousins over there to go handle that.
You a straight bitch for calling another girl. That's what they gonna do to you. You were straight.
Okay. Well, be that as it may, my cousin will handle all of that when she show up, and I'll be a bitch. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? Your ass still got your ass whooped.
Yeah, my son needs to call me, and then I'm gonna deal with her, or it's gonna be
Thank
somebody
you.
that I call. But I'm not gonna tell my son to beat a bitch up. I'm sorry. Like, yeah,
So
no.
let me ask you this, Misha. Let me ask you this: if a woman is putting her hands on your son, what are you gonna tell your son?
Huh?
What if a woman is actively putting her hands on your son? What are you gonna tell your son?
What you mean actively? Like he in a relationship with a girl that's laying hands on
No,
him?
she in the middle of duking them up. She done put 4 or 5 poles on them already.
Yeah, like
In
I'm beating the bitch
school
up.
or a relationship?
I'm beating the bitch up, and he could call the cops. He could press charges. He could, like, I don't know, like, but I'm not gonna tell him to beat her up. Like, a man is always gonna be stronger than a woman most of the
Some
time.
little
Okay,
boy.
that's what I want to
Wait.
hear. Misha, with that being said, if a man is gonna always be stronger than a woman, why would the
My
woman
cousin's
pick
the
the
smartest cousin in the
audacity to
world.
put her
My
Yeah,
hands on
cousin's
you?
the
I'm I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm just saying I'm not telling my son to beat a bitch up. That's crazy. That's crazy.
my cousin is the
That's why
smartest
that shit is
cousin in the
happening
world.
at a all-time high right now because that shit starts at home. That's learned behavior. I'm not teaching my son to beat a bitch up. We all from different parts of this country. So like where I'm from, yeah, no, it's not going down. Like that's not cool.
Well, here's the thing. This is what
It's
I
not
will
cool
say.
for her
Because
to put her
on the
hands on
reverse
him.
side, I do have a sister. And beautiful thing about my sister is she don't call, like say if there's something going on, she don't calling the if she called my phone right now, I know it's something dire and I'm going over there to accept whatever consequences that come with it because I know my sister. Because she know when she called a man and her family, something serious is don't call us to mediate. We're not good mediators. We're not finna pull up and talk it out. What happened? None of that shit. It was him, and then it goes down. That's the only thing that we go from. So my sister, in her mind, she thinking I'm not gonna put my brother in a position where he's gonna go to jail.
That's different. That's different. I'm not calling my brother if Rainier putting his hands on me. I'm supposed to handle that. You want to know why? Because most of the time, 98% of the time, you call your brother, but she's still fucking on him after the fact.
That's
So
a
why would
fact.
you even call your brother?
That's a fact.
Do
Or
you
or
know what?
The women's situation is different. Like call one of your female cousins, call your mom because I'm beating the bitch up.
or
I'm not telling my son to beat her up.
or it happened like the two brothers that just got killed in Florida. Remember, his sister called them. The brothers came up. They did something to the boyfriend, baby dad, and he went back out, grabbed the toes, killed. Unalived them both.
The
Because she
question
called the
is,
brothers. When she could have
I was
called the
going to bring
police.
that up, Renee. I
Yeah,
was
the
going to
she
bring
was
question
that
calling
up.
is,
police.
why you remaining in a relationship that a woman
Men
put
is
hands
different.
on?
Men,
Men is different. So
men gonna get dealt with firearms, legal or
listen,
illegal.
let me tell you
Women
something.
ain't
If
getting
he if
burnt out
if
like
I
that.
put my hands on Rainier first and I call the cops and I tell the cops that he put his hands on me first, he is guilty. He gotta go. He getting locked up. That's it. It's over. Even though I'm lying. So that's a different situation. But a
And
girl,
that's why the weaponization of the cops have allowed women to go ahead and put hands on men, knowing they can fall
Exactly.
back and call a cop. You
Yep.
don't let them do that because if you're gonna go to jail, you might as well go to jail being the
For
one
real.
hitting back. Because you're
Yep.
gonna go to jail regardless if you hit her back or not.
going back to what I was saying earlier, I'm just not telling my son to beat a bitch up. Y'all,
No, no, no,
that,
no, no,
that's
no, no.
crazy.
It's not
You
beating
didn't
her
beat him
up.
up.
It's
I hit her
resetting her
one time.
attitude.
That hitting her one time in the chest is making her fall on the ground. Obviously she gonna be breathing funny because hitting her in the chest like that's crazy.
No, 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 no. Okay, for
Like
me,
that's crazy,
for
Roman.
me, in my full grown at right, I'm not punching.
Yeah, I'm not hitting no chick at
I'm
my
not
age.
punching nobody
No.
because I'm probably gonna break a
I was a
rib.
little
Yeah.
boy.
I'm gonna crack an eye socket. You're gonna be
Right.
no.
I'm going to jail, period.
What I am gonna do is put some powder in the palm of my motherfucking
He
hand.
said,
Powder
I'm
me
gonna
up.
fix
It's a baby powder.
I'm gonna get the baby powder and I'm gonna smack the shit out you. I'm gonna
So
reset
I
you.
got a question for you then, Misha. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know,
If women are and men are equal, how come it's okay for a woman to put her hands on a man, but it's not okay for a man
We're
to?
not equal. Who said we was equal?
You know we're not equal. We
You
never
know
been
we not
equal.
equal. So
Stop
what
that,
kind of
man.
question is
That's
that?
the
We
whole
not
point of
equal.
the fit. No, we can't do that because that's the whole point of the chat today. The impact of femininity. They want
But Misha, see,
everything's
you
supposed to
have
be
common
equal.
sense. Most other women do not. They do think they better or equal to men. You have some common sense. You know that you're not like
It's
that.
not,
Not
it's not really
strength
that, but
wise.
I'm not even around women who think that men and women are equal. Maybe they in a higher bracket than me, making more money
Yeah,
or
come where I
something.
live at. You won't see all that too much.
But yeah, yeah, not the girl. Nah, not one female I know think that men and women are equal. So I don't.
Y'all be
Charlie,
hanging
what
out.
you, Charlie,
Y'all be hanging out on the
The
airlines at the Sky Bar with all the bougie people.
Charlie, what you think is equal? What you mean when you say that?
Yeah.
Can you
When
clarify?
actually what they advocate for, that when men or women are the same thing, I mean, are the same, any job that a man could do, a woman could do, just all of that. If a man get paid this much, a woman should get paid that much, when historically women don't work as long as men and things of that nature. That's what I'm talking about. You cannot pick and choose equality. If you're going to be equal, you're going to be equal all across the board. Otherwise, you're just equal when it's in your favor.
Yeah, that's what it is, though, Charlie. And then that's not actually stupid. That's actually smart. So that's why
On
I was
their
just saying,
behalf.
like, yeah, it's smart on their behalf. Like, I'm not really mad. And then now this is where y'all fall for the banana and the tailpipe. Like y'all the second crew from Beverly Hill Cops talking about y'all not gonna fall for the banana and the tailpipe. Yes, you are. Because what people do is we're net, they were really saying like, hey, let's have the same opportunities across the board. No matter if I'm a man or a woman, I should be able to pursue whatever I want to pursue in this great land we call USA. That's the inception. And then at the back end, they're also saying, yeah, but we're not the same. So get my door. Yeah, we're not the same. You should never put your hands on me. Yeah, we're not the same. Meaning you should take care of my bill. Like whatever they can make it seem like, people are going to do that because they're seeking the advantage over you. It only makes sense. So while they say, yes, we're not equal, we're different. Yeah, you better still give me the same rights. I better still be able to vote. I still be able to pursue the opportunities and do whatever I say I want to do as a free human being.
Right.
But you, sir, you're not. Let's
Right.
stick to these same old, we're different.
Yeah,
The-
that's just like, and I will even add another caveat to that. That's just like some people think that when it comes to war, women shouldn't have a say so in that because women are not getting drafted. They're not going to war in large like men are.
They don't
So
have any
you're
skin
not
in the
going.
game, so you don't have no reason to open your mouth to say shit.
Exactly. But also, when you do your research, women have got, and I didn't know this. I just recently learned this, that women is the reason why, and this was before women had the rights and all of that stuff that they talk about. But they got rid of prohibition. That was women.
No, prohibition was the reason for women. Women was the ones that started prohibition.
Okay, well, I might have it backwards. My whole point
Yeah,
about
that
that
sounds
is,
about right.
even, and that was before like the voting thing and all that. So they were still powerful. It's just that in
Oh,
some
yeah, no doubt.
situations,
No
like
doubt.
say, if I were, or say that again,
No, I was saying no doubt. That's why it's like
that's just like in
mostly
certain
cap.
instances in
Go
this.
ahead.
They say if you don't have skin in the game, you shouldn't vote in the direction of this country.
I would
So
say
I
the
mean, I
best
land there if you guys want to chime in on that.
I would say the best
Go ahead.
revenge in a toxic relationship is create. The best revenge in a toxic relationship is creating a better life without them. People can holler equal, same as men, women the same as men the same as women, but that's not the truth of the world. If that's what you want to live your life by, then go ahead. But then you gotta accept the
I get it.
consequences for it.
Exactly, I agree with that.
I treat them bad
Peacemaker,
boys as the
Peacemaker
same.
said, she said, yes, in my country, women can't go to war because they argue with each other. Yeah.
So it's funny because I was kind of hanging.
So yeah, no, just to bring it full circle, and I feel like I feel like say a lot of times my words be getting misconstrued. I mean misconstrued and things of that nature. But that's clear. That's not a lot of what I mean. Like say we can nitpick words and stuff like. Just happened to my. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're
Now,
digitizing, but we can hear you.
My shit had just blacked out for no reason. That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought it was me. I thought it was me again. I was like, damn.
No, that was me.
I
Man.
thought
I
it
was
was
got
you
them
two
from
shutting me
the-
down.
yeah, I think it wasn't me in this damn Philippines internet. Jeez.
But my whole thing is, if you're gonna be a woman, be a woman. But if you're gonna step in a man place, like
Right.
don't you cannot fair when you get treated like a man. Yes, we know the world is different. Like I just said, in the same scenario, if you're sitting at the bar and it's a woman across from the bar staring you in the face, it's gonna be a completely different feeling than if a man across the bar staring you in your face. You're like, "What's up, bro? You know me? Like you look like you know me. What's up?" When it's a different thing with a woman, you see what I'm saying? So we inherently built different. I didn't say better. I just said different. Go ahead.
Facts. That's like that's like the story. I think it was in Arizona. The teenage boy at the high school, he was knocking down two of the teachers, two of the female teachers. He was knocking them down.
I heard about that.
Hero. Did anybody go to jail? No. But you let that had been two male teachers knocking down a female student. Oh nah, it would have been protests from here to
Oh man,
Timbuktu.
they would have put that man
Yeah,
grandkids in
there's
jail.
always the
man.
exception to the rule. Just the same thing in the military.
Yeah, put him under the jail.
I think the Marine Corps was the only one that didn't make a lot of exceptions when it came to putting women in combat roles. But a lot of branches had to overcompensate or allow women to have some kind of bypass.
Yeah.
If you can hit this level, then we'll go ahead and accept you into this part of the branch. We don't get exceptions.
Bro,
In any-
who's that? What's that? JL says women do go to war. I didn't say they don't go to war. I said women can't be drafted.
Go war where?
Where do they go to war?
If you're talking about maybe a fighter pilot in the Air Force, that's about it. If you're talking about
not front line.
if you're talking about the Navy out on a ship, but not necessarily actively hand-to-hand combat, okay, I give that to you.
What was Shoshana Johnson? Oh, never mind. She was in the army, right?
Charlotte Rhimes was a transport. She was in transport, motor T.
You know
That's
who I'm
how
talking about? Shoshana Johnson, the one that got kidnapped in Iraq.
Yeah, they were in motor T making supply runs.
Okay.
dropping off-
Look, I say this. Look, at the end of the day, I hear a lot of people, they just be mad because they're getting the short end of the stick. Stop taking the short end of the stick. I often hear, we built the world. Where you live in? Well, stop doing that. But you can't. I mean, you need a job, right? You need rations. You need resources too, right? So you do need a job. It's not like you getting paid and you go to your employer and he says, yo, after I'm done paying you, I'm also going to give you some coochie. And you can get a girl pregnant and have kids. That's not a part of the deal. So when you actually building out the world, you're doing it because that's a skill set you have and you acquired it. You can do other things if you want to, right? And so I just think like you just gotta just chill on that part of it, right? Like find somebody who rocks with you. Don't worry about all women, what all women are saying on the internet. Shit, you could probably only get one, so stop acting like all women really apply to you. And then just rock with the one that'll rock with you if you can find it. If you can't, then you can't. And that's nothing new. You better be happy. In 2026, you're not gonna die in a ditch fighting the Mongolian horde. Like that would have been your lot in the past. And women have been powerful in the past. Like they had positions of power. They can just say something to black men and delete them. Like it depends on which women you're talking about too, from which nation, which culture, and which group. So at the end of the day, I just think fend for yourself, find the ones you rock with, and stop worrying about everybody. I don't care if
But
there's a
to
girl
your
on the
point-
internet saying she needs
To your
50
point,
grand.
Financial Frontier, to your point, women can have you deleted, but they're not the ones doing the deleting. They're going to get some simp dude
Oh, yeah,
or
for
get
sure.
some dude to do the deleting.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do it.
That's a fact.
So that person LJ just said something about women in the army or something like that. Chan, if you could put that back up or whatever.
Yeah, he said, "Yep, no problem. I got it."
And so what I would say to that is, in those certain roles, yeah, you had this whole push for this DEI bullshit. That's what I'm gonna call it. And you had they lowered the standards, they lowered the barrier to entry.
Absolutely.
And what you want to talk about, those women are a liability on the field of battle.
On the field of battle. Yes, on the field of battle. Because
let's call it what it is.
Yeah. Now my mother was in the army, Miguel, but she was a cook.
Right. And I'm not saying that there isn't a place for women in this and that. But number one, here's the thing. I wouldn't want, well, my mom is dead and gone, but I wouldn't want my mom being frontline. I don't want my daughters. I don't want none of my daughters being frontline. So hell no, women do not have a place in combat operations. Now, just like Ronan said, you can find something else, maybe in an admin or something like that, some other strategical place in the military. But yeah, do I want any woman on the front line in direct combat? No, because I know what's going to happen to you if you get caught. Yeah. I know what's going to happen.
Here's the thing. It's not only what's going to happen to him. Here's the thing. It's not only that. It's not only the fact
I know where you're going. Go ahead, brother. Preach, brother.
But we superheroes to our women. What's the first thing you're going to do to stop her from getting it? You're going to jeopardize yourself. Men will jeopardize themselves to protect a woman. So at that point, you're already in a mindset of kill and protect. You're ultimately in that extreme mindset. If there's a female on that line and she's getting shot at, you might forget your option and what you're supposed to be doing on your mission to go back and help her.
Right.
And that's where the liability also comes in at. It's threefold for a guy when it comes to what? Protecting of a woman while she's on the battlefield.
I've never experienced that up close, but what I will say, a real life example is female police officers. You got the males that's within that are overcompensate because she's a female.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So I mean, I agree. And then let's be clear. I don't want this to be like, this is never a woman bashing type of platform, but we just gotta call it for what it is. You know what I mean? Like, for one, I do think femininity did definitely play a key role in the status of America today. I definitely do. And I also believe that femininity is anti-family. Because if they're pushing you to be independent and this, that, and the third, where do the family structure come in? And I'm not here to, and the statistic is the jail is full, overwhelmingly full with people that come from single mother homes. Those are just statistics. Those are not my feelings. That's just what it is.
But Chan, hold up, check this out, Chan. Watch me blow their mind with this one. So, feminism did not help women. You know who feminism helped? Every man on this panel, because you know what we get to do now? We get the fuck on y'all and not worry about a damn thing. Because before back in the day, before y'all burned y'all bras and had this sexual liberation and all this and that. Oh, when women can do anything men can do, men can go out there and have 100 bodies. Well, guess what? I want to have 100 bodies too. Guess what? Guess what we as men say? Oh, okay, cool. And guess what? You're gonna have niggas continue to fuck on y'all and not give a damn if y'all are not going to get the outcomes that you're looking for. You are not going to get the outcomes that you are looking for, and that's why a lot of y'all got 100 damn bodies. That's why you're heroes like Meg Thee Stallion, who is a freaking whore for
a super thought.
Exactly, super thought. She's sitting there thinking she gonna get wifed up by you just because what Klay Thompson was light skinned, you thought he was a sucker,
right?
Come on, man. But you got a bunch of women on the internet. Oh, this and that, and and he played her and he cheated on her and get up out of here, bro.
It was all good until he did something wrong. That's always the way it is.
Right.
Oh, he didn't do nothing wrong though, bro. That's my point. He didn't even do nothing wrong. He just took his time.
And let me explain. Let me explain one more thing.
It was in his nature to cheat. He wasn't an honest dude. He always cheated before she met him.
Thank you. And like I said, look, this isn't to like beat up on women and all. This is to give y'all a reality check. Look, y'all got y'all one super simp. That's Russell Wilson.
Be happy.
Sierra's prayer. None of y'all is gonna get another a millionaire to come and take care of you and your 3 and 4 kids by 2 different babies. Man, what are y'all thinking? The delusion is real. It's real. It's not happening. Y'all got y'all one super simp of the century. Now all of y'all can say Sierra's prayer. It's not gonna come true. Now keep with this feminism shit, and we gonna keep fucking on y'all. Because feminism don't help y'all. Feminism helps us. When you really look at it, feminism helps us. You know what? It helps us. It helps us push our body count up.
Unfortunately, it does help us in a way, and the morality goes out the window when women also think they're men and they can sow their wild oats. So now you got a whole bunch of women out here trying to get their numbers up, and yeah, now you got a whole bunch of tribalism going on. You don't know whose kid is who because your DNA is deposited in every wound you ever slept in and you skeeted up in. So y'all need DNA check just to figure out who the hell kid it is. Because if it comes out light skinned with blue eyes, even though you might be dark skinned, you might want to get that check to see if that DNA from that ex boyfriend ain't still there.
Yeah, I think that's a good coat. That's a good coat for the guys in the space, man. But I don't think women are all right, man. They live the longest. Just because they say they're happy, like you care about what's coming out their words, like what their mouth. They don't get assaulted. You guys are out here self-deleting. Most of you guys are homeless. I mean, it's really bad when you look at the statistics for men to women. So we can rage on the internet and get our Kevin Samuels on and say, you're going to die alone with a cat. Even if a woman marries you, you die before her. You die 15 to 20 years before her. So she's always alone with the cat. She can have you or not have you. She's got guaranteed supplement from the government, guaranteed food. There's not even like really a homeless woman unless she really wants it. So many homeless shelters. I mean, they're quite fine as far as geniuses go. Men, y'all living under bridge, even if you served in the military. So, I mean, they get all the financing from the government if they want to open up a business, more than veterans. I went up and checked the VA, and the SBA said there's more money for women than it is for you as a veteran. So, I mean, you can rage at DEI. That took out black men, Hispanic men, Asian men. Women still have privileges. They still have the benefits and advantage. So you didn't do away with nothing. They're still in a great position. But because they told you that they're not happy, as they sit at the spa, as they tell you they're not happy, as they sit with a dog that got a fleece on, and they sit in their stroll.
Bitch better get my money. Where's my fucking
wait, hold on, Ronan. As they tell you that they live desperate lives and they take advantage of your high school children, they are out here walling out, living their best lives. So you can fall for the coat saying, well, you ain't getting married. Nobody, they don't care. And let me tell you this, they were walling back then. Y'all created this device. It was called a chastity belt. Y'all used to have a lock and key for the punani, and that didn't work. So, I mean, a king used to have eunuchs. He used to take a man, cut off his tongue, cut off his lower parts, because he was like, I don't want you touching my women. So they always been out here. They always been sleeping with slaves. They've been sleeping with slaves. We were subhuman and they were sleeping with us. So it's always been bad. Master couldn't catch a break even if he owned black slaves. So at the end of the day, it's been bad. They've always been wilding. If you don't know, ask Adam. It's always been that. God has been trying to tell you men. It's always been like that. But y'all don't want to listen to him.
Well, I will say this, and I do agree with Financial Frontier OTO, but also what I was saying to you all before, you know, you do have the pockets of order. You know what I'm saying? Like even in O'Shea Duke Jackson, he said something to this when he was doing his live yesterday when he was talking about the Nation of Islam and how the Nation of Islam was taking women off the street, even the girls that was for the street, and making them honest women. You know what I'm saying?
As well, though.
But you know how that happens, though, right? Conformity. You have a strict rule. They are willing to subject themselves to that strict domineering rule and fall in line. If you ain't got a woman willing to do that, it don't matter if it's a Nation of Islam or anybody else. They're not going to do it.
Well, that's the point that I was trying to make with it.
Yeah.
What you're saying, because basically, I mean, me and OTO, we're on opposite. We're saying the same thing. We're just saying it on the opposite ends. I mean, OTO is saying, hey, the world is crazy and anarchy. You're just gonna have to live with this world because it's not. I mean, yeah, this world ain't perfect. Live how you live. I'm saying, yeah, he's right. The world isn't perfect, but at least we can work together in order to try to make a perfect world. But the only way for us to try to work together to make a perfect world is if we're all in on that one strict code and working in unity, and that's it.
That word right there. That's that word they don't like. Strict.
What I was going to say,
I get it, black cleaner. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. That's a good point. That's a good point. Go ahead.
Quick question, guys. Is my because on my TV I can't see for some reason I'm not showing. Can y'all
bro,
see
your screen's all black, bro.
No, you blacked out, man. You
blacked out.
Right.
You 100%
blacked out Chan TV. That's what it's called now.
I said
okay, now
this
you
before.
got the sniper.
I said
Go
this
ahead,
before. Men think with the wrong head, while women can't keep their legs closed. That's where all the problems start.
Yeah, I agree. And I get what you're saying, black cleaner. And next time you come on the channel, all I'm gonna say is dun 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 dun. So you want to be a hero out here. You want to be Captain Save 'em. I don't. Shout outs to the feminists that freed me. It allowed me to win in this life. You freed me. I didn't die in a ditch fighting for you while you get clapped by Jody back in the range. See, shout outs. I love the liberation. It helped me. It molded me. I started to think, this is a setup. I'm the king. Why am I dying for the queen? It doesn't make sense to me anymore. So thank you, feminists. You have freed me from the monotony that I was stuck in before. I started to realize I'm the king. And when the king goes down in chess, the game is over. I never sacrifice for the queen. Ever. I am the empire. I am the saga. I don't go down with the ship. So shout outs to the feminists. I couldn't have did it without you. You liberated me. And as I think Miguel, you said it, yeah. Unlimited punani. I don't get the shotgun wetted no more. I don't get somebody trying to put a shotgun in my back because I hooked up with their daughter on the side of a barn somewhere. Shout outs to that. I love the liberation. I've enjoyed it. I cleaned up. And I guess the commie coochies, the communists behind coochies who all want to stock issued women is not around for them, so they're mad and they're angry. But I love it. And you're right. Black cleaner, please save the world. Shout outs to you. Hats off to you. And I'll enjoy it while it's here and where it's at.
Just call me Professor X.
Femininity made it easier for me to avoid the toxic woman in the world. Most people don't want to drown in the sea of trolls to find a good partner in life.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, and this is my point on that. Long as you willing to like work with somebody, it's not like I used this analogy a couple times before. Damn near everybody on my 600-pound life got somebody. Why you can't get nobody?
That is facts.
I'm married.
That is facts.
You know what I mean? Why you can't get nobody?
Damn.
Yo.
You going at y'all like that? You gonna let Charlie go at y'all like that?
And I simply said I'm married.
Yeah, he did say challenge. That's why I said they're not delusional. They're not, Charlie. I wish I could say it. I would say it. I would love to say it with you guys, but they're not. I've seen girls on 600. I've seen girls without legs, without arms. Like they had a man and he had legs and arms. You would think that he'd be teamed up. She'd be teamed up with two people with no legs. No, it was a legitimate dude. Go ahead.
My younger sister married a guy with no legs.
Here's the thing, though, OTO. How can a man kick it with a chick that ain't got no legs, though? Just saying.
Bro.
Do you stick it in
You
her
were
leg?
wrong. He
Hey,
said,
when
"How can a
brothers
woman
have
with
a-
no legs kick it?"
hey, when brothers have a will, they will find a way.
It's called a swing.
I'm trying to tell you.
That was hilarious, but that was out of pocket.
Hey,
A swing.
I don't know.
But it's a beautiful thing, and like you say, I can see like when you put it in that way, and that's the point of these conversations, guys. It's for us to be able to discuss them, to trade ideas. Maybe you could, someone could help someone think another way that they wasn't previously thinking, or look at it another way that they wasn't looking at it before. So that be the point of this. I've never looked like, you know what, we should go out there and march for feminists. You know what I mean? Yeah, be free with your body. I'll start with me. God damn it. You know what I mean? Like,
I love it.
I never thought about it like that.
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it. I'm trying to tell you, I love it. Go right on ahead. And you
Shit,
know what?
I love you to pay 50% of the rent. I love it. Pay the mortgage. I
Right.
love it.
Yeah, we equal, baby.
Right.
Shit.
Go
If
ahead.
someone is, if someone
You
is
are a
not
woman.
bringing,
Let me hear you roar. Go ahead.
if someone isn't bringing peace and happiness into my life, I'm not going to focus on trying to change them. I'm going to focus on deciding what I want to keep them in my life.
I don't want peace. I want
Facts.
problems.
Really, what LJ say since 2018, about 14% of women serving in ununiformed or with uniforms have been in all combat roles alongside male cops.
Yeah. Hold on, Chan. Hold on, LJ. We're not disputing the fact that women are in combat roles. What we're saying is it's not a good idea because of these things like lowering the standards to actually become qualified in those roles, i.e., like now you do have. I'm not going to sit up here and say you don't have exceptional women that can probably pass, the male portion of a fitness test. But how often are we actually going to run across them? No, with the military, with the army, and I'm going to speak about the army because that's what I was in. What the army had to do was lower the standards. So, and in doing that, now you're lowering that barrier to entry. Now this person really can't technically pull their weight, so to speak, and the rest of the people in the combat unit, like the good brother Ronan said, if a woman's out there, now we're worried about her taking fire. So, we're going to jeopardize the mission just because we don't want a woman to get hit. You know what I'm saying? Or like I said, if she gets captured, we already know what's going down. So
why don't we just
we're not saying that the women aren't there. We're saying we don't think it's a good idea in those particular roles. But
I say we switch it. Geneva Convention has just changed. I offer a proposition to all the world's people. All right, we're passing it. All right, men are no longer, they're abolished from war, and only women. So only women can fight other women in war, and we sit back and men and win.
No,
So
financial frontier. No, financial frontier. You a bitch for saying that. You supposed to be the man. You the one supposed to be standing up there. You supposed to be stronger than them.
In the Miguel ideology, we're gonna be fucking the bitches that didn't go to war. You know what I mean? Because that's what happened when men go to war. They fucking the niggas that didn't go.
Boy, Chad. Boy, I think you might have been with me once I first got to brag. Oh my God. Because
for real. Hey, real quick, Jody, she say, "Hey, Charlie, Miguel look like Matt Chappelle." I'm not even sure who that is, but shout out to you, Jody. How you doing, love?
Hey, Jody, what's up? Who's Matt Chappelle? I'm gonna have to Google that. Who's Matt Chappelle?
Wait, but who Jody though?
An idea.
I don't know that.
She ever cam up, Charlie?
Huh?
No.
So you don't know who you talking to. So you don't know who you talking to.
I'm talking to a picture. Shit.
Isn't that one of your people's, Ronan?
No, that's
accurate. Damn, Jody.
That's probably Chan original right there. Jody is.
Yeah. She came from over here, but I'm not. Come on, now.
Yeah, like I said, if that picture is accurate, damn, Jody.
Yeah.
But she never
she
cammed
say
up
she
as long as
she
y'all
say
known
she
her.
even got an Instagram.
Right,
but
Rainier, you absolutely right about that, brother. I know where you're going with that. Be careful.
I'm telling you, this is how easy it is.
Nowadays, especially.
No, this is how easy it is to get over brothers. It's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, the way you format it, like I'm cash apping her or something.
Nah, I'm just trying to say, but
Mm.
first of all, this is your channel. You always said, you know, be on here. You got to. We want to know who we talking to. We want to know who's who.
I'm still trying to see who Matt Chappelle is, man.
Who we dating these conversations with?
I don't even know who Matt Chappelle
Well,
is.
he or she did cash app him earlier, so.
No, that was Dorothy.
Oh, damn, check you out, Charlie.
Charlie pimping.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, all right. I found the black dude, Matt Chappelle. Oh, okay. All right, yeah, okay.
Well, yeah, no. Believe it or not, guys. I mean, them cash apps just starting to, look. I appreciate everything, and I think shout out to my good brother YV. But a lot of people probably was getting almost intimidated because YV coming through dropping bags. But what I tell people, for one, I appreciate any and everything. I appreciate a sub. You know what I mean? I'm not out here like anybody owe me anything. So anything you do, like even pulling up and watching, I appreciate that. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. And
yo, Charlie, you need a shirt, man. A slogan. What you be saying about your videos? You be like, yo, we about to wrap this up. Like you be saying that, and then that was like at 2 hours. Now it's 3 hours and 40
2 hours later.
I said we're not gonna be here that long.
Oh yeah, that's what you said. Yeah,
we're not gonna be here that long. In fact, I'm glad you bring that up because we're gonna probably shut it down around the 4 hour mark. But because I don't want to be the dead horse, but at the same time, I just think a lot of these conversations. Shout out to my good brother, Mr. Peppers in the building. One of those ones, man. Shout out to Peppers pulling up.
Good, Mr. Peppers.
But it's a change of ideas because, like I said, I never thought about Miguel's point of view. You know what I mean? Like I'm really walking away with something tangible. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, come on in here and pay 50%. And no, I'm not holding the door for you. In fact, we're gonna take turns holding the door for each other. You equal.
Before you try to fix the world problems, you need to start with fixing yourself first, and that's where everything begins. A lot of people like to like to blame others for what they allow in their life.
I think that's a
good majority does that.
Say that again.
Facts.
A good majority does that.
Expat got a point, and that's why before my Wi-Fi went out, that's why I asked Black Cleaner how long did he have that woman in his life who didn't even get on his program, but he talking about fix the world.
I didn't take it that far.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I got to go with my principal voice. Hold on. No, not that one. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to play that one.
What you preparing for a baby?
Hold on. You got to get the right one here.
You know what's funny, Miguel? I did answer the question already, but to go into depth with it a little bit more, when we moved down south to Atlanta from Boston, she was on my program for a second. And then what happened was the single feminist peanut gallery got into her ear. You know what I'm saying? Because she was out here doing everything because I told you all before.
Hold on.
I ended up getting the house. I ended up getting the cars. I ended up providing everything. And so the only thing that she needed to do was go out there and, do her part. But then what happened was somebody saying, hold on.
Yeah. But hold on a second, good brother. Earlier on the chat, you said that that once you got out the military, you was on Section 8, and all you wanted her to do was get out there, that you had your business on the side. So you was doing your part, you was doing the hustling, and she didn't even want to get out there and and do her part. You know what I'm saying? She ain't want to do her part. So my question to you is, if she ain't want to do her part in Boston, how the fuck did she get with you down in Atlanta? Like for real, like if you ain't doing your part in Boston, I'll be down if I drag your ass to a whole nother city with me. But that's just me. So that's where that's my only pushback on it. To quote Chan, I'm pushback Miguel right now.
Shout out to Miguel.
Well, in the end,
and that goes to what that bring it all back. That goes back to what my good brother Expat just said. Before you start trying to clean up the damn world,
yeah.
Let's take a look at the mirror first.
and you're correct. And that's what I've been doing.
All right.
That's all any of us can do.
That's all I got. Yeah.
We all gonna make mistakes, but you should take what mistakes you can and use them as stepping stones to a better life. That's all any of us can do.
Yeah, and that's another reason why I do write the books that I've.
Go ahead, my bad, Black Queen. Go ahead.
And that's a lot of times too, because I do a lot of self-reflecting. You know what I'm saying? And when I do my self-reflecting, I've written a couple of books to show other people what I have found out that was going on in my life, and shared that with in my book, so that other people who read my books will be able to get a piece of that and understand it, and really not go through some of the situations that I went through. And that I also too, the brother, as I said, Butters was saying, Q Ball was saying, revealing is healing, because and that's why I do appreciate the spaces that where the pages, me, Chan Rainier, Charlie Chan, even the page that I just started, Vacation Time with Ryan, everybody, because I get a chance to share with the brothers and be able to reveal some of these things, and then it starts the healing.
Yeah, I there you go, Black Queen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with healing, but you can't heal in the same place that wounded you. You have to find your space where you can actually heal and move forward in life.
No, I agree with X-Pac dropping some gems tonight. Yeah, I agree with that, X-Pac. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to the X-Pac for that one. But like say, and then we can move it along to real quick while Rona's up here too. I don't know, like say we talk about like say the marriage things and stuff like that and the aspect of it. But last night it almost like, and I'm not gonna say they was 100%, but it almost like brothers was coming from a higher plan, saying, "Well, I'm better than." Well, no, I don't even want that to be out there. But they was almost speaking down to the brothers that wasn't married. And then they was also saying like, "Oh, how it's just as easy as it was 20 years ago." I'm saying, no, the game has changed. The game has changed a lot. You know what I mean? And if you're not actively out here, you wouldn't know that. You know what I mean? You could be adjacent to it, but you just wouldn't know. So there's that. Like they damn near, hey, they came at Ronan though. I ain't gonna lie.
They tried.
Ronan a little bit.
They tried, but hey, it got me a feature on O'Shea Duke Jackson for an interview. So I'll be happy to do that.
He said the same thing to me too. Goddamn it.
And me too. Goddamn it. But shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, man. He a real one, man. And like I say, he was kicking shit last night. So I really enjoyed myself. It was just about like say when Freezy came up and he kind of misquoted me or misunderstood what I was saying, I tried to get back up there to elaborate, because when I told him, like say in Minnesota, a white woman approached you to buy you a drink in a bar, and when I was telling him that I was told that I don't look like I talk to black women, it's because I was trying to talk to a black woman then. You see what I'm saying? So because it almost like he took it as if somebody white told me that, or somebody that like say outside of the realm was telling me that. But I was talking, and she was like, "I'm surprised that you're talking to me because you don't look like you talk to black women." So that's all I was saying. But,
yeah, and it's funny because I actually said something. Well, I put that in the comments as too. I said, because I understood what you were saying. I was saying, well, here's a white woman who's actually approaching him and saying, hello, baby, you know, what we drinking and all of this stuff. Black men that might be standing at the bar just staring at you, waiting for you to approach me. You know what I'm saying?
My biggest thing was when you just brought up a point I brought up. And I asked O'Shea the same thing. I said, people don't approach you? You don't get DMs? Come on. You get DMs.
No,
all
okay,
the time, every day.
Yeah, he
Girl,
probably
I always hitting you up on DMs.
Yeah, for sure.
But some of these guys felt like they couldn't, no woman has ever walked up to them saying they were attracted to them. I'm sorry, I didn't look like this now. But when I was younger, I ain't had no problems with chicks letting me know. And then somebody in the chat was like, yo, you got a dress blue uniform on? You know how many girls go Google Gaga over a uniform, a man in uniform? The level of responsibility, power, and all the things that come behind seeing you in that fucking uniform. They don't give a fuck what you're doing. Yeah. But if you don't know that because you never experienced it, you would have that same fantasy like, girls just walk up? Yes, bruh. Are you kidding me?
Well, I can give you a sample. I'm married in Thailand. We went to the Tesco and went grocery shopping. My wife walked away from me. I had 3 different younger Thai women come up to me and start flirting with me.
Well, of course, you're a paycheck today.
I had one of them.
You heard the excuse. Oh, well, then you're a paycheck. They didn't really care about you. They just want your money.
Exactly.
It's always
they seen their future.
It's always a spin to whatever your reasoning is. Oh, well, that's the spin. Because all they hear is negativity all throughout the space. And I broke that down too. It's like, look, it's 12% of the population in America that are black. Maybe 0.02% actually have passports, black men and women. You got a very small percentage of black men that travel, let alone ones that travel and put out any content online. You mean to tell me all the other ones are just that unsuccessful, or they don't care to share?
The point I was trying to get at is 2 of them respected me when I told them I was married. The 3rd one told me she didn't care that I was married.
Of course not.
Nah, but that money don't spend the same.
That was the one that really wanted your money.
Yeah.
By any means necessary.
That's what a lot of men go for, is for those type of women overseas. Right. And then they wonder why everything
they're going to get you for any means necessary.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm here for a good time and not a long time. So, listen, I tell chicks this, man. My door,
good time, Charlie.
Keep people out. They're not to keep people in. You go at your own will.
You got the same name. You got the same name as my father, Charlie. Good time, Charlie. That's what they used to call my father.
Yeah. It sound like a player though, man. I ain't met too many Charlies that wasn't. You know what I mean?
No, Lord.
But it's just
Charlie Brown wasn't a player.
Say that again, right here.
Get him right here.
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Charlie Brown wasn't a player.
Charlie Brown, goddamn it, had a bitch that was picking on him, man. I ain't talking about that type of Charlie. I'm talking about a Charles. You know what I mean?
Oh, like the one from BMF?
Type shit. You feel? Well, I haven't watched BMF too tough. Was that the dad?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think what I seen of him.
I don't know no Charles that's doing the crazy. Or Charles Barkley, like what are you talking about?
The Charles I've met in life. The Charles that I've met in life, and you know one. You just ain't met him yet, but you know one.
Oh, Charlie.
Forget about Charlie Chaplin.
Charlie Chan TV, baby. Hey, listen, I'm not a lame nigga. I just play one on YouTube. You feel me?
No. You said you haven't met too many Charlie that wasn't this player. Where they at? I only know probably one. Where they at?
Well, they might not got Charlies out there like where I'm from, bro. You know what I mean? I can't say they got Charlie factories everywhere, but man.
I'll go keep my mouth shut, but you setting yourself up for jokes.
Man, please come on with it. Because the fact of the matter is this. I ain't never been no light-skinned, good-haired, having motherfucker.
Hey, why are you always going to talk about
I've been a light-skinned, bald-headed guy.
Wait, for a person that always talk about black power, now you want to talk about blacks. Oh.
And hold up,
come
here's
on
the
now.
biggest
Now
thing
you
right
being
here, right
facetious
here,
because
right here.
from the
Here's the biggest
community,
thing,
you know they be
right here, right
pedestalizing
here.
those light skinned brothers with the good hair.
Wait,
They
wait,
want their
wait, wait,
baby to come out with good
stop.
hair.
Right here. Here's the thing. The biggest thing O'Shea was talking about was brothers that still cared about the black community, right? Marrying outside their race or dating outside their race, meaning Jamie Foxx and this white chick, right? I was the lightest brother on the goddamn panel and holding my own by myself.
Hold on, what happened to the black unity? What that mean? I don't what.
No, I mean it was undeniable. I was obviously black, but at the same time, I was still the lightest skinned motherfucker in there, and they still had doubts. Oh, you getting played? Ah, you doing this? Oh, you ain't doing this right. Oh, bruh. Why'd you get divorced? Life happened. People change.
Yeah,
What you want me to say? You know what I'm saying? Lack of communication, time, changes, all those things matter in a relationship.
I agree.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody. I mean, and that's the thing they should know. You know what I mean? Like, I think people be trying to do things to troll sometimes, talk about, and you don't know how they moving in real life.
And that's all good. Like I said, it didn't bother me. It was just like I got an opportunity now. Let's see if O'Shea really calls me up and does the show. But I would love to have a conversation with him.
Well, honestly, I believe no fault divorce made it too easy for people to end marriages instead of taking the time to,
Lack of traditional values
right.
makes it easy for somebody to throw you away.
Lack of religion. Religion played a big part in it.
People will probably take a little more time and invest to see if the person is right for them. Not all, but some.
Yeah, for sure. But like I say, I believe when religion was stronger, relationships did better.
Moral values were higher. People really, when they said they wanted to be in a committed relationship, they goddamn tried. They didn't say, "Oh, I'm bored, and you're not making me happy anymore, so I got to bounce."
I'm not happy today, so I'm gonna leave.
Yeah.
While you're creating a life together, you must face the storms.
I think that's
together.
individual people though, because I think everybody go through things. I just think that some people give up.
Exactly. I agree with you. 100.
That's it. You know what I mean? It's still the same. It's just that some people don't have patience. Some people don't have this. Some people don't have that. Some people not people person. Some people.
That's a big word right there. You throwing around big words like patience and shit.
You know,
don't hurt them.
Some people just don't have it. You know what I'm saying? They just give up, and then they go to another situation, and they don't have the same patience either. And then there's always going to be something. Ain't going to be nothing clean, because if you let a woman tell us about ourselves and how they really feel about how we move and how we do things, it might not sound good to you. Just like we can come up with things that won't sound good to them. We just don't talk about it because we just like, we ain't wetting it. You know what I'm saying? Women will hold on to a little bit more, but we both be doing things out of pocket. It's just that whichever one say, yo, I had enough. But then you're going to get with somebody else that you're going to be saying you had enough. Then you're going to be single. Just like a lot of these women now. That's why they go through what they go through. That's why they signal, because they expect the man to be a certain kind of way. They expect the man to do what the NBA people do for their wives. They expect this, they expect that. No matter what you do for them and where you bring them at, they get used to that. Just like you would, if you hit the lotto and you have millions and millions of dollars, everybody be like, damn, it must be good to be you. I wish I was you. But after a while, you're going to get used to that. You just gonna want simple things, other little things.
I think a lot of people put expectations on others instead of accepting them for who they are. Because when it comes to actual real change, that is very hard to do. Not very many people do change. Usually, something really traumatic has to happen in the life for them to change.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like me. It's just like, okay, when you talk about females, like you have a lot of brothers say, well, this is why I deal with this kind of female where she does this, she does that, and everything is great and everything is this. But if I look at her, she probably won't make me want to make love to her, because I don't, you know what I'm saying? I need something that looks like something, and something that looks like something always come through with some kind of toxicity, just a little bit.
I know
Yeah,
the
but at the
case I,
same time, Rainier, whoever you're choosing still adds to your purpose, correct?
I mean, absolutely. If we maintain it,
The purpose of
I
what?
gotta see
Survival
some kind
and
of
breeding.
value. I gotta see some kind of value in you, but I still need you to look a certain kind of way. Because if I'm not sexually attracted to you when I see you, like, damn, I want to move. I'm not rock. It's just not gonna do nothing for me.
There's no motivation there.
It's not gonna do nothing for me. You know what I mean? I can't just have a flat back, good girl, hunchback, yeah, whatever, with glasses, yeah, whatever, yes, babe. No, I can't have that.
well, I think I always been a little bit different. I just didn't rate women just on attraction alone. I rated women on mind, body, and soul, and
Yeah, I can't.
then whatever the overall score
What
is.
in what
Yeah,
order?
but X-Pac, you're not
No,
gonna
no.
know
In
that
what
nigga when
order
she is
are
all
those
that
three
other.
that
You're
you're
not gonna be like,
using?
man, she look like
Is
she
it
got
her
a good
mind
personality.
first, her body, or her soul? Which
It
order are you really looking at?
it depends on the person.
So I'm the same way. Body, mind,
Well,
and
Would
then
I?
soul.
Would you want me to lie and says it doesn't matter? Some
It does
people.
absolutely matter, is what I'm saying.
All right,
well,
like take my wife for example. I said you look at her; she's the same age as me. I wouldn't say she's. I say she's roughly about average. But what made me decide to marry her was a good heart, and I told my
Mm-hmm.
story how I met my wife, and that's just for me. For somebody else, it's different. Everybody has their own preferences to
Yeah,
think which
absolutely.
in life.
That's why we could
Do what
never.
makes you happy. You
That's
don't
why we
need
always
everybody
agree.
else's approval.
That's why we gonna always agree to disagree about certain things because we all think the same, but our levels of it is different. So by that, it's like certain things might not phase you, some things might phase me. Somebody might say something that you might not feel disrespected. Me, I'm like, yo, you already just said that slick shit. I feel very disrespected. So it's different levels.
hmm yeah.
I
Me
say,
personally, I'll take a 6 that's going to add to my purpose versus an 8 that's going to drain me.
No, that's too close to a
yeah,
5. That's too close to a 5.
each to their own. Do what makes you happy. It doesn't need other people's approval.
Or if you're a 6, I'm gonna make you a 9.
Hmm.
Mm.
I
The
like
way you
that.
said that. I
By
like the way you
giving
said
them more
that.
plastic than a Barbie doll.
Hey, I don't mind.
Whatever
Certain
works.
things don't come natural.
Whatever makes her look good when she wearing that lingerie and she taking pictures and everybody's on there like this, liking it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You
like that too
want to
because
show her. You want her to look good, wear lingerie, and other people click like on the
No,
picture.
no, no, no. I'm just no. There was a metaphor. You just missed it.
it's just
Well,
because I mean
I
I'm
heard the
hearing
part of
the,
other people liking the picture.
Yeah. Because the metaphor, the way I use it, you gotta see it. You gotta vision it. What I mean, but I'm gonna bring it down. What I mean is I want her to be so she look good enough to me that she look good enough to everybody. Like, wow, you see that? That's what I care about.
yeah, it's like the term now everybody's using is the dirty foot big butt Latina. You know what I'm saying? They're like,
Right.
oh, you can't get nothing better than the dirty foot big butt Latina, and I'm like, well, shoot,
Yeah.
I have to take the dirty foot big butt Latina that shares the same skin that I'm in and is about my purpose. Because all I got to do is take the dirty foot big butt Latina
Khalil.
and take her to the goddamn foot store. I mean,
Khalil's
take her
asked
and get her a goddamn pedicure, and now she ain't no dirty
Nah, but
foot.
hold on.
Hold on,
She
I'm
ain't no
throwing
dirty foot
throwing
no
a
more, but
flag
she
on the
still got
play.
the big
Hold
butt.
on. So you mean to tell me her feet got dirty
Flag on the
because she
play.
was on the porch sweeping and mopping with no socks on, and her feet got dirty, and that's why she's that?
And guess what? I have a cleaning company. They call me the black cleaner. So guess what? I got a job for you. Matter of fact, I got 10 jobs for you, you dirty foot. Get out here and continue doing what you're doing. And when you finish, we going to the goddamn nail salon and I'm gonna get you a pedicure and clean those feet.
Say
Bam.
that. Say that. Say
I
that.
mean, I'm
That's
just trying
what's
to say,
up.
like, if I had a big villa out in Colombia or DR, chilling, a finca, whatever, and my wife outside squeegeeing and mopping because our land is immaculate, but her feet get dirty. She's a dirty Latina. Feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's Khalil's phrase. That's Khalil's phrase, man. I didn't like it when he said it the first time.
Are
Dirty
you talking
foot.
about Magnesia?
No, it wasn't that. It was Khalil that said that shit on Gangster Lifestyle show the other day.
No, Magnesia said it before that though.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Nah,
Magnesia
somebody
said it over
said
here,
on
but he
this
was talking about the
channel.
Colombian women.
Many people are quick to label without knowing someone.
That was on this channel. That was on Charlie Chang TV. He said.
Exactly.
Charlie let him say that.
Yeah, you
But
funny.
wait a minute. Hold up. But see, here's where I be throwing my flags and shit on the play. Because how the fuck you gonna sit up here and be talking about, oh, we need to come together as a black community, and I want my black this, my black queen, my black, but then gonna turn around and talk about a dirty foot, big butt black Latina and all this. Like, come on, man. The very woman that you're trying to that you say that you claim that you're looking for, you want to build with, is the same one that you tear down on these internet streets. Come on, man. Make it make sense, bro.
What are you talking about? I'm saying I'm choosing the one that everybody. That's not a term that I made up. That's a term that somebody said, and I said you're goddamn right. I'm going to choose her because if I have to choose between the Angela Valdez Blanca looking chick and the dirty foot big butt Latina, I'm going to choose the dirty foot big butt Latina because nine times out of 10 she looks like me.
So I did not say that you made up the term. What I said is that by your continued usage of the term, that I'm calling cap on all the other bullshit that you spew talking about the black community coming together. Because how the fuck can we come together when you sitting up here down in black women, whether they're Latina or whether they're from the fucking America? It don't fucking matter. So what the hell are you talking about, bro? I'm calling flag on the play. That's bullshit.
I'm using the terms that you all are spewing at me, and I'm flipping them on you. That's all.
Who on this panel said dirty foot, big butt, dirty foot Latina?
Well, I'm just saying it was said on. I said earlier
walking around right now with no shoes on. Her feet are clean as a motherfucker, and she got a big fat ass, and she's beautiful.
Okay.
But you will never hear me coming out my mouth talking about, oh, I'm up over here with my dirty foot, beautiful big butt Latina. Come on, bro. Like, you ain't that fucking retarded, bro.
I think he was saying other people said that.
Thank you.
I know what he's saying. All right. So it's just like the term nigger. We didn't make up the term nigger, but a lot of people get when you say nigger, some people get triggered by that shit. Oh, we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be down on ourselves. So I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Kumbaya, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's all join hands together as black people and come together. Bring it, I'm trying to bring the second coming of Malcolm X, where we all work together and this and that. Like, how you gonna sit up here and down a black woman, whether she's a Latina or whether she's from America, or even if she was from Africa? Like, it really don't make sense to me. The shit that you're saying, it don't go together. Your message is not coinciding in your actions. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I'm teaching out of a book that everybody knows and teaching you into a book that everybody doesn't know. So when the term dirty foot, big butt Latina is the term that everybody knows. And I'm saying, well, there are some positive things to doing that. And also, therefore, I'm going to take my sister, my queen, that people are considering to be a dirty foot, big butt Latina, and get her a job cleaning and also clean her feet. That's what I'm saying. And now she's no longer the dirty foot, big butt Latina that everybody considers. She's actually the beautiful black queen that she should be and walking in. That's all I'm saying.
First of all, I wouldn't use the term period.
Thank you. That's all I'm trying to say, because when I see you when you're shorty in Panama, I'm gonna be like, oh, hey, nice to meet you. Black cleaners, dirty foot, big booty, black Latina.
Yeah, but guess what? You might not be saying that, and you might not even be thinking it, but there are other people who are. As I even said it in the in the back chat. My aunt, when I first met my girl 3 years ago, okay, they were nice as hell to her. But guess what? Behind the back channels, all of them was talking about, why is he dating that girl? You know what I'm saying? She's from the projects of Panama. He could have did better than that. There's plenty of girls that he could have been with. But guess what? As soon as 3 years later, fast forward, she comes to my birthday party. I'm still with her, and she's like, "Wow, he's still with her," and she looks beautiful. Hey, how you doing? Gives her a hug and all of that. So that's all I'm saying is that there are people that are still thinking it, even though they're not saying it.
I mean, I think it's people that's other races that just don't understand other races, and they always saying something. That goes for us too. We do it. People do it to us. I think that when my mom first met my wife, she wasn't like, even though my whole family's mixed, but I had friends. You know, you got people they just don't understand. Some people just, my mom do. She just treat any woman like that. She don't care. She want to make sure everything is whatever. She want to control stuff. But that's another story. But the thing is, you got a lot of people that think a certain kind of way. It's like, to me, what's unknown to me when I came to PA, and I went to white family houses because I got a lot of white people friends. I rock with a lot of white people. You know, I own businesses, so I deal with them. They see who I am. I'm very professional, not like how I am here, where I can be just me. They would think, hey, Dan, I had them say, Dan, you would never make it in jail. Never. You wouldn't make it in there because I'm a different type of person. When I own a gym, I own a logistics business. I'm around different kind of people. And I'm in the East Coast where there's a lot of celebrities. I'm around a lot of different people that come from the bottom that I grew up with. So I mingle with certain groups. But the thing is, even saying that.
Oh, he's showing her foot. Hey, Miguel, stupid.
Those are clean.
I'm showing the first mango trees.
And they're manicured. That's the other toe.
That's what I'm just trying to say. So it's going to always be somebody saying something about something that really means
that's
nothing.
A fact.
You know
that's
what I mean?
A fact, right?
It's going to always go like that. You know what I mean?
That's a fact. But let me chime in on that too, because once again, because it happened over here on the TV. Let me chime in on that. Reason why I don't like say push back in a lot of those situations, because y'all guys, especially because we are of color, I'm fighting for my life over here just not to put down black people. And niggas give me pushback on that. So I'm supposed to goddamn no, nigga, don't talk about them like that.
He said big butt, dirty Latino.
You know what I mean? I don't agree with the term and things of that nature, but at the same time, that's not something I'm gonna say. And just like say, I don't, long as people not being extremely disrespectful and being extremely vulgar, I let niggas rock out. Niggas that cook me in my own chat before. You see what I'm saying? But, and I've never done another thing too, because when we talk about black people getting together, I never said all black people. Where in the world's history have that happened of any race? You know what I mean? Like that's unicorn thinking type shit. You know what I mean? But I do believe there are pockets of people, successful people that that are black and they thrive. Now I'm like Miguel. I judge a person on who they are as a person. That's like I judge a man by him being a man and not by my thought, by his thought, if by his thoughts. Because if he's saying a man supposed to do this, that, and the third, and you're not doing that, you're not a man by your own standards. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I just make it easy. I don't care what other people think about me. As long as I'm happy without regrets, that's all that matters to me.
Yeah, and that's all that should matter. But a lot of times I think we get sidetracked, like say with sometimes these labels and you know what I mean, me doing that and shit like that. Say that again.
I understand. I'm eating mango while I'm talking.
Oh, okay. No, that's what's up.
I don't think that's the point. The point is saying big butt, dirty Latinas is very, very disrespectful. It didn't come from Black Cleaner, but the fact that it keeps being brought up is disrespectful. It's just like a Latina person coming on this panel saying something about dirty black monkeys. Why would I? You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. Like we don't repeat those things if we don't agree to those things. Like why are you repeating it? Like that, to me, saying big butt, dirty Latinas, dirty foot Latinas, like where the dirty feet come from? What do you mean by that? Like that's very disingenuous. So when you repeat it, it's crazy. But the minute you start repeating shit about black men, it's a problem.
No, it's not a problem. No,
No, it is a problem.
It's not, and I'll tell you why. Because the example that you just gave is not the same. That's like, yes, you just said a person coming over here into this space, but I guarantee you that me as a black man could go into Latin spaces to where they're not talking so favorably about everybody. You see what I'm saying?
People pointing fingers at each other instead of fixing their own problems.
Yeah, but we're not
Right.
them.
And I've
We're not
never
them,
listened
though. We
for
carry
the
ourselves
record. I
different.
never said that. Like I
But we
said, I never
carry
agreed with that.
ourselves.
But
We
every
carry
time, for
ourselves
some reason,
different.
when I say something positive about black people, that's fucking crazy. But because I didn't come to the goddamn it, caping for Latinos and shit like that, I'm the fucking the bad guy.
No, but
I agree with you, Charlie, but the problem is not you, it's other
Hold on,
people.
expat. Hold on 1 second, expat. What I'm saying is, no, you're good. What I'm saying is, we don't carry ourselves like that on this side. We don't do that on this panel.
Now now
that's
we're
what
on
I'm
the same
talking
page like
about.
that. Now
Like,
I
so
could get
to
that.
keep
I
bringing
could
it
get
up,
coming from that
it's
angle.
genuine to Latina women. I am a Latina woman and girl, and I'm gonna always feel some type of way about that being said, especially on this side. I'm not having it on my panel neither, but I won't even have somebody talking bad about black people. That's all I'm saying. It's disingenuous to say big butt, dirty foot Latinas. That's all I'm saying.
You
No,
know,
and I
so
didn't disagree with you. I didn't disagree with you.
I
I'm
get
just
it.
saying that as far as hills to die on, for me, that's going to be a stretch to die on that hill. And I'm not speaking literally. I'm not. That's just a figure of speech to die on a hill.
No, that's Chan, and that's all right, and that's why I took up the cause, because especially with the with Black Cleaner, the shit that you're talking about is disingenuous. Because out of your very mouth, you just said that you rock with the black. You don't like mestizos. You don't like the light skinned ones. You don't like the ones that are white. You like the black chicks. So for you to sit up there and talk about the quote unquote dirty Blackfoot big booty Latinas, even though they're black, it's a bunch of bullshit for then you to just sit up there and say, oh, we all need to get together as the black community, this and that. Man, get the fuck out of here with that dumb. That shit sounds crazy as hell. That really, that's crazy. That's madness.
you finished?
For you,
Are you finished?
for you to sit up here and disrespect.
Okay, I'll let you talk.
That you expect to grow with, and you trying to build something with. To me, that's madness, bro. And you need to check yourself.
You done?
Unless you say some more stupid ass shit.
Okay, yeah, because I am about to say some stupid ass shit.
Yeah, then I'll give you the floor and I'll rebuttal you when you're done with your dumb shit.
Okay, now number one, all right. This is just like the third or fourth time that I've actually heard that around me, because actually I never really understood it, to be honest with you, until Magnesi actually said it, because there was a couple of times that I'm hanging out with my friends and I have a couple of friends that was around me and I'm trying to, because as I said, that's who I deal with. I deal with the girls here who are low income and work, and a lot of them that deal with the underground economy. Okay. And I remember one time I'm with one of my friends and I'm like, oh yeah, check her out. And then what he says to me, he's like, yeah, but look at her feet. Basically saying, this chick is, from the slums. And I'm sitting there like, damn, that's fucked up, So even when Magnesi said that shit, it was like he threw a brick in my direction, okay, and then hit dog's parlor, because I did feel offended when he said that. But the reason that I'm saying it on here is to actually, just like how we do with the N-word, when people call us that, we put some power to it. It's like, yo, okay, so so I'm a nigga, but I think what's his name? Ryan OTO was talking about that. You can call me this and that all you want, but guess what? I'm doing a whole lot better than you, and guess what? You still can't beat me. So it's the same. So for him, so he's saying that in that realm. I'm saying that for the for the women in my realm who are being called that. But guess what? We are going to still do better, and you still can't beat us. But I don't know why you're getting offended, for it. I'm just trying to, bring light to the situation and then also change the situation to make it something positive. And I'm done.
Yeah, can hear you.
Yeah, who's that? Is that
That's Charlie.
Sound like Charlie in the
that
background.
It's always Charlie. It's always Charlie.
All right. Okay. So my pushback on the situation is this: like the hypocrisy. Even if your intentions are the best, or this, a lot of people sometimes. I get this a lot because I'm upfront. I don't have time to, for lack of a better terms, pussyfoot around and say the nice feely things. You know what I'm saying? Now, and I was like that even before I went to the military. So I get this a lot of times. It's not what you say, Miguel, but it's how you say it. Everything is based on that presentation layer. Excuse me. So even though you are trying to present this as this nicely wrapped gift, it's still a pile of shit in the box. Because when you sit up here and you denigrate women, now you're denigrating two classes of women. You're denigrating Black women, and then you're also denigrating Spanish women, whether they're Panamanian, Colombian, Puerto Rican, whatever, the big booty Latina, whatever group falls under that. You're denigrating two sets of women. That's what I'm saying. So, and it comes across as disingenuous, especially when you earlier on in this very cast were saying, oh, we need to come together as a people, this and that. Well, how are we coming to? You may think it's okay. And maybe it's because, I don't know, I didn't, maybe that's what they were teaching at some of those schools, at all those all Black institutions that you went to. I didn't go to them. So I'm not with this colonizer mentality, because really that's what you sound like you have right now. I'm going down here and I'm up here. So I'm going down and I'm going to get the lowest of the low. I'm getting the dirty foot, the chicks who don't have nothing. And guess what? After they deal with me, I'm their savior. I'm Black cleaner. Now I'm going to take them to get pedicures and all your life, everything's going to be good and this and that. Bruh, come on, man. For real? That's what it's like. I'm saying that's what it sounds like.
Well, what it is no. What it's that? Yeah, to you, that's what it sounds like. But what it is this: when I go back home to Atlanta, Georgia, or when I go back home to Boston, Massachusetts, okay, I'm in the same condition that that they are here. The only difference is that my money is a little bit more different. I mean, it's a little bit more longer in Panama or Colombia than it is when I'm in Atlanta or Boston. Okay, I'm in the hood when I go to Atlanta. You're gonna see all of the hood people when I go to Atlanta. When I go to Boston, I'm in the hood. So of course, when I come to Panama, where I could have a choice to be with all of the expats in their bubble, and you've been here, so you know what I'm talking about, in the Hilton and in the Megapolis Mall and, in JW Marriott, and be over here toasting and bubbling. I know. I'm like, yo, where are my people at? Where are my people at? My people over here in Corundu, they're in San Miguelito, they're over there. Oh, but then when I say I'm going to go hang out with my people over there, then that's when they say, oh, you're going to go hang out with the what we just quoted, the XXX. And I'm going to say, yes, I'm going to go hang out with them because I am no different than them. When everybody looks at me, they view me as them. Okay, so guess what? And yes, you're right. I probably do have a savior's complex because when I was in Boston and I went to the Black schools and I went to the Nation of Islam and I was, as a frequent guest, that those are the things that they were talking about. The marching orders of trying to better your community or trying to clean up your community. So yeah, I might have a little bit of more income than them, but guess what? I'm going to try to use the income to not uplift them, uplift us as a community. Because, and it was funny because a couple of the girls came to my house during my birthday party, and we were talking about business, and we had a falling out, and she just went off and started doing her own thing. But when she came back, she noticed that I was still, trying to do the business here in Panama. And she sent me a text. She was like, "Oh, I really, really appreciate that you're still in the business, even though me and you, friends." And I was saying, I told you, what I'm saying, you introduced me to your family. I introduced you to my family. Family and my family, we have more in alike than we have different. And she was happy about that. And that's how I feel about it. I don't feel like I'm better than anybody. No, I'm the same as you. The only difference that I got is my money's a little bit longer. I have a disciplinary to use my resources to uplift us. And I land there.
All right, so let me just say this, and then I'm done with it. Do you think if you were to call a chick that you're messing with in Panama, one of your one of your projects, a dirty foot, if you were to say, hey, and like for instance, when I call my shorty, I'm amor, mi amor, this and that, mireña, my queen. So if you think calling her that, oh, come here, país de sucio, gran tareso, big butt. You think she would take that as a compliment?
I gave you
And
my
if
book.
you do, by all means, then go ahead and do what you do. But if you think that she would accept that as a compliment, then
I gave you my book, okay? And if you read the book, I actually wrote, there's a section in the book about Jessica, one of the characters in the book, where I said me and her was being intimate, I felt her feet and her feet were hard like lobster, okay? And then when we went to go to get, I said, next week I'm going to take you to go get a pedicure. We're going to go get a pedicure together. And then when we went to go get the pedicure together, all right, I said in Spanish, okay, yo, make sure you scrub her feet because she got lobster shell for feet, and everybody laughed. Okay.
Bruh.
That's crazy.
And then
hold on. That is crazy, Black Cleaner.
But that's our little, joke that we have together. Now, when she comes over, I might be massaging her feet and she'll be like, see, my feet are not lobster feet anymore. And we'll all laugh together. So no, we do. I'm not no, hard person who's over here thinking like that. Okay. But I do joke around. Some people don't like how I joke. That's why I don't joke. I just stay the straight man a lot of times, and I just talk serious. It seems like that's all it was. I was over here trying to make a light of a serious situation, and it got to this point to where it's at. But no, yes, I have done it, and yes, it went. We laughed about it.
So did you say it like this? Did you say it like when you took her to get her feet done? You was like, yo, I don't know, like, can you make sure you scrub her feet on the bottom because it feels like leather? You know what I mean? Like,
I said in Spanish, cuídate, la pie, los pies es igual as langosta, meaning her feet is the same as a lobster. And everybody laughed.
So you was low, she's from the bottom, right? And then she's like probably can't take care of her situation like that till she met you, right? That's what you mean?
Exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, she had her own house, but the thing about Panama and Latin America, and this is what I was talking about. They don't have a infrastructure here. They don't got Section 8. They don't got they don't enforce child support. They don't have all of these, benefits that America has. So, and of course, there's a heavy colorism here in Latin America. So the girls that are dark skinned like me, and I've been there with her because we've been, going door to door. I've even, been in places where, and I'm like, yo, go ask her for a job. And then she'll go over there and say, hey, are you all hiring? And they'll look at her and they'll be like, nah, we ain't hiring. But it's mostly mestizos working behind the counter or the bar. So that's when I started noticing. It's like, oh, okay, I started to get it. This Latin America is big on Larissa, improvement of the races, meaning, they trying to lighten up the race and leaving the dark skin on the bottom. So that's when I was like, oh, okay, well, we need to fix it. And that's where I've been trying to, and taking on, this whole persona of what can I do in order to create a doorway for, Afro Latinas to be able to get more opportunities in Latin America, because we do have discretionary income. I do see, and I always say this, I say, these companies, JW Marriott, Hilton, all of these people, will come to Latin America, bring their money, develop the land themselves. And then once they finish developing the land themselves, they're going to hire people that look like them to run it. And I'm saying, okay, well, we're coming over here as consumers. We're going to the JW Marriott. We're going to go eat at Popeyes and PF Chang's and Olive Garden, a lot of us. And then I'm saying, well, why can't we do something different with our discretionary income? At least, do what Flipbox is doing. At least do what Jay and Miguel is doing. At least do, to where it's going to take one or two of them off the street, and we just keep doing that.
Yeah, all right.
And when I say that, they say, that's too much work, baby.
I had something I want to chime in. That's just been waiting to say it. Many of the women overseas survive before you, and they will survive after you.
You're right. But if I'm here, am I supposed to just sit here and just go party? No.
I didn't say if you're with a woman, you can't help try to make their life a little bit easier if y'all trying to start a relationship together. I didn't say that. I'm just saying in general, women survive before you and they will survive after you. That's the true fact.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, you trying to raise a community. You gotta start with your household first. You gotta get you a shorty that you can buy because
I have my own household.
No, he's talking to me right now. I'm on expat. He's talking to me.
Okay.
Like the companies that come down there, is some big corporate companies. They gonna hire who they want to hire. You gonna have to do something, like you said, like Jay and Miguel. Well, Jay and Miguel thing happened organically. All right, because how many brothers that watching this right now have been in Colombia? How many of our brothers went to Miguel and Jay joint? You know what I'm saying? So if we can't do that and we all build each other, now you think everybody else is gonna do it? So the thing is, what I'm just trying to say is, you gotta have the bread to build up something and then hire who you want to hire. If you can't do that, you ain't changing nothing.
I agree.
Exactly. I agree with you.
And you ain't gonna find the people unless you bump into some solid dudes. I'm sure that the way Miguel, his age, and Jay, his age, and what they done, how long it took them to meet each other to do what they done.
You're right.
So,
but in the meantime, I'm going to keep bringing up the issue until I can do it, because just like what you're saying, okay, I do got to bump into it, but I can't unless it's my opinion. So yeah, I'm going to, keep talking about it, but at the same time, little by little, do something about it. What I can about it.
No, I believe you like me. All right, I got a logistics company. I got five people. Five people that's not doing too good and they need help, and I put them in position. But you know what I mean? That's all I can do is the people I'm around. I can't try to do this block, this neighborhood, because everybody ain't gonna think like that. And then the people I'm dealing with trying to put on, they'll quit, they'll try to come back, they do this, they flippy, floppy. You know what I mean? You'll destroy yourself before you help everybody else. So what you gotta do is just find your alignment of people and rock with them and see who you can build with. And if you can't, start all over, because you're gonna be starting over a lot of times. I can tell you that right now.
Yep, and that's what I've been doing, and that's what I've been doing right there. Exactly. I got a small circle that I deal with, and I just been rocking with them. You know what I'm saying? We've been, on this for about a year now. Trying to get this thing together, and we're making some progress. You know what I'm saying? Because right now the only thing that I can do is refer them, because they do have skills. So what I do is, since I'm in, these travel circles, I just refer them out, as like I'm a staffing agency. When people are looking for work, looking for workers to do certain things, I know that they can do it. I'll say, hey, homegirl knows how to braid, check her out. This girl knows how to cook, check her out. Oh, you need a babysitter while y'all want to go on.
Yeah. You plug the people in. You put money.
Exactly. I plug them in.
Like when I go see Jay or I see McGizzy and I go out there and I need they plug us in. I get that, but what I'm just trying to say is, for you talking about plugins right now, but you really want to change people's lives, and you can't because your situation ain't changing likeable vibes. You're thinking too far out. And then by you thinking too far out, and then people catching you on little things that, come on, you talking about this, but you got to stay in your bracket. It's outside your pay grade. Right now. Just right now. You know what I'm
saying? So you're saying I should just shut up?
No, I ain't say you should shut up. I would never tell you to do that. I'm saying what I'm trying to say is you speak what you speak.
I just tell you to do what makes you happy.
Just do what you can control, what you could do. That's it. And when they start with you, get you right. And then when you get this certain individual, this shorty, you get her right. Y'all get your bread together and y'all do something together, because ain't nobody going to come help, because people are gatekeepers. People are not, they don't believe in your vision. People are going to, and then you get with people, you got to make sure, like, okay, Jay and Miguel got together. It ain't just because they did that. You got to understand, Jay and Miguel not pocket watching each other neither. They trust each other to a point. That's man, it's gonna be hard for you to find somebody to do business with, and it's gonna be extra hard to find somebody that you trust. So, and then you can let them do them without you watching over them like a hawk. See, the thing is, it's just like they hit the lotto. You know how many times I play lotto, I can't hit. Everybody else hitting somewhere around the world, hitting, and I can't hit. They hit the lotto. You're not gonna hit, because I hope you do, but it's gonna be more times that you're gonna fail. You just got to keep going, and that's what keeps me going, because it only takes one chance to change your whole life. Now, my life is great, but I want it to be better. So the thing is, it's gonna take time, and you're gonna go through a lot of obstacles. But you don't hear me saying, "Yo, I want all of us to get together," because we could all do that. Everybody could put up $5,000 to open up something and do something, but they're not going to do it, because that person went about, man, if it don't go right, I'm losing $5K. But I'm a gambler. I go to casinos. I shoot. I'm a gambler. I'm a gambler in my life. I do business. I try. I fell. I had clothing stores. I had a lot of things. I fell. I just keep going because I don't know no other way.
Yeah.
I'd rather bleed.
Hey, real quick, guys. Let me put some respect on my good brother YV chat. Shout out to my good brother YV, pulling up, showing big love in the chat, man. Always appreciate it, bro. Bro, it's good to see you, man. Hope you enjoyed yourself on your trip. He says, Cleaner, are you still a lover boy, my good man?
Huh? I'm always a lover boy. That's what keeps me motivated.
Yeah, shout out to you for that, bro.
Yo, but I gotta go to work in like 5 hours, man. Shout out to all y'all, man. Y'all do your thing, y'all.
All right,
YV right near before you get up out of here. He said, yes, sir, right near. Scared money don't make money.
That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact, YV. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying, everybody, like, when you get that chance, you take off. And when I get that chance, you're gonna see me out there like I seen you over there on a lawn chair on the beach with a Yao Ming on the side of you. I seen it, you heard? Hey, yo, X-Pac, Ronan, Black Cleaner, you know what I'm saying? Charlie Chang TV. I rock with y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, brothers, man. You heard?
Hey, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow, bro. Me and you gonna chop it up.
Enjoy
wow, what I do, man? I did something again. Damn, man.
No, man. You know we the bros, and like Jay-Z said, man, nobody wins when the family feud. You know what I mean?
Man,
we chop it up though, man.
Sometimes we gotta disagree. Because
Yeah,
that's
and I
sharpening
prefer
your
that because
skills.
that let me know I'm not in the echo chamber.
Nah, it
Because
sharpens
when
your
I
skills.
get leery when niggas agree with everything I
It
say.
sharpens your skills, man. Sharpen your skills. Boy.
Right, for
It's
sure, for
like
sure.
just like I said before. I don't have to agree with everything that a person says to rock with them.
No, that's a fact.
Right.
That's
So
a,
I
that's
would like to
absolute.
know. I would like to know. Just thinking back, Black Cleaner. Do you think that any of those institutions, all those all Black institutions that you went to, do you think that that had any impact on the current lens that you're looking at people through? And because some would dare might I say that you in fact sound racist in your rhetoric.
And I will say yes, I am. If just like because they say what a racist is the love of their race. Just like a pianist loves playing the piano, the scientist loves the science, and et cetera, et cetera. But does the institutions that I went through show? I mean, yeah, give me a lens. Yeah, they give me a lens of what Black people can do when they are together working in one. You know what I'm saying? Your institution that you created is another institution that I've experienced and went through to see. It was like, yo, this is this is what I want to put out here and duplicate and imitate. I mean, and we can all do this. So yes, your institution, Greg, and Flip Flop's institution, Jeff's institution, every place that I've been to that I've seen Black people, doing it and getting something tangible and working together are the inspirations that keep me going.
Okay, well, I like the way you put that positive spin on being racist, but okay, if that's what you feel like you are, then you go right on ahead and you keep on
But hold
believing.
on, hold on. So you mean to tell me that Flip or Miguel and Jay with the businesses they done, they got a lot of people that's not the same color as them making it all work. You know that, right?
But see, the thing is this, and let me say it like this. I remember when Barack Obama and what's her name, Miss Clinton was running for president, and then somebody said to them, "Why can't you all run together on the same ticket?" And then Barack Obama said, "Sure, but who's going to be president?" See, that's the key right there. Anytime that we as Black people are working together with people, a lot of times they want us to play the support, second class person or the first mate. You know what I'm saying? So for me, so if it's wrong for me to say, "Hey, I want to work with these other people, but I want to work with these other people as equal, or I want to work with them as me being a self-contained unit and them being a self-contained unit, and we working together that way instead of he's my boss and I'm his employee," then yeah, I'm racist. I'm sorry.
You
Call
know
me
what?
racist.
No, that's really ego. Has nothing to do with racism. Because Hillary Clinton very well, once Obama got his nomination, could have said, "You know what? I'm gonna fall in line and help you out. I'll be your vice president."
Exactly.
But her ego stopped her.
Vice versa.
It's not about racism. That's ego. Thinking you still better than the person that won or beat you. And instead of working together, I'll just wait around and see if I can try to beat you out next time. The one thing I did like about Ross Perot was he was willing to work with anybody on both sides, even though he was trying to run as a Republican until Daddy Bush was away. This is one of the main reasons why I'm an independent and not a fucking Republican to this day. Ego.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Shout out to y'all for that. Real quick, let me put some respect on my good brother YV. He said, Black Cleaner, have you had to evict someone from your property before?
Oh yeah, sure. Most definitely.
That's what's up.
Was they Black?
Yeah, of course.
Why didn't you let them stay? They were Black.
Because money talks and bullshit runs the marathon. And actually, let me put it to you like this: I did let them stay for 6 months, unpaid. So I think eventually you gotta, draw the line somewhere.
I don't think you let them stay. I think it took 6 months for you to get them out of here.
Nah, no. Nah, this is Georgia. Georgia, you can evict them within 30 days, 45 days.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, for sure. You guys can keep cooking. I'm just trying to get some work done right fast because I got to do it. I forgot to run to the bank, so I got to move some money to the bank.
Oh, it ain't no thing. We just we just doing a vote in the background to change Black Cleaner name to Black Racist.
Damn. Damn.
God damn.
Hey,
I'll happily accept it. You can put a Black Hulk Hogan right next to it too.
Damn.
Yep, that's what we're going with.
I tell people label me however you want. I'll pin it.
So, I got a question for the panel because both Black Cleaner and Charlie Chan was in the room. Is my thought process flawed, or were they just not catching on?
No, I don't think it was flawed.
No, you weren't in the room. Were you?
You talking about the interview?
Oh,
well, they were, they on that, pro. They want the Black queen type of situation. So of course, when you came in and you was like, oh yeah, I'm with a Filipino, that just changed the whole dynamic of everything.
And OJ said it. I confirmed. I married 2 Black women prior. I have,
and that's why they were on your side, really, because they was like, okay, well, this is something different. Because remember, you got to remember. You had what's it called? That other dude, Game Changer, who was on there, and he was over there talking about down in Black women and all of that. So
yeah, he was off on. Yeah,
exactly. And so by the time you came on, remember the whole topic was about Jamie Foxx dating white women and being pro-Black. So it's like, how are you going to be pro-Black and sleeping white?
So when I got on the panel, I'm pro-Black, but I'm dating a Filipina. So that matched up to what they were talking about.
Exactly. But see, the difference was they was trying to figure out where to put you. Are you a game changer or are you something different? So when you said, well, I've been married twice to Black women. So they were like, okay, totally separate. We can't put him in the game changer box. We gotta, we gotta actually, isolate him and put him as his own person. Now tell me about your life and what's going on with you and your situation. That's how that came to be.
Okay, well, I mean, we still at 58 years old think I'm some kind of naive individual. Like I haven't experienced life or traveled the world. I was lost on that. What do you think you know more than I do, or have heard of more than I do at my age?
It's like I tell people, my definition of a genius is understanding you don't know everything.
And the biggest thing is there's always exception to every fucking rule.
Yeah.
It depends on who's running the fucking game.
I agree. If you don't like the game or you think it's rigged, then don't play it. Find you a game that you can win at.
Who you asking that to, Bias? Who you asking that to? Which race gives or give you the most problems? Keep it real. White, blacks, and Hispanics. Who you asking
white.
to?
For me, it's whites. I'm sorry, but but at the same time, I'm not. I'm like a Tariq Nasheed. I'm trying to get tangible. But naturally, because I'm trying to get that people want to give me, I'm going to come up against some opposition.
Because a white person, black person, or Hispanic person, or Asian person gives me a problem, I don't label the whole group as a problem. That's an individual problem with them. They created the problem. And I simply walk away from it.
You can operate like that.
I don't label things as black and white and all that. I look at people as humans.
I got to call back on that. Everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, come back on it.
It's
rather I'm a living example of what I say.
Okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is whether you allow it to bother you or not is one thing. But you do understand there's a colorism issue, generally globally, and you are aware of it, you're very conscious of it. You, even though you're in our room, you're very conscious of there's a global issue with colorism just by hearing our stories. So it's not like you don't see color, you see it, but you don't let it affect you.
Who creates that issue?
The people that voice it, obviously, because it doesn't bother me either. I don't allow it to bother me, but I do know there's colorism problems. I understand it within my own community, being a light-skinned brother, and I was getting thrown under the bus because I am. I'm not dark enough. I talk too proper, and all the other things that come along with that shit too.
Everybody knows. They just people just ignore it, but they know. Everybody knows. Exactly. Even they know. We know.
It's the phrasing that you use that I don't pay attention. Yes, you do. You just don't allow it to
focus on the solutions. Exactly. And not don't complain
exactly. And then I rest at that point, and that's exactly right. We all do that. We don't ever let color hinder us from doing the things we want to do. That's a non starter. He said the question was asked and answered. I mean, in error. So no problem, brother.
Hey, Black Cleaner. You're racist.
Oh, as a tenant. Okay, I guess this is for somebody that has a property. It might be you, Black Cleaner. He says, as tenants, which race gives you the most problems in regards to eviction? White, blacks, and Hispanics. Which one of those? For people that own property.
Well, I mean, I've only had one white tenant since I've been in the real estate business, and because most of my tenants, because my spots are usually in the hood, so of course the white folks ain't coming to live where my spots are at. I only had one person, and he only stayed for like he was up. Yeah, for the most part, the ones that stay there are usually going to be the same as me. And I usually get decent people because my property, I make my properties nice, and I also hired a property manager to handle that situations for me. So, but at the same time too, I mean, my people know. I let them know. You pay, you stay. You don't, you won't.
I didn't hear a definitive answer whether that was a white, black, or Hispanic.
I don't have, I really don't have any problems, with evictions, to be honest with you. I've only had to evict one person. He didn't pay for 6 months.
White, black, or Hispanic?
That one person was black. And actually, he was my cousin.
Brother,
hey, I'm out here, y'all. One love.
It was my cousin who screwed me over.
It ain't your family trying to screw you over. It ain't nobody. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what Charlie meant.
I don't know.
He's kind of in and out of the panel.
Yeah, family will take advantage of you in a heartbeat, bro.
All day long, and twice on Sunday.
Yeah, I agree. About the only ones that really did anything for me was my mom and my father.
You had to call your daddy?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Who, me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Somebody say something about your father.
My daddy. Like, what type of shit is that?
No, I said the only people that have actually done anything to help me in life was my mother and father. And in return, I bought them a house when I was fixing and buying and fixing homes and stuff. Put it in their name. Also took care of them until they passed away. I could have went overseas a lot earlier if I wasn't taking care of my mom that was passing away from cancer. But I decided to stay there and make sure she was taken well care of until she passed. And that's all. And then after that, I focused on my own self. My own two sisters. My younger sister's doing better now, but all they did was they were like leeches. All they did was strain me. Never did give me anything in return. Always want me to do something for them, and get offended if I couldn't bend over backwards for them.
Yeah,
and two of those people they asked to borrow money were my two sisters when I was in ICU.
Like family.
Yeah.
I think we all got those stories, white, black, or other. You know what I mean? So there's that.
Big facts. Big facts.
Mm. Man, if I told y'all some shit, it would be crazy. Like, but you know that I think that's just things like, come on, man, that's like OTO say, that's just life. Believe it or not, we got people. Well, I can say we got, but it's been times throughout history to where one sibling was finna inherit the kingdom and the other sibling deleted them. Like, shit, that shit happens, man. You know what I mean? So, yeah, that's just crazy, but it is what it is. Y'all brothers started cooking, and then I just realized I had realized that I had to I generally like to take the bread to the bank, but I just had to because I'm not paying no late fees. I feel like that shit is like setting your bread on fire, so I had to send it from one account to the other. But yeah, no, I think that's okay. Let me read this by YV too. Shout out to YV in the chat pulling up. He said, for Black Cleaner, as tenants, which race gives you the most problems, regardless of evictions, black, white, or Hispanic?
Yeah, I already answered that. I said my family. That was the only person I had to evict.
Oh yeah, and I think that goes without saying. Your family gonna fuck you over every time, bro. Oh, god damn it, did I not pay that? Man, I'm looking at my shit and like I'm like, damn, how did I let this get by me? So I gotta pay this shit too. Fuck. That's gonna be a some bitch. But yeah, no, man. I think tonight's been a it was interesting live and things of that nature. We definitely got to got a chance to dissect some things and actually, you know, share some thoughts, and you know, that'd be my goal over here, guys. Like, my goal is not to put down anybody or put down anything, because at the end of the day, everybody on this panel knows something that I don't know. So I look at it as something that I can learn from somebody. You know what I mean? So I'm saying that I'm a sponge, and a lot of these conversations, I um I leave with something more than what I came with. So man, shout out to y'all for that. Go ahead.
I'll be the first person to say I'm not perfect, but I do try to offer constructive criticism, and it's mainly based on my life experiences. You know, it's not right for everybody, and it never will be. But some people might find value, others don't. Just take what advice you can to create yourself a better life with. If you don't like anything I say, then toss it in the trash can where it belongs. If you like what others say, then use that to help you make it create a life that you're happy with.
Mm-hmm. There you go. I mean, I'm in agreement with that. It's just that it's just that, like, say, a lot of times people not going to see eye to eye. You know what I mean? A lot of times people are not going to be on the same page. But where I think the growth come in to where we could sit down and converse, and it don't go to us disrespecting, calling each other MFers or Bs and stuff like that. So yeah, nah, shout out to that, because that's what I'm on, regardless of
Yeah.
what goes on. And if it's somebody that I have a personal relationship with, like I got their number, unless it was like the thing with Africa, you'll never see me get into it with nobody that I actually have a personal number, because I don't think that's the way that men should conduct their business.
I think you heard me say before, insults only work if you pick them up. You know, you had people say things that I could have got upset with, but you see me, I act pretty much the same that I am now. You don't see me getting very emotional and stuff. I see me laugh and stuff like that. But you know, I don't let other people push my buttons. You know, if that's what they want to think, that's up to them. It doesn't change how I live my life.
Facts. Expat just hit you with the life is like a box of chocolates.
I learned that the hard way when I was
Facts.
29 years old and had a stroke, waking up in the ICU, wondering what the heck happened.
Well,
At
but I'm
that,
glad
at
you.
that
I'm glad
particular
you still here,
point,
bro.
at
Yeah,
that particular point, I thought my life was over.
I'm glad you still here, bro.
Yeah, that's a fact, man.
Um, I've been, when it comes to health, I've been very lucky, even though it's been pretty hard.
I heard an old P say, he said, You could give out, but don't give up.
Yeah.
Facts. Big facts.
I'm
Hey,
trying
did
to
you
remember.
read what YS said for the response of why he asked that question?
No, nah, he just literally just got up there. But hold on, let me find. I don't know when y'all see me lean close to my phone, it's because I'm trying to read the small words on it because I got some financial shit up on my computer. But
Okay.
shout out to YV pulling up in the chat. He say, my purpose of the question was to illustrate that focusing on race will always put you in a position where your own race will disappoint you. Only thing that matter, let me move that, these days is peace, no race. Shout out to you for that, bro. And you know what? I agree with that. You know what I mean? I definitely agree with that because um see, it's certain things that I don't feel comfortable saying on here. Like I say, only reason why I brung up black women tonight is because it was talking about femininity. But generally, when I talk about women, I try not to specify like black women. I generally say Western women. You know what I mean? So I definitely get that. But I now I'm saying all that to say like Miguel, the people that done the worst things to me has been people that look like me. But the people that I've been around the most is people that look like me. You know what I mean? Like that's just like how my life has worked out. But at the same time, I'm not gonna say all black people are bad because of those few experiences. That's just like I think anybody of any race is ignorant to plague a whole race with your ideology and you haven't met the
I
whole
agree.
race.
I
That's
agree.
crazy. You know what I mean? Because I believe in every race got scum and every race got up well-to-do people. Every race got honest and moral people. It's just unfortunately the negative get more attention than the bad. That's why soap operas was such a big thing.
Can I ask a
Misery makes.
question? And I want to pose it to the panel, okay? And because every time, right, we can talk about, Jewtown in Chicago. We can talk about Chinatown all over the world, little Mexico or Spanish town or whatever. But as soon as somebody be like, yo, we need to have a black town, now all of a sudden the whole situation of race and all of these come to fruition. Why can't, what's the problem? And the funny thing is that we do have black towns. We do have the Atlanta, uh, Charlotte, North Carolinas, or the Raleighs, and you pockets of black people. But we're just trying to take those
That's
same
crazy.
models and bring them elsewhere. I mean, we have a whole town in Cartagena, Colombia, okay, called Palenque, that's been a free black town for 400 years. Okay, but as soon as I say, "Hey, damn, yo, that shit is fire," how about we put a Palenque all over the world? Oh, that nigga's racist.
When did anybody say that was racist?
I don't think you heard anybody say that. I think you're misconstruing the whole message. So let me that I can't speak for nobody else but myself. So let me go back to what my original issue with you was,
It's
and
fair. I
that
just thought it was funny.
and
That's why I put it up there. But I know you.
and
Oh, I
yeah, and
laughed too. No worries.
yeah, and that is with the unity of, like, this is something that you harp on, but I think you might have taken it too far to the left or to the right or whatever direction you want to go in. I think you might have swung the pendulum a little bit too far. That's all I'm asking. Like, because for you to sit up here and then all I'm saying is, for me, it seems a little disingenuous when you're talking about these people, and you may think that it's like a term of endearment or something, and that's why I asked you the simple question: Hey, have you the woman that you're dealing with in Panama, tomorrow or the next day, whenever you see her, do me a favor and call her a dirty foot, big butt Latina, and then come back to the panel and let us all know how she took that. Did she take that as a compliment?
Now I got a little pushback, Miguel. And I tell
froze.
You froze, bro.
God damn it. You
Now
two
we
be
can hear
hating
you.
on me. It's a conspiracy.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, get it out while your internet's still connected.
I
I
have the
know
button
y'all
to.
got
I have the
internet better
button to
than me, and
freeze you.
I'm in the goddamn country. But what if she not? What if she don't have a big butt, Miguel?
Nah,
Should
she
we
got a
just
big
call her
butt.
Dirty Foot Latina?
Damn.
All I'm saying is, on one hand, you're preaching unity and all this and that, but then on the other hand, you're throwing what a lot of people would consider insults. And like I thought I explained it rather eloquently. Like, you're not just taking shots, you're taking shots at two different demographics. Now you're taking shots at Black women because this is what you say you always deal with. This is your preference, so everybody knows, because you said I don't like mestizos, I don't like light skinned women. So by default, we know that you're talking about a Black woman, and then you threw Latina in on top of all that. So it's not that anybody's saying this now. I'm just saying, like, bro, that's a little bit extreme. Like, so you're preaching all this unity, but then on the other hand, like, some people will say, well, that's divisive language. That's all I'm saying. So, and don't take my word for it, because I'm neither a Latina or a 30-foot. I don't know. Some people, I have been eating a lot.
I'm glad
so
you
I
didn't
don't
say
know.
the other thing, man.
You
I
know what I'm
appreciate
saying?
it.
So
I appreciate
you
it.
know what I'm saying. So that's why I said, ask the chick that you're dealing with in Panama, or call her that, and see if she and see how she likes it. Does she like that as a term of endearment, or does she take offense to it? That's all I'm saying. We need to be cognizant of a people, because we don't, just the same way as Black people don't like people calling them nigga, or some people may like some other derogatory term for whatever ethnic group or color or this and that. People are sensitive to certain terms and certain language, and that it just ain't cool. It ain't cool. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh damn, who was banned for their comments? Uh-oh.
Did
Shout
he
out
say
to you,
something
Ronnie.
about
That was you
being
did
broke?
that, Ronnie?
Yeah, I did that.
Shout out to you. You was on it this time. Because
Yeah,
there
the
was a
minute I
time or two
started.
to where you like, no, they not in my chat, but I ain't even see what he put up here
No,
for
he
you
was
guys.
in my chat. He's in my chat too. So I put him on a 30-minute ban on my room, and then I came into StreamYard and banned him too.
Okay, I don't know what you said, but you got built to ass. You got built to ass.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
I
he
ain't right
says,
away
but
too.
from knowing Ronan on the panel, being on multiple live streams, he probably had good reason to.
Yeah, real quick, let me read this from YV. Shout out to YV. He said, your phone is breaking up cleaner. You need to change from Metro PCS to Google Fi wireless. I think I'm gonna get it. Well, no, I got something in the works though. I ain't
That's
going. I
funny.
don't want to give it away. But yeah, shout out to my good brother YV. Okay, guys. Now what like OTO said, I said that like what 2 hours ago, an hour ago. So man, we're gonna go and close out here, man. I think I'm gonna try to get a stream up for tomorrow. It's gonna be something a little bit more Friday-ish. You know what I mean? Come in and pop your shit type shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, anybody wanna close out with something quick and precise, man. Like we don't need life stories and shit. I just want to give you guys like
No,
a
you
real
had a
drinking moment to
question
say
for
your
me.
final thought.
You had a question for me before, but I wasn't able to come on because I was out with the fam.
If
Yeah.
you,
O'Shea's panel. I don't know what it was.
oh yeah, no, I didn't even. I don't know. Maybe
At
I.
the-
No, he
at
said,
that
do you want to
time, he
come and
was
talk
talking
about
the
your
little-
experience on O'Shea's panel? And you actually did cover that while we were here.
Oh, okay.
He also said something about the little hats.
Yeah, you definitely.
Oh, yeah,
they
they were having a discussion about the war, and I said, why is it always the media spins everything to it's the United States' fault when we didn't start the war? The little hats started the war, and we saw it as a target of opportunity and decided to get in a war by proxy and drop a couple experimental weapons. How'd that make us the ones that started it?
Well, yeah, I get that. Let's dissect that tomorrow night for real. But I think that's a fair point. I'm not as versed as a lot of you guys, especially a lot of you guys that have actually served, because you know the inner workings of things that goes on, especially more than I do. But I'm down to discuss it tomorrow.
Just real quick, I think everybody heard me say before the world is on puppet strings.
Yeah, I believe so too. Yeah, everything's an illusion, bro. Like even with like home ownership, you own it until you don't pay the taxes on that mug. You know what I mean? That's it's just is what it is. but
Facts.
but we can what you gonna
Like,
do? Like I
like
know what
my
I'm gonna
wife.
do. I'm gonna move out there with Miguel and them or out there in the DR. That's what I plan on doing. But it is what it is.
Um, I live in Thailand. My wife owns this house that I'm staying at, and she pay like she only paid like a fee in the 13 years. One time it was like 250 baht. I think that's what, like $6-7 USD.
That's
And
crazy.
I'm not even sure if that was taxes.
Yeah, now she probably just looking out on somebody. $6. God damn.
She had
But
she had to go to the government office and pay it, and it was in relation to the house.
oh, okay. Well, that's a blessing.
That's
And you
what's
say
up.
she only had to pay it once, man. I know
Yeah,
motherfuckers that's
overseas
paying.
property tax is ridiculously low, man. Once you own the property, they barely try to get property tax out of you.
And a lot of people say you can't own property in Thailand. That's true, but you can lease it. And if you get like a business visa, I think there's a way you can get own property that way, but it's very expensive.
But also,
It's
I heard that you could, you can own condos. So if the property is,
Yeah,
you
you
know,
can own a condo.
yeah, you can own the condo in the building.
Is it
Yeah, the
own or
building,
is
as
it
long as
own
the
or is it
building
that
is
100-year
over,
lease?
I think
No,
it's
it's
a
owned.
55%. Listen,
Okay.
as long as the building is 55% occupant with foreign nationals, you can own in that in that
Okay.
in that
Okay.
But
condo.
just to make it real quick, Charlie did want to end the live stream.
Yep. Let me read this from well, before I say that, like anybody you guys black cleaner shoot. Closing thoughts. Boom.
Thanks for having me on the panel. Check out my live on Monday at the Black Cleaner on YouTube. We're going to be talking about brotherhood and tribal brotherhood and building abroad.
Shout
So I'm
out to
still
you.
on my pro-black brotherhood thing. So, and all of those who was in favor of that, check me out so we can talk about it.
Shout out to you.
All right, Colonel Stink Meter. Have a good evening.
Real quick.
That's my
X-Pac,
boy.
You up, sir? Shoot. What you
I
got?
just
You
make
wanna say
it
this before we
plain
get
and
out of here?
simple for everybody. Your happiness doesn't need other people's approval. Do what makes you happy, long as it ain't hurting others. And with that, thanks for having me on the panel. In the comments, I even like the ladyboy comment.
I thought it was a little funny. I ain't want to offend you, so I took it down kind of quick. But we
My
know,
thing is,
that's
say it
not
with
the
your
truth.
chest. If you're gonna say it, go on that man's channel and say it to him.
Yeah.
Don't come through my channel to say it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Like, well, that was right after I said insults only work if you pick them up.
Right.
Facts. Expat
I
dropping
find that
gems.
stuff funny.
Expat
Oh,
the
it's funny,
jeweler
but I'm like,
dropping
if you
gems
really
all
want to
night.
make a point, go in that man's room and say it. Don't come over here using me as by proxy to insult somebody.
And
I don't
just to
play
make
that.
it clear, not so much in the village, but when I was in Chiang Mai, I had a few lady boyfriends that respected my
He meant
sexuality.
friends. He
I
didn't
was
mean
having,
lady boyfriend.
I don't mean taking them back to the hotel and stuff like that. I mean there's actually people I met, and some of them, and the difference between a lady boy and the one like the men that transition in America. Lady boy will tell you that they're a lady boy.
Mhm.
They straight up with you. They tell you straight out. They don't sit there and try to hide it or
So,
say
so
that.
basically, you just confirmed every brother out there that said they didn't know they knew.
They know. Yeah, they
They
know.
knew.
Well, I can say now the surgery in Thailand for the transitioning has got so good that a lot of people cannot tell.
But if they tell you, you could tell.
Yeah, they tell them. And to bring that up, I know you don't want to keep the live going. I went with some friends to a bar, and there was this guy trying to pick up this lady boy. He was drunk. And the girl goes,
Oh yeah.
"Do you like lady boys? Do you like lady boys? Ain't no way you can be a lady boy." Well, he was sure fired up to take her on back to his hotel room. I mean, I'm not sure if he was into lady boys or he's just so drunk he just didn't listen. But
Nope.
anyway, I just wonder what was the first thing that popped up when they got back to the hotel.
Ah, nice. Yeah, no, we ain't buying that. You don't get drunk and just want to go that way. That thought and desire was there long before you took your first
I would have
sip.
sobered up real quick.
Right.
Like,
I've never took a sip and thought
I'll admit the lady boy did look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, shout out to you. Yeah, no,
but
the
thing was, she already told me she was a lady boy, and I don't swing that way.
But he swung yours. But but Ronnie, you want to say any outro words?
Nah, brother, this is your world. I'm just here trying to bring some squirrel nuts over you.
Y'all, he been out of the country too long. They didn't change up his OG vernacular. You know what I mean? No,
bringing a little bit of honey nut and Cheerios to the panel.
I'm a little tired, man. I went on a hike this morning. We went to this dam that they have out here. I did, like I said, I walked over a wire bridge that was it's suspended over a river, but the river was kind of dried out. Plus, they were updating the side of the banks to look more eye appealing because it's more of a tourist spot now. Okay. So we went and did some nature stuff this morning, first thing.
For sure. That's what's up. Real quick, Miguel, you want to you got any closing words, final thoughts, Jerry Springer style? Boom, boom, boom.
Oh yeah, so me as far as like, the pro black, pro whatever, anybody can be whatever they want to be. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I feel very strongly about giving people the opportunities. That's one of the reasons why I was in the military, because guess what? I believe America is the greatest country on the earth, and we give anybody, the military backs up anybody's right to be or believe whatever they want to believe in. Even if I am diametrically opposed to it, guess what? I fought for your right to have that belief. So I'm really never against anybody, but I will always get into I will always want to dialogue with somebody to see what's behind that, what's behind that belief that you have. And sometimes things may get intense, so I don't want nobody to think that it's, it ain't no beef between me and the black cleaner. He's actually a cool dude, but I just don't agree with what he was, what he was calling the women, what he was calling the Latino women. So, and that's it. I mean, especially like Chan, I'll send you my. I did the DNA.
Yeah.
I'm so, bruh.
Just say you a mutt. Just say you a mutt. Say you a mutt. We all know. Just say it.
Bro, I even have some middle. I even got like 5% Middle East. I was like, where the hell did this come from?
I don't know where I got Malaysian from, but my mom has some Malaysian in her. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
I never did one of those DNA backtrack where my ancestry come from.
Yeah, so
I just know I'm a mixed mongrel.
Right, and I have nothing against it. My belief is, you know what? Everybody should bang everybody else and have
yeah. Quickest way to get rid of racism is breed it out.
Exactly.
Everybody mixed up.
Now everybody the same color.
Everybody right. Everybody have a,
And guess what, guys? Even with that being said, people will still find something to discriminate.
Find something else to make themselves better than the other. Exactly.
Yeah.
Drama sells in this world.
Yeah, that's a fact. So with that being said, I'm gonna read YV chat before we get up out of here, and then yeah, I'll say some closing words and we close out. Dark skin, light skin, white skin, they all do you dirty or do you well. History tell us all what we need to know in regards to colorism. Just let it be. It will never change. Never. Shout out to you. That's a fact, man. Like, no matter what happened, that's just like with this political shit. And people want to go back and forth. Like, bro, ain't no matter who win, they ain't gonna come knock on our door and be like, bro, we made it. You ain't gotta work no more. You know what I mean? We gotta keep working no matter who in that joint. We gotta find us a way no matter who in there. So it is what it is on my side, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. Guys, I think I'm gonna implement a new policy too. We just gonna say a time and we just gonna end it at that time. You know what I mean? Because
yeah,
man, I study be going over.
You know what? You need to give somebody else that button that don't have no fucking feelings. They'll push the button for you.
No, we be cooking though, man. I think.
See, he already backed out of it.
Yeah, wait a minute.
You often hear me say, you always say you're going to end the live stream, then it goes on for another 2-3 hours.
Yeah, I'm about to hop on because Drake just dropped 3 albums, bro. I got to go listen to them. So,
damn, yeah, that's a fact. I'm gonna go watch. Go check out Academic on that too. But y'all have a good one, man. This is Charlie Chan with Charlie TV, and we are
all right.
Over and
take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out the travel corner, the undisputed global contender, TV. Yeah. Bell ring, ding. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Step in the ring, yeah, he the man. Then I watch him land. Heavyweight moves, world in his hands. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Gloves laced tight, camera in hand. Every city turned to a fan. Main event, every time he land. Walk in the ring like Rio Carnival. Brazil nights, feel unstoppable. Boca Chica sand, tactical. Blue mall drip, fashionable. Moxie vibes, traveler excellence. Yacht life, waves that presence. Designer breakfast, elegance. Camera steady, intelligence. Mr. Flight still made it, turn setbacks into greatness. Every L built patience, now the arena shaking. He don't throw punches, he throw punches. Left hook angles, confidence. Right hook at his dominance. Heavyweight grind, no nonsense. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Step in the rain, yeah, he the man. Passport stand, I watch him land. Heavyweight moves, world in his hand. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Gloves laced tight, camera in hand. Every city turned to a fan. Main event, every time he land. Carnival lights, championship. Brazilian nights, ownership. Ocean waves, that motion grip. Camera lock, no focus slip. Every vlog like title defense. Every upload makes silence tense. Algorithm can't stop the champ. He move global, no fence. Polo, fresh, clean, fit. Breakfast, views, lead, mix. He saying rounds, 3-minute clips. Every trip hit peak metrics. He ain't loud, but the moves speak. From island heat to city streets. From turbulence to front row seats. Now the whole crowd on their feet. They doubted the vision, he tightened the gloves. They questioned the grind, he rose above. Now the lights flash bright, every city prime time. Every vlog prime time, yeah, prime time. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Main event across the land, yeah. From beachside sand to the stand. Heavyweight with the camera in hand. Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan, Charlie Chan. Bell ring loud, he don't stand. World tour written in the plan. Undisputed, Travel Chan.